Bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The second I see that Chick-fil-A text in the group chat, I'm throwing my shoes on and running out the door. Hey, I'm Layla.
And I'm Kaylin.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how it feels like an easygoing morning.
The chicken adds the most flavor. It's juicy and seasoned.
The biscuit is just very light and airy and fluffy, just like a cloud.
I also love to put jelly on mine so it's sweet and savory.
It's a good start to the day.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Well, good morning, kiddo. I love that you're home from college. I've missed you.
Still taking your Nature-Made vitamins?
Every day. A multivitamin and a probiotic. You better be taking yours.
Still looking out for me, Mom.
I'll never stop.
Made to care for you every day. Nature-Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. Find us in the vitamin aisle, based on a survey of pharmacists who recommend branded vitamins and supplements.
The World Series of Poker is back in Baltimore through March 2nd at Horseshoe Casino. Plus, find out more about their next day free slot promotion. Only at Horseshoe Baltimore. Baltimore's best bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
1057 The Fan is a proud media partner of CFG Bank Arena. Visit cfgbankarena.com for a list of upcoming events.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 1057 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of the Big Bad Morning Show. Here's Ryan Ripken and Steve Molesky.
Into the final hour here of the Big Bad Morning Show. Appreciate you guys tuning in on this President's Day. Steve and I filling in for the crew here.
Long way from 6 a.m.
Yeah, it is. And you know what? We're humming, we're moving and grooving. And why don't we move and groove back to the phone lines? And I know you've been patient. Let's throw to Steve Mike in Pasadena. Steve, good morning.
Hey, how y'all doing today? Breath of fresh air for you guys, man. A lot better than listen to the other guys in the morning because all they do is bash the fans all morning long. By now, I'm usually switching stations or something else. But anyway, on to the Orioles. Not that I'm drinking any kind of Kool-Aid or nothing like that, but I always watch the Orioles a lot. I used to play ball myself, and I think this team's got a really good chance of winning the division and going deep into the playoffs. Because I feel close to this team because I've had a chance to, with the minor leagues being around us, I had the chance to go down to Bowie and, go down to the Eastern Shore and watch. I've always watched some of this guy like Kerstad and all. I really hope that he comes back because he was one of my favorite ball players a couple of years ago. And I hope he comes back and makes a contribution to his team because he deserves it. And like I said, watching some of these guys on the minor league around the state, I even watched you a couple of times, Ryan. And matter of fact, one time I watched you with your father sitting almost right beside me. So I think his team's going to win the division this year. And I hope we go all the way. Great show, guys.
Hey, Steve, really appreciate you calling in. And thanks for being on the journey with us this morning. And it sounds like you've been on the journey with a lot of the minor league guys. And Steve, you can attest to this better than anyone, that watching these guys come up through the system and being a part of it, it is a really unique way to watch the game, especially with how close these teams are.
Well, they had some lineups late last year, Ryan, where they had 8 homegrown guys, and they probably could have made it 9 if they wanted to. And that was really exciting. And we're not going to quite get there this year, I don't think, because Pete Alonso's not homegrown. Taylor Ward's not homegrown. But they still got a lot of homegrown guys that are going to be in that lineup, from Westberg to Gunner to Adley to Kalzer and on. And Kerstad's still in there, and Mayo's in the mix. So, I mean, I think it's nice to win no matter what. It's probably a little sweeter to win when you have a lot of homegrown guys.
It is. And, look, that's how the Oriole way used to be all those years. You got to see these guys come through the system, and you watch them in Baltimore. And I know it's different day and age, but the same concept applies. And hopefully for this Orioles team, they've had the most success when their homegrown talents come through. Now, you need to go and make some moves, which they did. And I feel like this could be a perfect blend. At least that's what the Baltimore faithful are hoping. Let's do another call here, Mike. Let's throw to Will. I think, is Will down in Tennessee? But Will, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
How are you doing?
Doing today?
We're doing well.
Good. I was just going to tell y'all if I was around, I would make y'all some chocolate biscuits with chocolate gravy, which is a thing down here. It's kind of like a white gravy, but I make it with like almost like a cocoa, and you put it. It's pretty good. But me, I'm a Baltimore dude, so I never heard of that before I came here. So just to let y'all know, I appreciate y'all. It makes me feel closer to home. I listen to the show almost every day when I can. And I have a quick question for y'all. Mm-hmm. Listen, I really like Pete Alonso, but I really believe that instead of getting him, because we have so many good players, they should have got a number one pitcher. And I can't help but to think that. And I'm like a diehard fan, too. So,
well, I don't think it was an either-or thing. I think they were trying to do both. And they got the first part done. They never got the second. But they did make the rotation better. They have high hopes for Bodge. They feel good about the addition of Bassett. And so the rotation stacks up a little better than it did a week or two ago.
I agree with that. And another thing is that who do you think is going to be the best Orioles pitcher this year as a starter? And who do you think the Orioles breakout player as like an offensive player is going to be this year? I mean, I'm excited for the season, fellas. I really mean that, man. I can't wait. But
well, we appreciate the call, Will. We'll answer your question here, and then we'll throw to the break. But Steve, you have a pitcher and breakout in mind, or you want me to go first? You ready to rock?
Go ahead. You go first.
Okay. Well, is the pitcher side, or are we going to have a debate on this, or do you think if he's healthy, he's just going to go out there and show everyone why he was a top 5 AL Cy Young Award finalist?
Well, yeah, that's the best pitcher on the team, the guy you're thinking of.
Yeah, so we'll just Kyle Bradish. And he's healthy, he's going to be that guy. For breakout, I am really curious on what's going to happen with Dylan Beavers. I really like what I'm seeing. So he'd be the one I'd say I wanted to go away from the Sam Basayo. I'm really, really intrigued with Dylan Beavers. But what about you, Steve?
That's a great pick. I mean, I hope he gets the playing time. I mean, this kid's, they met with him, Ryan, at the end of 2024. That was the only year in the minors that he didn't tear it up.
Yep.
He was respectable at AA, but he didn't tear it up. And they made some adjustments, and he told me, it was very technical stuff. He tried to explain it to me. Some of it's over the head, but essentially, he made some adjustments in the box. He felt he was seeing the ball deeper. It improved his plate discipline. He got more confident hitting with 2 strikes. He said that was big for him last year when he would spit on pitches early in the count rather than swinging a corner pitch, waiting for that middle we talked about. Mm-hmm. And anyway, if you go look at Dylan's Beavers minor league career, it's really good. And in 24, it's just okay. And he made some changes to get back to really good.
It was. You have another or a breakout candidate?
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, you say Basayo, but he's supposed to be that, right?
Well, he's supposed to break out, and maybe you can think about it a little bit more because we'll go to break. We'll hit the phone lines. Maybe Steve will have another one, but you're right. There's so many talented players on this team. We don't know, but it's a lot to be excited about as the spring's rolling along. First game starts on Friday. And, we'll go to the phone lines. But Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, Mike Pope, we are with you till 10 a.m. right here on 105.7 The Fan.
The new number
Sports Radio
is 105.7
The Fan.
Please make a note of it.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Welcome to Radio Rental. The scariest stories you've ever heard in your life. All told by real people. And off we go.
This wasn't a human being that I saw. There's something here in this house, something not of this world.
There was a woman moving through the hall. I stepped back and I was completely alone.
Radio Rental is available now. Listen for free on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. A special President's Day edition of the Big Bad Morning Show. Here's Ryan Ripken and Steve Molesky.
9:18 this morning. We're rocking and rolling. Big Bad Morning Show. Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, Mike Pope. We're filling in for the normal crew of the Big Bad Morning Show. It's been a great morning so far. A lot of baseball talk, a lot of callers. So why don't we get right to it? And I believe we got Goomba. Appreciate your patience. You are on 105.7 The Fan. Good morning.
Right. I think this is the first time I've talked to you, right?
I think so.
I'm sure you heard the Goomba back in the day. I mean, I'm an old school, big Raven, Terp guy, Orioles, everything. But listen, Steve, minor league Steve, with all due respect, right, Steve?
Well, yeah, love the minors, baby.
So listen, I got a couple questions for you. So if the Orioles had known that they would have signed Alonso, would you have signed Taylor Ward, number one? And number two, why it just blows my mind that they would give up somebody with such potential for basically a 1-year rental. And don't hang up. Let me listen to your calls though.
Who are you referring to?
Taylor Ward and Rodriguez.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Well, I think they felt their offense so underperformed. They wanted to supplement the young core with as much as they could, man. So that's their first couple moves were offense, and we were all expecting pitching.
Yeah, but when they signed Taylor Ward, they had no idea they're going to sign Alonso. But what I'm saying is, it just seems risky to trade somebody with so much potential for basically a 1-year rental. That seems kind of mind-boggling, doesn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, if Grayson Rodriguez is healthy and he gets to form. Long term, the Angels would probably, in people's eyes, win the trade. But if you're talking about right now, to Steve's point, the Orioles need guys that know how to drive players in. And while they had a lot of talent, there's a lot of guys that don't know how to do that job. And that's why Pete Alonso was brought in, because he averages 120 ribbies every single year. Taylor Ward not only has proven the last couple of years that he's an RBI guy, but he's proven he's an everyday guy. And so I think that the team was realizing they were going to be aggressive in the pitching department and make some moves and trades. So I honestly think it got to a point, just in my opinion as well, that a fresh start was also a big part of this. And whether that's right or wrong, that was also probably a thought process.
Okay, one last point real quick, because I know you got callers. Not early in the season because you have off days, but what are the chances? I know it's been thrown out there, consider a 6-man rotation to keep these players that have been injured, try to keep them a little healthy. But when you have a 6-man rotation, you almost have to have 2 long men in the bullpen. And what do they usually have, about 13 pitchers, give or take?
Yeah, give or take.
If you have 9 position counting the DH, and you have 3 bench players, sometimes, if you have 3, you got 14 pitchers. If you have 4 bench players, you have 13. But do you agree that if you have a 6-man pen, you almost have to have 2 long men? And I'll listen to your call, and thanks, guys. I'll listen to your answer.
Hey, we appreciate you calling in. I mean, I think what the Orioles in general, just not even like long relief, I think they need to establish roles in their bullpen, which they have kind of had undefined roles the last few years, where guys have been pitched in every situation. But if you're looking at who would be those 2 guys at this moment, it's Tyler Wells and Albert Suarez, who have the ability to go long, and also they could be put in the short, but those guys can be built up enough. I think that's where we're looking at it.
I don't see the Orioles going 6-man for a long term of the season. I see maybe them doing it in segments of the season. And another reason to do it, frankly, would be Kyle Bradish is going to have to go from 50 innings combined last year, counting the minors, to 150 or 175. That's a big jump. Now, Boz did it from the previous year to last year. He added about 100 innings. And because Bradish has thrown a full year before, a couple of years ago, it's less of a challenge for him. But they're really going to have to monitor his innings, Ryan, because they want him to be pitching in the big games in October.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, how do you keep guys healthy? Another part, number 2, which I think is still very important to number 1, how do you keep these pitchers in rhythm? Back a couple of years ago when Corbin Burns came to Baltimore and there were certain off days or rainouts, they pushed some other pitchers, but who they didn't push the schedule? Was Corbin Burns. Why? He knew what he needed to do to be ready to go out there each and every day. Some of these guys coming off of injury, sure, you want to protect them, great. But getting them in a rhythm and a routine, whether it's 5 days, 6 days, whatever it may be, stick to it. Because if you change that over time, they get out of sync, but then also their routine of keeping their arm in shape for the year.
No doubt. No, it's a great point. The pitchers are not going to be calling the shots, but I guarantee you the staff, before they would do a 6-man, are going to call those starters in and say, how do you feel about it? How do you feel about it? And Chris Bassett may say, boy, I like this. And Rogers may say, it doesn't work for me. And then the Orioles are going to have to figure it out. Because, just be going with 6 because you have it. What if 2 or 3 of your guys are ineffective in a 6-man? Then have you cut off your nose to spite your face, as they say. So we'll see how that's all going to play out.
Well, the one thing we know is they have more depth than they had last year. Just knocking on wood, those arms stay healthy as we push on through camp. Let's throw to Kevin Mike next. Kevin, good morning. You're on the Fan.
Hey, guys. How are you this morning?
Well, we're doing well. We're doing well. Hour 3, we're still kicking it. Hour 4.
Excellent. Ryan, fellow Gilman grad here, 87. I wish I could say it was more recently.
Yeah, I was good. There's there's a little bit of the gap there, but go Hounds, baby.
Hey, curious, is Danny Colomb still available to your knowledge, and why wouldn't we have a reunion with him for our bullpen?
He's still out there, and why doesn't anybody sign him? That's when you start to think something's going on. They're concerned about health or something. But when healthy, we know what Danny Coulombe can do. He gets out left and right. He'd be a great addition, but right now, nobody's signing him.
I wonder if there's a lingering medical thing, that there's a rumor of that or something keeping it from happening, but I'd love to see him back. Other thing is Kjerstad. What's the intel on him? Are there still lingering symptoms from getting beaten in the head by that fully intentional 102-mile-an-hour fastball?
So there's last year since that moment, he had talked about, or there was some lingering effects now to what was happening down the stretch. We really don't know. Heston even said he's at 100% right now, and if he wants to talk about what happened down the stretch last year, he might at a later point. But, we don't know the full answers to that, but what we do know is so far he feels good, he feels healthy, and hopefully that can lead to a really big 2026 for him.
Yeah, I think he's got a lot of potential if he can stay healthy. But, yeah, hey, guys, thanks so much.
Hey, Kevin, we appreciate you. Thanks for the call. One thing I wanted to mention with Danny Coulombe for a second, the reason why the Orioles let him go or, didn't re-sign him or keep him was the worry of the imaging with his arm and elbow. That was a big reason why he didn't. And if you go back to the years, he had bone spurs, which kind of was swept under the rugs at the time, but he had that procedure done right at the same time Kyle Bradish was then going to have to get Tommy John and be out the rest of the year in 2024. But you can't deny when Danny Coulombe's been pitching, even though there are worries, Steve, he's performed. He's been out there. He's been good. But that's the only reason I think if the
only thing that makes sense.
If they flagged him, though, before, and that's the reason why you let him go, are you going to bring him back with the same concerns? I mean, personally, I can't argue his results.
No.
But I'm not the one making the calls here, so I just don't see that being a reason.
He's another great teammate guy. I had no idea how great a teammate he was, how great a presence he was in a clubhouse until he was an Oriole. And you learn, it's interesting. You learn about guys. I had no idea Kyle Gibson was as great as he was.
Yeah.
James McCann was as great as he was. These guys, you get to know them when they're in that clubhouse every day and see the impact they have on their teammates.
No doubt. Well, hey, we're going to go to a quick break. Dave, you are next when we come back from the break. We'll continue to talk baseball here. We appreciate you. Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, Mike Pope. We'll be with you until 10 a.m. right here on 105.7 The Fan.
Subscribe to The Fan's YouTube channel and check out the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access every day. When we walk the talk, you can watch the talk. Subscribe at Baltimore 105.7 The Fan.
Save on seasonal produce at Whole Foods Market. Get red and green seedless grapes for $2.99 per pound with Prime through February 17th. Perfect to add to chicken salad or a charcuterie board. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
Think switching to T-Mobile's a whole complicated thing? Nah, it's easy. You can do it almost anywhere in just 15 minutes.
Even poolside like Drewski, you can switch to T-Mobile and unlock savings that are built to last. With T-Mobile's Better Value Plan, you can save over $1,000 a year versus Verizon and AT&T. Save on streaming, satellite, and more benefits that they leave out.
Now I get all the VIP perks.
Start saving from day one, and for a limited time, get T-Mobile's Better Value Plan.
I know you love deals.
Plus, switch right now, and we'll even pay off your old phone up to $800. What do you think of all that, Drewski?
Stay chillin', just switch it. It's better over here.
Check the math at T-Mobile.com/better value. Savings versus comparable plans at AT&T and Verizon, plus the cost of optional benefits. Plan features and taxes and fees vary. With 3+ lines of Better Value Plan. 3+ new lines and 2 eligible ports, or 3+ lines and 5+ years on T-Mobile postpaid plan required. Qualifying credit required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Get up to $800 per line via virtual prepaid card. Typically takes 15 days after rebate submission. Qualifying unlocked device credit service ported 90+ days with device and eligible carrier, and timely redemption required. No cash access and card expires in 6 months. Card issued by Sunrise Banks N.A. member FDIC.
February has arrived in Harford County, and since the groundhog says we've got 6 more weeks of winter ahead, we might as well make the most of it. Whether you're taking your Valentine out to dinner or the whole crew to the slopes, do it in the safety and comfort of a Ford. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. For those heading to the mountains or just navigating icy commutes, Ford's winter lineup delivers. Remote start gets your cabin warm before you leave the lodge. All-wheel drive keeps you confident on snow-packed roads. Ford Pass lets you check fuel levels and lock your doors from your phone. And if you're hauling gear, ProPower Onboard turns your F-150 into a mobile generator. Still looking for a sweet gift? Well, heated seats and steering wheels are pretty romantic when it's 20 degrees outside. This February, our Plaza Ford team is ready to match you with the right Ford for winter and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Planning to get engaged? You won't want to miss Smythe Jewelers Tacori Trunk Show and Diamond event this Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st from 10 to 6 in Timonium, Annapolis, and Ellicott City. Shop the largest collection of stunning Tacori engagement rings, wedding bands, and diamonds in Maryland. Revel in the hidden, intricate details of each and every meticulously crafted Tacori ring. Plus, don't miss the opportunity to take advantage of special event-only savings. RSVP today at SmytheJewelers.com.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right. I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
For all 105.7 The Fan station contest rules, please visit 1057thefan.com.
A special President's Day edition of the Big Bad Morning Show. Here's Ryan Ripken and Steve Molesky.
9:32 Big Bad Morning Show. I'm Ryan Ripken. Got Steve Molesky here and Mike Pope behind the glass. Steve, we're into the final two segments of the show.
Unbelievable.
We've
been on a breakneck pace since 6:02 a.m. this morning.
We've had, and you know what? It's been a blast. You know, it's easy when I got over, again, the frustrations and stress of you holding out on the banana bread on me. Other than that, we get along just fine. And you know, this is a fun time. You know, spring, it's here. Baseball, it's back. And you mentioned it earlier in the show. Spring and summer, nothing really can beat baseball time. It's an exciting time. And hopefully for Orioles fans, specifically of what you said, a baseball team competing for a pennant or for a division late into the summer months, that's something that's really special.
That's special.
Yeah.
I mean, I grew up on the 70s Orioles is really my formative years in school and loving baseball. And I often wonder, I mean, that team was good every year.
Yeah.
Every year. And it seemed like late in the year they were really good. If they were 3 games out on Labor Day, you knew they were going to make a run. And it was so much fun. And I mean, I wonder now if I would have the love of baseball if the Orioles were bad all those years. If I grew up with a team that was in 4th place every year, how would I feel about baseball? I'd probably still love it because I love it so much. But it didn't hurt to be a young kid following Jim Palmer and Brooks Robinson and that group winning every year and listening to Chuck Thompson at night on the radio and television. And I mean, it doesn't get much better than that.
It was a golden era, golden age from what I've heard. Because again, as I've gotten older here,
before your time, kid.
Yeah, but you know what, Steve? People think my dad and I are brothers, and I said, time out. I'm 32. Okay, I'm 32. 1993, I was born. But you know what? I've had family that's told me all the stories. And then I've had a lot of then great colleagues, friends like you talking about those moments, and truly was a golden age for Orioles baseball. I know that's what a lot of fans are hoping for, that this is this era that they can jump into. And fortunately, or at least the hope is to end this drought. 43 years since the Baltimore Orioles have been world champions. Well, why don't we jump out?
How many years since he won a playoff game? 2014.
Oh, man, Steve. Let's
move on after that.
Yeah, you know what? Let's go back to the phone lines. Dave, you've been waiting patiently. Good morning. How you doing?
Well, good morning, fellas. Doing well. I think the Orioles had a tremendous offseason.
Mm-hmm.
The local media beat into us, Fromber. I think Fromber is trending more towards league average than elite. So I don't think that's we'd love to have him, sure. But I don't think that's the difference between a World Series or not. I think you got three great front guys. I think the Chris Bassett signing was sneaky good. They were lucky that he was there, and he did a tremendous job in the World Series. And if we could get the three guys in front of him, hopefully doing what they're supposed to be doing, and bring him out of the bullpen in the playoffs, what a tremendous ad. And I thought it was interesting how Houston didn't even sniff at Fromber. They just kind of ran from him. I don't know. I thought that was interesting. And then, the local media, I think, is a little negative on the team. I know I heard one guy the other day say that, the signing of Pete Alonso was like a Chris Davis signing. So I think this team is ready to go. I think they're set. And if they need something, hopefully they can have a great draft and go get it when they need it. So, I think there's a lot of optimism. There's a lot of things to be, optimistic about. Hopefully things come together. No one can guarantee it, but they got the pieces in place. So that's it.
We're hearing it today, Ryan, from callers who are very positive about the Orioles, and again, the positivity doesn't represent all fans, but neither does the negativity. And sometimes in a social media world, you can get hammered over the head with certain comments and feel like that's all of Baltimore.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when I was back in the day on another station, Brian Roberts was getting criticism for his concussion. Mm-hmm. And I thought, geez, Baltimore doesn't like Brian Roberts anymore. And then he got back in the lineup and 40,000 people stood and cheered him. Yeah. And it showed me a lesson that those callers did not represent the 40,000 people here who love Brian Roberts.
Yeah. And it's perception. And Dave, appreciate the call. When a team struggles and players don't play well, you need to be objective and explain it, and talk about it. And the players deep down, they know when they're not playing well. They know when they're underperforming. And now for the Baltimore Orioles, this roster, this team, the expectation is to be a playoff team, but not just be a playoff team. It's to win in the playoffs. That's the expectation now. That's been set over the last few years, and that's the expectation that they should have moving forward. And the reality of the situation, if those expectations aren't met, then, Steve, then there's going to be more critical conversations where they're going to have to address a lot more issues. But for right now, when you start off a year, you have optimism, you have hope, and you can look around and go, did the team get better in facets of their roster that were maybe weaknesses? The answer is yes. Did you add depth? Yes. Do you have guys that have high upside but haven't proven it fully? Yes. And that's okay. And how they do could dictate how this team turns out. If Kyle Bradish and Trevor Rogers stay healthy, they're both probably going to be in the consideration for some of the top pitching in the American League. Mm-hmm. Heck, if Trevor Rogers pitches like he did last year, Steve, he will win the Cy Young. And I'm not expecting that. But if he's 80% of what he is, then great. But there's a lot of what ifs. But just because there's what ifs doesn't mean you can't be hopeful. And I know people, especially the ones that are more critical in that sense, I get it. There's a care and there's a bitterness of what happened last year. And it did. A lot of things went wrong. And the Orioles, just to be frank, they didn't play a good brand of baseball. They didn't. They didn't execute well in situations. They didn't hit well in situations. And ultimately, to start off the year, they didn't pitch well, and they dug too deep of a hole to get out of. But it's a new year, new opportunity, and we will see how it unfolds. We got one more call we can go before we go to break, right? PT, good morning.
Good morning. Hey, Ryan. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Pretty good. Actually, I'm doing great. Because a lot of what you were just saying. And, of course, we're all, Baltimore, and there's a chance for a bit of a bias. But if you look at it just intellectually and you say, boy, Gunnar had a down year, Adley had a down year. You look at all the guys, Cowser, all those guys, 28 to 21, I guess, with Holiday, all of them. If you look at it, unbiased, you can see where there's a lot of upside, where there's not upside with Alonso. I mean, Alonso's already done it. We know if he just does what he's always done, it's going to be a great year. But there's so many guys on this team with upside. And what you were saying with Bradish and Rogers, I mean, they are legit 1-2 starters in this league. I don't know how it's overlooked by the national media. But also on the starting pitching, Eflin was a day one starter in 24 for Tampa and 25 for the Orioles. So you get him healthy. I'm not saying he's the number one anymore, but he certainly has number one upside. I mean, this team is just loaded with talent. And a guy I think that people are overlooking a bit, and you mentioned it earlier, and I can understand the fans' frustration with O'Neill, but that kid, because I do a little betting, you can't bet on him to hit home runs because the odds are so sideways. I mean, you get terrible odds on him because Vegas knows you get that kid in the box, he's going to hit a home run every, whatever it is, on par with the best home run hitters in baseball. Don't you see that, Ryan?
Yeah, I mean, O'Neill's MO is he's got some juice. He can have the ball leave the ballpark, but the problem for them has been health. But to the whole point, PT, of that conversation, you remember about the young guys, this is the beauty compared to other teams for the Orioles, including in the American League East. They have young talent, but the only thing that we don't know is how well will they play. But they have that advantage over other teams. If they play well, it's going to ultimately extremely help their odds, not just for this year, but years after.
Right. And you look at the Yankees. Their starting shortstop is a .666 OPS for 3 years. Led the majors in errors last year. I know New York fans think he's going to do better, but I think it's pretty well established. That kid's just not he's not a plus major league hitter. He's a below average hitter, and it is what it is. I mean, that's their starting shortstop. The Orioles, there isn't a guy on the team that we're looking at, a 6, that kind of an OPS. I mean, if you had to bet on it, Ryan, wouldn't you bet that Cowser's going to, look at his minor league career. That kid gets on base. He hits home runs. I think if you want to bet on it, his OPS is going to be over 700 this season. You wouldn't think that?
Well, I'd hope so. And PT, I want to get you one more thought from you. I'll answer that question. Or do you have one more thought? Just so because we got to make sure we can get to break as we wrap up. You have one more comment before we let you go?
Well, just how excited how I am excited about the team. I mean, you got two guys. Ward is a number one hitter, a number 3 hitter. I think this town's overlooking that. And I think we were very fortunate. The Angels, it's laughable. They didn't do a medical on Rodriguez. I mean, Ward's another. You don't think, if he just has a nice season, he's a leadoff hitter and a guy that's going to hit 25 bombs. This team is loaded with I'm sorry to go on, but Heston Kjerstad. This team had a heck of a lot of confidence in that young man. He was on the playoff roster at least one year, I think maybe both years. This team is completely believing in that kid being a big-time number 3, number 6 hitter. Of course, this year it's not going to start out that way. But this team, Mike Elias, who knows baseball, obviously, built this team from a 50-win team, believes that Heston Kjerstad is a legit big-time hitter. It's another guy I'd love to hear an opinion on. But, yeah, that's my thoughts, Ryan. I'm just so excited. And one more quick thing with Steve. That Substack, if you want to know anything about baseball, Baltimore, you get on his Substack because he talks the inside scoop. And, Ryan, I really enjoy your podcast as well. But I'll hang up. I'm sorry I'm worked up. But I'm telling you, the Orioles.
PT, I'm going to have to buy tickets after your call.
I'm telling you, man, I'm betting on the Orioles this year. That's for darn sure.
Well, hey, PT, we appreciate the call and we appreciate your enthusiasm, and you have a great rest of your Monday. We'll be quick and we'll address more out of it, but here's the thing. This is why there's excitement, Steve, around this team.
There's more of those fans out there than you think, and we're hearing them. They're just pouring their hearts out on this show today. It shows you social media is not 100% of the fan base.
1,000%. But we will wrap up this show on the final segment, and we'll wrap in this entire thing of other parts we're looking for spring training as the Orioles get ready for the 2026 season. But Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, Mike Pope behind the glass. We're heading into the final segment on the Big Bad Morning Show here on 105.7 The Fan.
With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific moments from all our shows.
Over and over and over. Over and over and over.
Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The USA hockey team has knocked off Germany, and America defeats the Germans once again. 5-1 is the final score in the preliminaries, and it looks clear the USA is the #1 hockey team on ice in the world right now. Canada will still stand in the way for the gold, but if you ask me, I'm taking the boys in red, white, and blue. Obviously, I'm Drake Toll.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you started with Chick-fil-A. Hi, I'm Miles. And this is Grant. And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic. Throw some jelly on it, you can throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day. The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers. If you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
At the UPS store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable.
Paying too much for your personal home and auto insurance? Most people are and don't even know it. Gray Insurance Group cuts costs on your personal home and auto insurance by searching top carriers to find the lowest rates. Better coverage, real savings month after month. Why wait and throw money away? Call Paul now at 410-879-6383. Gray Insurance Group handles everything. Most clients save hundreds every year before their next renewal. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
It's impossible to have a bad day when you start it with Chick-fil-A.
Hi, I'm Miles.
And this is Grant.
And the little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is
how the fluffy, crispy goodness wakes us up in the morning. The chicken is crispy, the biscuit is soft, it's iconic.
throw some jelly on it, you could throw some honey on it. It helps me kick off the day.
The hash browns are great. And I really like the shape of them too. Little circles of crispy goodness. Yeah, those early morning chicken biscuits are just great, man.
Mornings are a little bit brighter with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit and Simply Orange Juice. Available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, it looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
A special President's Day edition of the Big Bad Morning Show. Here's Ryan Ripken and Steve Molesky.
We are into the final minutes here of the Big Bad Morning Show. Steve Molesky, Ryan Ripken here, filling in for the regular crew. Hope you guys have had a great President's Day. And Mike Pope's helping out behind the glass. It's been a fun show so far, Steve. I mean,
awesome show.
Literally, we talked baseball through and through, but it was what a lot of the callers wanted to hear.
Yes, exactly. And callers today who are real positive. And again, you be what you be. You know, if you want to call in and be negative, that's fine too. It just shows, I think, there is a lot of positivity out there about baseball.
And I think it's just a good reminder, though, when we're looking at this year and what's different over the last 10 years for the Orioles. There's been a 3-year window now since 2022. Actually, I'll take it back. It wasn't even 2022. Excuse me. Not a lot of people were expecting the Orioles to have a winning season that year, and yet they did. Had a strong finish. Were trying to sneak into the playoffs, sneak in the back door, but still promising. Then they thought, okay, 2023 could be a fun year, but no one expected that they would win over 100 games, get the 1 seed, and unfortunately it didn't work out, but they had a phenomenal year in 2023, which ended up winning the American League East. 2024, a lot of injuries, but the team, again, playoff bound, a lot of excitement. Then there was a lot of disappointment in 25, which rightfully so, it was disappointing. But as a reminder, when you look throughout the league, you know, I know the Dodgers, Steve, they're going to get a lot of attention because they spend a lot. You know, the Yankees are going to be there, and Boston's back into this whole thing. Toronto now looks good. But the beauty of this is you got to have talent, and you got to be able to then execute. And for the Orioles, they have talent. They do. You cannot deny that. Now it's going to be, what does that execution look like? Because last year for the Orioles wasn't good enough. In 2023, to finish that point, Steve, the Orioles were 30-16 in one-run games. They were the best comeback team in baseball that year. Oh, and by the way, they were a top 5 defensive team that year.
Yeah,
defensive metrics.
That's an important one.
So talking about execution, they got to find out what the Oriole way is going to be under Craig Albernaz as a first-year manager. That is what is going to be most important with all the talent that they currently have on the roster.
And we need to keep in mind, the American League East, loaded. The Orioles conceivably could finish behind the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Jays and make the playoffs. You could finish 4th now and get in postseason. So just get in the dance. It's like March Madness. As Buck Showalter says, roll the dice. And we've seen 80-win teams do great things in October baseball. So, you know, the AL East might be eating its own this year, so to speak. The division winner might only have 90-92 because they're all beating each other up. But again, 4th place could get you in.
That's a crazy thing to say.
It is crazy to say.
And this isn't the saying that the wild card, how it's implemented or how it's been over the last X amount of years or recently. All you got to do is get in and see what happens.
Right.
And when you want to look at why there's a surprise, the Toronto Blue Jays, you mentioned, Steve, 74 wins in 2024.
74-94.
And that year, last year, against the almighty Dodgers, they were right there, and they actually played the best series possible. It was a great World Series.
Oh, it was.
But it's a reminder. If you're looking at David versus Goliath, it really isn't that way in the postseason. You want to go back to the Dodgers the year before? Well, the Padres had the Dodgers on the ropes in the divisional series. They had a elimination game in San Diego, which the Dodgers won, and then ultimately win the deciding Game 5 and move on, and the rest is history. But that's why you got to play the game, Steve. What is one thing then before, as we wrap up here? Last closing things. Give me 20 seconds. One thing you're excited about with the Birds this year.
The rotation. Because I think we're on the same page. The offense looks very good on paper. Have to play better defense. We know that. But having a credible rotation with depth now, if one or two guys go down. Plus, Ryan, I'm very excited about arms like Trey Gibson. That'll be a Triple-A. Nestor Herman, Levi Wells. I could name others. And so the pitching looks good to me. Now let's see if it plays out that way.
It plays out. You know what? I'm excited. Even though PT already plugged the Substack, you're going to have all of the So go follow the Substack over there for Steve Molesky. But that does it for the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie's up next, but it's really Bruce Cunningham and Jimmy Patsos up next for Ryan Ripken, Steve Molesky, Mike Pope. We appreciate you guys. Enjoy the rest of your day. See ya.
Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
The Big Bad Morning Show podcast. Full episodes. Listen by individual hours or head straight to the highlights on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts. Search Big Bad Morning Show and never miss what you missed.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
"Daddy, I'm cold,"
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
CALLA Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics, Ortho Maryland, is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment, no problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Piera Palazzolo,
VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Drive into President's Day weekend savings all month at Bob Bell Kia. Choose from 5 amazing models under $30K. No credit or challenge credit? No problem. We make it easy to buy. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Well, how about that? They made us our own drop there. Bruce Cunningham and Jimmy Patsos. Well, that's who we are.
With
and
David Bowie in the background.
That's been my open for as long as I've been doing radio. That's always
The Thin White Duke. Davy Jones' his real name,
Yeah.
but he had to change it because Davy Jones was with the Monkees.
There you go. And it's this kind of free-form conversation that you can expect over the next 4 hours. As Jimmy and I...
hey, happy President's Day.
Hey, happy President's Day. It's good to be in here. You know, I don't come in, I just do the Saturday show, but I'm always happy to come in.
Love your Saturday show. I love that you have Rebel Rebel because you're kind of a 60s, 70s early. You got a lot of funk going.
Yeah. That's music I like.
Cornelius Brothers and all that kind of stuff.
I like Southern soul music.
There you go.
Let me explain the difference. I like Motown, but Stax, the Southern soul music, if you bought...
Russell Shoals.
Yes, that's part of it. If you bought an album recorded there and put it in a paper bag and brought it home, that paper bag would have grease spots on it by the time you got home. That's why I like that better than Motown.
I love this guy.
So we got plenty to talk about. I want to start, though, with your former employer, University of Maryland. Buzz, they won a couple, and then they didn't look good at all yesterday against Rutgers. And I'm not trying to pile on Buzz. I wanted to maybe get you to talk to the audience a little bit about how late a start he got, and with the current situation we have, how handicapping that was.
Look, Texas A&M get a late start. They got out of it. Willard had a late start. Ryan Odom had a late start. But Buzz had a little bit of a later start. Now, and the Texas A&M guy came from Sanford and brought some players. Free agency is not a perfect world. I can go over. Towson lost a tough one last night to Monmouth, okay? They were up. Pat Scary's had to get free agency going. He kept 2 guys that are really good. He brought in 3 or 4 guys. This isn't casting aspersions. A couple of them are good enough, a couple are not. Everybody's missing in college basketball. Bill Self's got a guy that doesn't want to play anymore. Who's going to be the number 1 or 2, 3 pick. I wouldn't pick him if he doesn't want to play basketball and win for Kansas. You don't want to be part of that crappy family anyways. It's only like Will Chamberlain, the greatest history ever. So Buzz might have had a few more misses. It didn't do it intentionally. In other words, everybody's kind of in the same boat. The pond was a little fished out when he got there.
That's what I'm saying, right?
It was no. You're definitely the pond was fished out, but there's another big pond, and those are the mid-major kids that were hanging around, and some people hit on him and some didn't. Should guys have stepped? You know. I could go down the roster of who's on Villanova, but there's a couple guys that maybe he should have fought harder to keep, but he didn't want to fight harder to keep. So this is Buzz's program. You know, this Gary's gone. We love Gary. Still goes to games.
Absolutely.
Terz did better than we thought. I like Turge. I'm a coach. I'm not looking at it that way. Some people were on Turge, but, he went to the Sweet 16 state. Nobody really got...
He was consistent,
He was consistent and had NBA players, but also... I don't use the COVID excuse, but like Dayton got hurt because they had Obi Toppin Player of the Year. Like, so Turge was in the group of 3 or 4 teams that I really think... he had Sticks and Bruno Fernando, and
nice
they had
team.
some pros. They had enough team to make a real run. And then... Willard was great for 2 out of 3 years. Willard got us the Georgetown series back. Willard got us the Virginia series back. Willard has Queen, Sweet 16, lottery pick. He ended badly. We love Willard, good friend of mine. I don't care what anybody says. He did a good job here. Was his last 2 weeks great? We know that it was. He left to go to Villanova. I don't think Kevin Willard would have left for any other job except Villanova. But Villanova was open. And he took a couple kids, Malachi Palmer and the point guard, and some other guys that were going to come here. They also had some guys he inherited. But they were picked 7th and they've come in 3rd. What does this all say about Buzz Williams? Yes, he had a late start. I like Buzz. I have nothing against Buzz. It's fine. It's his way. They do it very differently. I'm not a 5:30 a.m. guy. That's how they run the program down there now. It's very different. But he's done really well in his 2nd year at Virginia Tech. He did really well year 1.5 later because Texas A&M had a little COVID. He's done well in his 2nd and 3rd years. He's implementing his own style. The kids, the young men play hard. Mills and Adams are really good. His staff knows what they're doing. The Seth Allen I watched from the bench yesterday was really good. He was there 2 years at Maryland, transferred to Virginia Tech. I was behind the bench yesterday. I saw some things I really liked. Can they score? Not as much. If Payne was playing, would he be great? Of course. But the Celtics don't have Jason Tatum, and they're in 3rd place.
Yeah.
So there's ways to do it. Was the late start helpful? Of course not. Did he hit on the portal? But he's not the only one.
Right.
Chris Beard's a friend of mine at Ole Miss. Let's just say they got 8 new guys. They went 2 for 8. It's not enough, Bruce. It's not enough.
No.
The Orioles, I've been listening to Molesky and Ryan. Love them. I want my banana bread, but they're not here.
Ain't happening.
Especially, Molesky told me they bought it at 7-Eleven. I thought we were cooking the banana bread.
Molesky is a single guy. He ain't baking anything.
See, that's how this show is going to go, Molesky, if you're listening. And that's what I mean. When you have to go get stuff from 7-Eleven instead of from the bakery or a Safeway's bakery or a homemade bakery, or like you're going down the line, it's the same thing in recruiting right now. You're not going to get lucky every time going to 7. So there's a high rate of success when you fished early in that pool. Those players were gone. But Buzz has to deal with it. The question is all simple. What are we going to do next year? That's where we're at.
Exactly.
Is Payne coming back? I'm telling you right now, as a basketball guy that's done this 30 years, and no one's made more mistakes than me, but I always said 1 out of 2 in recruiting. You're not going to go 2 out of 2. You're just not going to. Adams is good, going to get stronger, really good McDonald's guy. Mills is really coming on the Boston lefty. So you got a backcourt right there. Coit's gone, Saunders is gone, Washington's gone. I like them. The question is, what do you do with the rest of the team? He's got a good recruiting class coming in. Baba is great, but he's not playing high school basketball, which I don't like. I'm going to go tell you that right now. What are you doing? You don't want to play college. You don't want to play high school basketball. You don't want to lead your team to the state title. That's why you stayed at Blake. But that's okay, because Peterson's he's not the only one. Bruce, you and I have been around a long time. Bruce, for those who don't know, started at South Alabama, who I really liked. I ran into him again.
Cliff?
Love Cliff Ellis. He plays in a band. We had him at Coastal Carolina.
You know what? I was thinking about that today, and I knew we'd talk about Cliff. We'll play one of his songs.
We're going to play one of his songs?
Alex, if you're listening, Cliff Ellis, and the song is Groovy Situation.
I'm texting him right now. So anyways, you've been at South Alabama to VCU. You've seen Sonny Smith. You've seen different things. You've seen Gary Williams. You've seen, and I'm just going straight basketball. I coached at Loyola. Josh is coming on later. Jimmy Ferry has it going. Scary's going really good. He's just had a tough little couple losses. Morgan State really rolling. It took a while for them to go this year, but the big boys should be ready to go right away. And Buzz just didn't quite hit it early, and I don't know if they've had time to recover. Remember, they played a really tough schedule.
Yeah.
But they took it on their chin early, and I don't know if they've ever recovered. But they did beat Minnesota and Iowa. And I thought we were winning 3 in a row. I went to the Rutgers game.
I did too.
Just go watch them win.
I was extra disappointed yesterday because I thought, okay, maybe something's turning here, and Rutgers isn't that good, and Maryland made them look pretty good.
They did have the 1976 Joe Boylan, the late Joe Boylan, great AD.
Man, yeah.
What a good guy.
The best.
Him and Tom Younger, who played at Maryland, Skinny they called him. He was Gary's really good friend. They took the 76 undefeated team to Philly. It was with Bob Knight's first title in Michigan and Ricky Green. Well, that team was honored yesterday along with 40 other guys. When they walked out at halftime, there's the basketball gods at Rutgers. All these guys are there. They made some jumpers. And the Terps looked a little frazzled because they don't really have quite one guy to take over. Like inside. You know, Coy can do it a little, but he's small. He's like a great summer league player, and I like him. But this is about the future. And Buzz's thing next year, give him a chance. It's not really going where he wanted this year. Whether he hit the portal right or not, and you're right about them fishing late, at this point it's irrelevant. And he's not the only one not having a great year. They're not having a great year at Georgetown, and I thought they were. Pitt's having a bad year. Ole Miss, Chris Beard coach is having a bad year. Like, I can go down the list of guys. I mean, I'm talking bad years. Providence is having a bad year. A lot of this has to do with, Bruce, and I said this before about your South Alabama VCU. Some of those guys, Gerald Henderson becomes a pro in the NBA.
Yeah.
Who was Catlett on your team in South Alabama? Who was the big? Who was
Terry Catlett?
Terry Catlett. Yeah. I'm sorry. Some of those guys go to the NBA. Some of those guys can't play at the higher level, Bruce. Right? In other words, it's not a perfect science going from that level to the next level. And that's what a lot of this is about. This NIL fishing for these kids in the smaller ponds.
I hear it's also affected high school recruiting. That it's maybe not as high a priority as it used to be because the portal's getting a lot of attention now. Have you heard that?
Yes. And by the way, everybody was getting a fifth year, though. Hopefully I'm tired. I don't mind a kid getting a fifth year if he's injured. That's fine. 6, 7, 8 years.
Crazy.
God, junior college doesn't count.
Tommy Boy got out of college quicker than that.
Love that movie.
I saw that movie the best way you can see it. Let me explain it to you. It was during the CFL days. And in 1995, they had we called it the Death March. It was an 11-day road trip, 3 games in 8 days, Birmingham, Edmonton, Calgary. Okay? So we're
Edmonton and Calgary are far from here.
So we're flying from Birmingham to Edmonton, so it's even longer. It's like a 6-hour flight. Well, in the CFL, you know, you can drink a beer on the plane. And the NFL doesn't do that. So the beer had been passed out and everything. And here came Tommy Boy. It's a plane full of nothing but guys drinking beer, and none of us had seen the movie before.
Think about that.
That's the best way you can see Tommy Boy.
Fantastic. Not here, right here.
Oh, it was a good year. I got to get some of those CFL guys together. We had so many stories. We had
won it, right?
Yeah, in 95.
The owner was who was the owner?
Jim Spiros.
Yeah, he was a good guy, right?
Great guy. We had an engineer named Ray, and we had an exhibition the second year at the Orange Bowl because it was a benefit. They wanted to see if they could get a CFL team going in Miami. So it was a benefit for the bombing victims in Oklahoma City. So we had the congressman from Oklahoma City up in the booth with us. Lott was his name. He played quarterback at Oklahoma. J.C. Watts.
J.C. Watts.
So he was up there, and the commissioner of the league was up there, and Spiros, the owner, was up there. Well, Ray, the equipment guy, or engineer, all these little equipment boxes he had stacked on the back wall like a master stonemason. I mean, those things were beautiful. Everything was in its place. The congressman comes in, puts the headset on, the commissioner's got the microphone and everything, and I see this motion in the back of the room, and I look, and those boxes are coming down. So Ray's using his wrist and his elbow and his knee and his chest, and he's the one at the very top he couldn't reach, and it came down bullseye right in the middle of so I'm calling the game with Joe Washington. I knew what we had to do because we both saw it. We immediately put our focus on the game and didn't laugh at all. Then we go to break. And we're dying. And I thought, oh, man. Congressman's here and the commissioner and everything. I turn around and they're dying. They're laughing too. So everything died down in Joe Washington.
That Joe Washington played for the Redskins
and Colts. Well, he turns around and says to Ray, he says, Ray, we're going to have to get you a cup. There's a million Ray stories. All right, coming back, we're going to talk a little bit more about Cliff Ellis. We're gonna let you hear what he sounds like with his band and all that. That's coming up. Stick around. Bruce and Jimmy continues.
We're talking baseball on The Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on The Fan's YouTube channel.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
It's the Bray & Scarf President's Day Sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings of up to 40% off. Take advantage of huge savings on GE Profile and Cafe Energy Star refrigeration, plus no sales tax. Or save on GE Profile Energy Star washers and dryers with no sales tax and the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland Sales Tax Holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering new appliances in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local and save at the Bray & Scarf President's Day Sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Jim Jennings Transmissions and Glen Burnie Transmissions have joined together to make sure that no matter where you are in the Baltimore area, you can choose the best when it comes to your car's transmission. Whether it's a new, used, rebuilt, or remanufactured transmission for hundreds less than the dealer, look no further. Call Jim Jennings Transmissions at 410-686-6700 or jjt-online.com. Jim Jennings Transmissions and Glen Burnie Transmissions, the best team in Baltimore.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Good evening, sweet darling. May I ask your name? You seem to be lonely, but don't worry, I'm feeling the same. Oh, it's a groovy situation.
Not bad, huh? Cliff Ellis, who Jimmy and I both know, veteran coach. Jimmy, I'll tell you something about Cliff that I bet you didn't know. He's the only coach in NCAA history to win 150 games at 4 different schools.
How about that?
How about that?
South Alabama, Clemson, Auburn.
Auburn, and then he wound up at Coastal, and
I've hung out with him at Coastal. He just has 1 or 2 beers, not too many, but he knows how to work the Myrtle Beach crowd.
Yeah, I saw him.
He got a new arena built there.
Yeah, he did. When you were coaching at Maryland, they had a regional, NCAA regional at Tennessee. And he was there, and he remembered me, which really impressed me.
I'm texting him right now that I'm with Bruce Cunningham.
Yeah, I hope he's...
He'll remember.
Anyway, Cliff Ellis, a lot of you might remember him from Clemson. He had a lot of success there. Didn't he have the twins when he was at Clemson? The Harvey and Horace Grant?
He did. They didn't last. One left to go to Oklahoma.
Okay.
He had Eldon Campbell, Sharon Wright.
Yeah.
Had some players there.
Yeah, some nice teams. Not that any of you would care, but Jimmy and I get together. Let me tell you one other funny coaching story. Dana Kirk.
Oh, boy, from Memphis.
Well, VCU.
Right, but he went to Memphis.
He went to Memphis,
and then he went to federal
prison. Yeah.
Short 6 months grad school, white-collar prison.
Well, you know why he went to prison.
Tax evasion, right? From playing cards or something?
Part of his deal was a country club membership, and he doesn't play golf. But they had a bunch of card games going on, and he beat somebody too often, and he ended up going to prison for not reporting those card game winnings. But anyway, Dana, his first year, Chuck Noe, who had been there before, got mad and quit in October. So Dana was a volunteer coach.
When was Gerald? We just so you know, everybody.
It says Gerald Henderson's there at the time.
Yes.
So I was about to tell you. So Dana is working at McDonald's, and he's a volunteer coach for no money at Tampa. So they call him, I'll take the job. Well, when Chuck left, all the scholarship players except for 2 walked with him. So Dana held a tryout camp and put all those guys in a couple of freshmen, and they went 13-13. And the next year, he got 3 freshmen. Edmund Sherrod was one of them.
Yes.
And they went 24-5.
His son was a great player, too.
So, and his grandson played at Richmond, which really made me feel old. But here's what I was leading up to. They played at the Franklin Street Gym, which was real small, and then they played at the Richmond Coliseum for their bigger games. So they're playing Wright State. I think they're out of Detroit, right? Wright
Dayton,
State?
the next to Dayton.
Okay.
Gary Williams' granddaughter plays there. She's a good player, starter.
We'll follow up on that. Let me just finish this story because you made me lose my... so
Dana Kirk.
They're playing Wright State, and I was the PA announcer. It's how I got into TV. Was doing a VCU game. And I was sitting at the scorers table, and they shook hands right in front of me. It was a tough finish, very controversial, and VCU ended up getting a win maybe they shouldn't have got. So those 2 coaches are shaking hands, and the Wright State coach says, Dana, he says, you got a horse blank team. Those were horse blank officials, and this is a horse blank gym. And Dana said, well, if y'all weren't so horse blank, we'd have played at the Coliseum.
This is a smart man who had Keith Lee and all those players at Baskerville Homes.
Yeah.
They beat Gary in the Sweet 16.
Yeah, I remember.
They went to the Final Four.
Yeah. He died young, too. He didn't.
Who did?
Dana died a couple of years ago. He wasn't very old. But he was as I was coming up, and getting to know sports personality.
Oh, boy.
I could take a camera and sit Dana down, and I'd say, Dana, I need you to talk about your defense for 30 seconds. He would talk for like 28 seconds and then use my name at the end of it, like Bruce, or whatever. He was the best. Anyway, UMBC. Having an outstanding season. Coach Jim Ferry is going to join us next hour. But it's the quietest, great season that I can remember. Nobody seems to be paying attention to them. Well, they have 15 wins, I think.
Yeah, most importantly, he's in first place in his league, which Vermont has dominated. And Grant Billmeyer, who was at Maryland under Kevin Willard, really good player at Seton Hall, but Grant was taking over NJIT, and then there's UMBC, because Vermont has had a stranglehold on that league. Now, Bryant won, and that's why the Bryant coach is at VCU. But in general, Vermont, but the most important story to come out of that league in 10 years was Ryan Odom at UMBC beating Virginia. Well, now Jimmy Ferry came from Duquesne, NJIT to Duquesne to Penn State's here. Good guy, New Yorker, lives down by the stadium, by the Orioles. You can find him at Pickles once in a while. Not a lot, just once in a while, because he lives over there. Well, Jimmy Ferry has quietly done a good job in like Maryland and Buzz and Willard and the Queen thing, and then took all the headlines. They had a solid year last year, but it's his time this year. But he's only been amassing this in his league. Like they play like 2-game sets in the America East. Like they just went Thursday, Saturday on the road, Maine, New Hampshire. He swept them. And that's not an easy trip because Maine's way up there. Now, they're both hockey schools, but that's not he's beaten everyone he's supposed to beat. He's really doing a good job, but his momentum is coming. And that's why I want to have him on. That's why we're going to start talking about him. Towson was supposed to win their league this year. Pat Scary's had a couple tough losses, but it's not. They have a week off. They're going to be fine. They're going to get in the CAA. You don't want to win 4. It's harder to win 4 than 3, okay? They're probably going to have to, but these kids played 4 AAU games a weekend. But Scary and them, I saw them lose by a point last night. They're fine. They get there's no NBA star in that league.
Do you see them staying in the CAA? CAA is shedding a lot of teams.
It doesn't matter. They're staying there. Where are they going to go?
Sun Belt?
No, because they don't want to invest that much. That's Division 1A football.
Yeah,
that's big. That's where Delaware went. Delaware is going to play lacrosse in the A10 because Delaware doesn't want to travel all over the place other than for football and basketball. They're going to Western Kentucky, UTEP. I think the CAA, you have to ask the AD Steve, but the CAA is a good league. It used to be better with VCU, James Madison, all that, but a lot of things used to be better.
Yeah.
But Stony Brook to Monmouth, they're all playing football down to Towson, Charleston, Elon. They're good leagues. A&T, Hampton, they've joined. They left. So, their league is what it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
They're going to stay, and the travel's good. America East, I wish UMBC was in the CAA only because it's a state school, so they joined all the other states, but they're the only one from down here. They have to go to Vermont, New Hampshire, Maine, Binghamton, Albany, those places. You have to kind of sometimes make it geographical, not just for your main teams, but for your non-revenues. But let me finish. UMBC and Morgan State's won 6 in a row. Yeah, for everybody out there, these are one-bid leagues to the max now.
And you were talking about...
so you got to win your tournament, so the seed matters.
You mentioned Loyola a minute ago, the Patriot League, which you're very familiar with. Did you hear that Richmond and William and Mary are joining the Patriot League next year?
Is that definite?
Yeah. That's going to make it pretty interesting.
You know, they both are great academic schools.
They are. It's a great move for both of those schools.
Is the A10 worth it? I don't know, because whether they got to have... I didn't know
they're tired of losing to VCU. That's what it is.
Well, I don't think Richmond will tell you that they beat them some, including Dick Tarrant and Kenny Wood and Kenny Atkinson, who coaches the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Yeah.
Look, you got to know what you are these days, and there's not much... The middle... Look, Bruce and I could do a 20-hour show on all this stuff. We could drive crowd. Me and him could be Tommy Boy. The problem is we both be Tommy Boy. Yeah. Probably more me, especially since you've lost 20 pounds.
Yeah, 25.
25. Yeah. Here's the thing, and this is when UMBC and the America East knows what they are. The Patriot League and Loyola knows what they are. The MEAC and Morgan knows what they are. The Towson team, and I'm not being critical because Ginsburg, the president, I absolutely adore and love, and Steve's a great AD. They're in that weird place, like the A10, like the West Coast Conference is about to be. Gonzaga's leaving to go to the old Pac-12. There's not much middle, and Bruce and I started this show when the middle was fantastic. Why? Because guys stayed there.
Yeah.
His league, Old Dominion, VCU, South Alabama, they had NBA players because they developed and stayed there for 4 years. They're now getting plucked. You guys could beat anybody on a Saturday. You could play Auburn. You could play the University of Virginia. Wasn't going to play VCU back then, right? Ever, because they could get beat.
That was a sore point with us, by the way.
Well, I'm sure it was, but the middle seems to have been the middle more than ever to me. Bruce is disappearing.
Yeah.
So maybe Richmond and them should go to. In other words, the middle is you and I knew it. I was at the MAC when we got 2-bid league.
Yeah.
We won it. Iona had played a great schedule. They'd beaten Fordham and St. John's. They deserved to get in. There wasn't all these NCAA net numbers, which all are maneuvered towards helping the big boys.
You took Loyola one year. I remember.
No, and we did. And that year it took them, but we got an at-large bid. Your CAA used to get 2 bids. CAA went to the Final Four in George Mason and VCU. Like, those days, and that's the A10's problem, Bruce. Those days, maybe the parting of the sea is getting too great.
Possibly. We got to hit a break. Stick around, everybody. We're going to hit the phones next. You got anything you want to ask us? 410-583-1057.
Hey, thanks for listening. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Don't miss Town Appliance's President's Day shopping event. It's happening right now. With a price match guarantee from any authorized dealer, plus nationwide delivery, ask for my guys, Mayor and Mayor. Visit that modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call them, text them, or shop online at townappliance.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
Planning to get engaged? You won't want to miss Smythe Jewelers Tacori Trunk Show and Diamond event this Friday the 20th and Saturday the 21st from 10 to 6 in Timonium, Annapolis, and Ellicott City. Shop the largest collection of stunning Tacori engagement rings, wedding bands, and diamonds in Maryland. Revel in the hidden, intricate details of each and every meticulously crafted Tacori ring. Plus, don't miss the opportunity to take advantage of special event-only savings. RSVP today at SmytheJewelers.com.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Listen up, basketball fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on player points, rebounds, triple doubles.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. And app only.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes. And to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that. But Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary. Shopping with your parents can be embarrassing.
Why would they sell jeans with holes in them? I'm going to speak to the manager.
Mom!
That hoodie is giving. You should get it. YOLO.
Thanks to the Chase mobile app, your kid can shop independently while you keep an eye on their spending. So you can go from...
We can be twinsies.
...to...
How was shopping? Saw you stayed on budget.
Thanks, Mom.
Freedom for kids, control for parents. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
The Vinny and Haynie Show. Survive Valor Roofing. Trust your home to Valor. A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Welcome back. It's the Vinny and Haynie Show, right? I almost said Bruce Cunningham Show, which would have been inaccurate. This is the Vinny and Haynie Show. He's back tomorrow. This is President's Day. So you're adding guests as we go, Jimmy. Let's hit reset and tell everybody what to expect. Coming up at 11:30, Jim Ferry, UMBC.
Hot Retrievers, hottest team in Tennessee.
Really hot.
Although Morgan State's hot too.
And Josh Leffler from Loyola
Coming
joins
on
us
strong.
12:30. And then listen to this. Jimmy just worked this one up while we were on the air. Brenda Fries is going to join us at 1:30.
It's her week off. She had a huge win over Ohio State. I interrupted her pickleball game. That's why she stays in shape. But it's her bye week, but she's coming on. And she's got a great recruiting class coming in this next year. And the year after, she's about to get the number one player in the country. So.
Wow. How big, those twin boys, how old are they now? They got to be getting close to high school.
High school, I saw them up at the Morgan.
Are they playing ball?
In camp. Yeah, I don't know. I have my own stuff to do, Bruce. I don't know how Brenda Fries' kids are doing.
Tell people what you do these days.
I'm out at Under Armour a lot, running around. That's why I was at Monmouthhausen in Maryland versus Rutgers. The Wizards, thanks to Ted and Zach Leonsis, I did about... Last year I did 55 games, so I did last weekend both the Nets and the Heat games for the Wizards, pre and post. And then I do GW basketball and Towson basketball because they're on Monumental. I'm lucky. Then I'll do the MIA with Dave Cottle because it's on Monumental. High school basketball on Monumental.
That's a good association.
The Wizards is one part of it. The Caps was the original. But Ted Leonsis and Zach Leonsis have been tremendous. They bought the Caps, then they bought the Wizards, then they bought the building. Now they own the TV station.
He wanted to buy the Nats.
I think he does. I think he wants to get the Nats TV at minimum, but he wanted to buy the Nats. I don't know what's going on with that. And Masson does their own thing, but Masson's just the Orioles. I guess Masson 2 is already gone. Masson's just doing 162 baseball games. These guys want to do local stuff. They want to do high school games. They want to do all this. They're very good, so I love working for them. But it's really my real job's Under Armour, which is whether it's University of Utah, Wisconsin, St. Mary's was Notre Dame, Northwestern. We had Auburn, South Carolina, so I'd run around down there. But we actually do a ton of smaller schools, like a great job with this guy Todd Locklear. His son Tyler's on the Arizona Diamondbacks. We have Monmouth, we have Albany, we have Siena, we have Boston U. Yale's a really good pro, even though they're going to go Yale's going to go to the NCAA, but that's still an Ivy League school. We have 80 of those schools, so they keep me busy running around because they're really good. I don't do football, but I'm around it. But the volleyball, the men's basketball, the women's basketball, and I really like lacrosse. Those are really good schools to have. So that's what I do. Here we have Mount St. Mary's, Loyola, Towson, UMBC, Morgan, American U, Navy.
Wow.
Navy's on fire.
Yes.
The Patriot League, we're going to ask Josh about that, even though they're in Annapolis. They're still our friends.
This is after an 11-2 football season. Now, you were involved in college athletics to know it's hard to win at service academies. They won 11 football games, and look what they're doing in basketball. Maybe it's not impossible.
I don't want to play them in the NCAA because he's got a team returning. His Ed DeCellis had retired, but John's a really good guy, so he was the assistant, recruited all the players. They're at the right peak age. You wouldn't want to play them in the NCAA, but Colgate's sort of been the reigning champ there. American and Dwayne did it last year, but Josh Leffler, he won a lot of games at Hopkins. Josh, good guy, went to Swarthmore, coached at Hopkins, went to Cincinnati for a year, but he's back. He's got Loyola. They haven't had a winning season since I left, but they will next year. They're close, but they're heading towards, this is one bid league territory, and Josh Leffler and Loyola could they win the league? I would say Navy's better than them right now, but they can get to the finals in the league, and that's
something
because they host at that level. Like UMBC, Towson doesn't host.
No, they don't have enough seats.
UMBC and Navy or Loyola will host their home game. If you host that final game, the whole students are there.
Yeah, it makes a big difference. Let's hit the phones here. David in Brooklyn, what's on your mind?
I've looked up on the Maryland website about Pernell Payne. I've been trying to get information if he's going to come back this year, and I've talked to some people, and they're speculating he's going to be redshirted. But the thing is, he's a senior, so he might not even come back to Maryland next year, for one thing. And also, I'm just wondering, will he come back this year?
I don't think he comes back this year.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, David. He looked relatively healthy to me yesterday. The NCAA is giving out red shirts easily, even though they say they're taking care of the players. There's guys that are getting 6th and 7th year. Second of all, these guys are getting paid. So I already got paid this year. If I redshirt, I get paid again next year. And they're making more money in college than they're going to make in the G League or overseas, for the record.
Definitely.
So Payne's really good. I'm not saying he is hurt or isn't. He didn't look very hurt to me yesterday, but if I'm him, and he probably comes back and plays for Buzz, they seem to have a good relationship. I'm not in the locker room. I'm not going to practice or any of that stuff. Playing for next year and take Payne, and he gets paid. Everybody's happy. This has been a lost year. Everybody makes the tournament. Everyone makes the Big Ten tournament, and you can make a run, but let's be realistic. And yesterday was a big loss because had they won yesterday, you get out of the 11 through 10.
Yeah.
11, 12.
Momentum,
The momentum, win 3 in a row. The next game they play Northwestern, who's not having a good year, but they didn't win. And if Payne's part of year 2 plan with the 2 guards, Adams and Mills, like I said, there's some other young guys that are good. They're just saying Adams and Mills, to me, are legit. He waits, he gets paid. This is how it goes. Welcome to the new world.
Yeah, the new world indeed. And I often wonder, as I look at football and college basketball, what are they creating here? Is it going to be a minor league? Is it going to be the things being put together right in front of our eyes? And I don't know what I'm looking at. I mean, I don't know what the end game is here in college athletics anymore. I mean, kids don't even have to go to class anymore, do they?
They don't appear to talk too much about their academics. Nobody's ever academically eligible.
You know what Wimp Sanderson said about that?
What?
I was doing his show, and I said, Wimp, how many of your players graduate? And Wimp says, all of them that want to.
Correct answer.
But
great jackets.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he had some nice teams, too. He had 3 number ones one year. It was in like 88, Jim Farmer. And
Jim Farmer?
I forget who the big guy was. But, yeah, he had some nice teams at Alabama.
Mark Godfrey. I did a thing down
Godfrey's
with
my boy.
I like, the whole family's down
Do you
there.
know who his cousin is?
Harbaugh,
yeah.
And Tom Crean's in that family.
So it looked like Crean. I can't even remember where I was going with this. But Joe Gottfried was assistant athletic director to Cliff at South Alabama, and they brought him in. And Mark was 15, and we'd heard this guy's kid can really play, and so he was like almost on our newscast. We had him on so much, so I've known him that long.
I'm texting him right now. He was on Herrick's staff when they won it. Last time UCLA won it, 95. They went 3 times in the finals with Ben Holland and the Final Four with Mick.
Well, I was at it was at Dunbar,
but they couldn't get it. But that was what Godfrey was on that staff, Murray State, Alabama.
Right,
but he played at Alabama.
Dunbar was playing Lake Clifton, and when Lake Clifton was really good, and so they had to play at Morgan. They needed the seats. And I'm sitting there at the press table. I'm watching the game, going back and forth, and there's a tap on my shoulder, and I turn around. It's Gottfried. So, man, what are you doing here? He says, I'm trying to get Keith Booth. Can you help me? I said, I don't know. I don't know if Keith took the trip out there or not, because he was coming with you guys all the way.
Us in Kentucky.
Yeah, us in Kentucky. Was that the other one?
Kentucky was in there.
But, yeah, Godfrey was down here trying to get Keith Booth. And can you help me? I said, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can help you or not. But Wimp was a lot of fun. And you mentioned red shirts. See, I'm writing stuff down because you go to fast pace, so I want to make sure I revisit this. The
whiteboard is always being drawn, and then we erase and start over.
Well, you mentioned red shirts. This is one of the best lines I ever heard, and I wish I could credit the person who wrote it, and because I don't know who wrote it. But they said at Ole Miss, they redshirt Miss Americas. Isn't that great?
The Grove, when they're walking down to the library with Johnny D's.
You know who I covered?
The greatest bar in the SEC is the library.
Oh,
he's
great.
a Maryland guy.
Yeah, I covered, when I was down working in the South, I actually got to see Sean Toohey play at Ole Miss.
He's really good assist leader. SJ played for me at Loyal while he redshirted me.
Right, I remember when you had him.
But Sean Toohey has a lot to do with them. The
Yeah.
blindside, Sean Toohey has helped that basketball program, but he's helped the football program too.
The Nets drafted him. That's how good he was. I don't know if he signed with him, or he may have played a year and came home or something, but I remember him being
I could have got
drafted.
him as a guest.
Sean Toohey?
Yeah.
I know when the Ravens drafted Michael Orr, they came up here, and we had him on our show one Sunday.
Who were you covering the SEC back then?
I was working in Alabama. I worked in Mobile and Birmingham and Huntsville.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Birmingham, underrated town.
Very underrated, and so is Mobile. My gosh, that's a nice town. But I covered Bear Bryant's last 3 seasons at Alabama. I covered Bo Jackson in high school. I covered Charles Barkley in high school.
I love Barkley. That's why I was down there with the oil spill. We went to the Floribama.
Yeah. Man, I know all about the Floribama. But
so wait a second. This old guy says, "Hey, you guys are having a good time with Barkley." He says, "Yeah, I like him." I said, "Excuse me, are you Ken Stabler?" It was Ken Stabler.
Kenny's good people, man. He's really good. He's from Foley, which is just north of Gulf
Orange
Shores.
Beach and Gulf Shores.
You see him down there all the time. But Kenny was a mess. I can't. I was going to share a line about Kenny, but there's no way we can say it on broadcast. So as soon as we go to commercial, I'll tell you what Kenny said. Stick around, everybody. Much more to come.
We're talking baseball on The Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on The Fan's YouTube channel.
This
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
34-year-old retired quarterback Derek Carr says he would be willing to unretire, but only for a team that could make the Super Bowl. Which begs the obvious follow-up question. Why would any team that could potentially win a Super Bowl want to sign Derek Carr? I mean, you'd have to have no other options out there to bring Derek Carr in. Has never been a Super Bowl quarterback. Derek Carr, a good QB, far from a great one. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for the positions of police officer, experienced police officer, and cadet. We offer competitive starting salaries with sign-on bonuses, great medical benefits, tuition reimbursement, plus incentives for military veterans. For more information, visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County Police Department is an equal opportunity employer.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Maroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie Show.
Hey, it's our show. I like what they're doing with us here.
Special President's Day edition. You can fade that down a little bit. I don't feel like I want to shout over the music, Alex. But Vinny and Haynie, they'll be back tomorrow. And Jimmy and I are happy to be in here. The boss, Scott, he called me. He says, what do you think about working with Jimmy Patsos? I said, sure. When?
Love it. Me and you, brother. We've been doing this thing I love coming to the studio at Fox. We used to have the Sunday nights. We'd have fun.
Yeah, man.
You always understood the value of local sports.
Oh, if you.
And I don't mean local pros. I mean local like colleges.
If you're working for a local news operation and you're not covering local sports, then you're just stealing the money. The easiest thing to do would be put up major league scoreboards and use up a minute on that. But no, high school, that's what it's about. My first boss, a guy named Randy Blair, who a lot of people around here know, Randy taught me, he said, you go to a high school game, he says, those people are going to see you and they're going to watch us that night. And I never forgot that. And high school is just a big part of what we always did. And I also paid attention to the mid-majors. I used to tell people, we got 5 Division I's here that aren't Maryland, And
we are pushing hard for a little men's and women's.
Yeah.
Back to the Baltimore Classic. Now it's Under Armour, so it would probably be just, Morgan, UMBC, Towson, Loyola. If not, we'll throw Mountain there.
That's healthy. It's good.
It's good for you. And they all come from the same place because I was just at Mount Carmel who's having a good year. They beat Mount St. Joe. The MIA is coming up. And then the Baltimore Catholic League. And St. Francis girls are good. But, these high school games are packed. And when you show up, you show their highlights.
Oh, yeah.
You have, finals.
Yeah.
When Nick Miles is on there for St. Francis, which is where Queen and Bub Carrington went. It's amazing.
I gave Nick Miles my lawn tractor.
No, you didn't.
I didn't want it anymore, and I put something on social media. Anybody want a lawn tractor? Yeah, Nick, I do.
Did he?
Nick came and got it.
I love this.
Yeah, so there you go. See, this is the kind of stuff you can't get with Vinny and Haynie. That's for sure. Nick Miles has my old
Vinny's watching the NHL, and occasionally he's probably watching the 49ers rerun, which is...
You know what?
Did you see that 49ers special on the AMC?
No, not yet, but I was going to ask you.
Don't worry, Vinny's not in it. It's about what happened when Vinny left and how much they won, but we'll go into that later.
But hold that thought. Have you seen the thing on Amazon Prime, the ABA thing?
I heard it's great. I read the book Round Balls.
Round Balls was awesome. I lived that. I lived that.
Where?
Virginia.
Oh, that's right. By the way, at one point, did they have Dr. J. Moses Malone and George Gervin or something?
They had Dr. J and George Gervin.
George Gervin.
Yeah, and they had Charlie Scott.
Why did the Squires not make it?
Because the guy didn't have any money. It was a Baltimore guy named Earl Foreman, and he had partnered up with Abe down in Washington, with the Bullets, and the Oakland Oaks.
Pat
Boone and Rick Barry, they were bankrupt. And so the league said to Earl, they said, would you take this team? He didn't have to put up any money. And he moved them to Washington, and they played in that horrible Washington Coliseum.
Jeez, that's an apartment.
It's a parking garage now, from what I understand. But for no money, and he lost money in Washington, so he moved to Virginia because you had brand new arenas in Norfolk, Hampton, Richmond, and Roanoke. Scope's in Norfolk, Hampton Coliseum, Richmond Coliseum.
Hampton Coliseum saw the Grateful Dead there.
So they always played there. So that's why we got the Squires. Because Virginia had all these facilities, but they never had any money. If you could have kept that team together, just think of Charlie Scott, Julius Ervin, George Gervin on the same team.
I work with Charlie Scott's son, who's a great guy, Sean Scott. Let's go back.
Well, and
is that the biggest area in the country without a franchise?
Yeah. I was going to say one more thing. Their center, a guy named Jumbo Jim Akins, played at BYU. Every ABA picture you ever see, it's got him in it. His son coached at Hopkins a couple years ago.
No way.
Akins. And I found this out.
Josh about that.
I found this out after he left. I said, "Damn, I would have loved to go over there and talk some Squires." I love the ABA. It was awesome.
How was the ABA? How was the special on Amazon?
Pretty good. I mean, Dr. J's one of the producers, and it's a little Dr. J heavy, which is fine with me. I love Dr. J.
Look, he got the Nets into the league.
Well,
David Thompson got the Nuggets into the league. Wait a sec. George Gervin got the Spurs into the league, but the other one with the Pacers just won in general.
Because of general. But the special or the series points out that the Nets could have signed Kareem. He wanted to play for him. And they offered him $1 million, had the check cut and everything. It shows the check on the screen. He never got the check. He went to Milwaukee by default. Imagine had Kareem signed with the ABA.
One of the most, I still think Kareem, and I know Russell won a lot of championships, but he's not a modern era player. I don't like to compare eras.
Right.
Kareem leads the Bullets. Leads the Bucks, who were nothing besides what he did at UCLA. Then he resurrects the Lakers, and then he stays and hangs around and wins a couple more.
Yeah.
His numbers, the skyhook, when he was young, he could block shots and run the floor better than people. These guys today,
when he did that,
his production's unbelievable.
That skyhook with that arm bar, To me, that's the most unstoppable thing I've ever seen in sports. In any sport you want to name.
He wasn't 7 foot. That guy was like 7'2". I know he didn't list himself as
but
that.
the Nets could have had him.
I tell you, the ABA wouldn't have lasted. The ABA was a mess.
I tell you who really got screwed, though, in the
Marvin
ABA.
Barnes? No, I'm just kidding.
Louisville. That was the best franchise in the league on and off the court, the Kentucky Colonels. They had Dan Issel and Artis
Gilmore. They just disappeared.
Well, they just say they weren't part of the merger because their owner, John Y. Brown, they let him buy the Buffalo Braves of the NBA. And say,
but he traded for like the Celtics. He was married to Phyllis George, wasn't he?
He was. And in fact, their daughter is on CNN.
No.
Pamela Brown. She's weekday mornings. In fact, she's probably on right now. Pamela Brown.
This is the history lessons we're taking here. Just veering off.
That's what we do, though. That's why I didn't.
Wait till we start Muscle Shoals. We'll play Brown Sugar by the Stones. That's next, Alex. Brown Sugar.
Have you seen that documentary?
That's unbelievable. Well, you're talking about how these guys, these whether it was Greg Allman or Lennon, all these are different artists. But Aretha Franklin resurrected her career because she had been dumped by Columbia, and she went down there.
Right.
And they were all these musicians.
Well, the best story. Did you see the documentary, Muscle Shoals?
Of course.
The best story in that whole documentary.
By the way, it's a river where Alabama meets Tennessee
River. Tennessee River. Andy Nelson was from up in that area. If you know Andy Nelson's barbecue,
I've never been there.
Oh, you need to go. Anyway, When a Man Loves a Woman, Percy Sledge.
Right.
He was working overnights at the local hospital, and during his lunch break, he came over and they cut When a Man Loves a Woman, and he went back to the hospital and finished his shit.
Why is he here?
Here.
Oh, I thought you said it's barbecue. It's down there.
No, Andy Nelson is who I'm talking about. He played for the Colts in the early 50s.
All right. I did not know that.
And his barbecue stand is up on York Road. It's next to I'm trying to...
I got a Jake's.
Yeah, no, you got to try Andy's. Oh, my gosh.
All right.
Because I tell people all the time, this is being honest, I have a barbecue problem, okay?
Good for you.
I do. And I seek it out wherever I am. Memphis is the best barbecue I ever had.
Of course.
And Kansas City, St. Louis, they're good too. But I'm telling you got to try Andy's.
I'm going to go to Graceland. I liked Graceland.
Yeah. We went to Memphis a couple years ago.
That hotel where the Ducks walked across.
Peabody.
Too. There you go.
And right across the street from the Peabody, there's an alley, and there's on that alley, there's a restaurant called Rendezvous, and those are the best damn ribs in the universe.
Played Memphis twice. Lost to Josh Paston by a couple, and lost to Tubby Smith on we were down 3, but I wanted to drive the ball, and I wanted to be a hero. That's why I don't miss coaching. But I played Tubby. I played twice in Memphis. We played in the end. We played we played Charleston there and lost in the first round when they were 25. They were 28-3, and they got the 11 seed. They had a guy that played in the league for 11 years. But in the Pyramid, we played in the Pyramid, which was kind of a weird place.
You know what they do with that now?
Yeah, it's a Bass Pro Shop.
Yeah, Bass Pro Shop. But when you guys, the year you won it, the regional, the Elite 8 and Sweet 16 was up in Syracuse, if you remember. Tubby's wife sat behind me.
Yep. She had the blue outfit on, the blue blazer.
Coached the entire game. She coached the entire game. There he is. Oh, get your hands up. Did not rest.
It didn't work because we whooped their ass.
Yeah.
The game afterwards, I love Tubby. They had Tayshaun Prince. They were just a little younger.
Yeah.
Gigi Smith worked for me. I love the Smith family. Yeah. She was. But then the next game was we played Connecticut, and that was probably the best game of the tournament.
When Dana left VCU and J.D. Barnett came in, Tubby was one of his assistants.
Yes,
and he had another assistant named Dave Hobbs, who was the head coach at Alabama for a while. So
Dave Hobbs.
Pretty good stuff. All right, we're way over. Coming up, hour number 2. That went fast, didn't it?
This isn't a show. This is our life.
Coming up, Jim Ferry.
Call it The Journey.
From UMBC. The phones are kind of hopping, too. We'll hit those when we come back, too. Stick around.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Will you have enough money for retirement? Will it last? Listen to Andy Palladino in your Financial Hour every Saturday morning from 9 to 10 a.m. for insightful advice.
Tug of war. Pigeon racing. Cannon shooting. They may not be Olympic events anymore, but the Maryland Lottery Keno Team USA Second Chance promotion is. Enter Keno tickets into My Lottery Rewards by February 22nd for a chance to win a trip to the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles or a Team USA merchandise pack. No croquet or kite flying required. Please play responsibly.
Hey there, Jason Locken-Forey here. I've shopped at Town Appliance myself. The experience is easy. The team really know their stuff, and the savings are real. Kick off 2026 with the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event happening right now. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including GE, Cafe, Monogram, and many more. With nationwide delivery, Town Appliance makes it easy to shop at their beautiful showroom or just go right off their website. Ask for Mayor for service you can trust. Visit that modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call them, text them, or start online at townappliance.com.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees, and I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G, and no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
February has arrived in Hartford County, and since the groundhog says we've got 6 more weeks of winter ahead, we might as well make the most of it. Whether you're taking your Valentine out to dinner or the whole crew to the slopes, do it in the safety and comfort of a Ford. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. For those heading to the mountains or just navigating icy commutes, Ford's winter lineup delivers. Remote start gets your cabin warm before you leave the lodge. All-wheel drive keeps you confident on snow-packed roads. Ford Pass lets you check fuel levels and lock your doors from your phone. And if you're hauling gear, Pro Power Onboard turns your F-150 into a mobile generator. Still looking for a sweet gift? Well, heated seats and steering wheels are pretty romantic when it's 20 degrees outside. This February, our Plaza Ford team is ready to match you with the right Ford for winter and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Contractors, tired of insurance premiums eating into your profits? Most contractors stick with one carrier and overpay year after year. Gray Insurance Group searches the entire market to help you cut costs on your liability, workers' comp, and commercial auto insurance without sacrificing protection. Why let another month slip by when you could be saving right now? Call Joe at 410-879-6383. Stop overpaying and keep more money in your business. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
My favorite Stone song.
It's up there. Can't always get what you want with Billy Hahn. Remember Coach Hahn?
Yeah,
used to love that song.
Close second, though. Close second is Give Me Shelter.
There you go.
Yeah.
Finally get some shelter.
I saw the Stones a lot. And I tell you,
They're
mentioned
still doing it. They were in Cleveland.
Well, you know why?
Gone.
Do you know why all these old acts are touring?
Because they're making money.
Well, they don't sell records anymore. They make, the current deal, they make 1/300th of a cent for every download.
Well, that's why the Dead toured all the time, because they made
That's why
a lot more than
Springsteen's
that.
touring. That's why everybody's still out at 80
Nobody
years
toured
old.
like the Dead.
Oh, yeah, I know.
3 shows in 3 days. They came to the city and you bought all 3 tickets.
They loved Hampton. But growing up down there, between Hampton and Scope over in Norfolk and William and Mary Hall, we didn't miss any concerts. Everybody came through there.
William and Mary, by the way, for the correction, Marty Kelly, thank you, longtime Loyola guy, Marty Kelly. Patriot League only for football for Richmond and William and Mary.
Okay.
For now, just football. But
For
it
now.
won't surprise me if they head that way.
Yeah.
And Sean Toohey, we left a message. We're going to recap our hours. Sean Toohey, who has the assist record, I think, and finally got broken at Ole Miss, who we love. His SJ came in. Gene and Kurt are.
He led him to the SEC championship, I believe.
He's a real player.
Yeah.
He had the worst, and he had a coach that was not a fun guy to play for. But
Yeah.
that's a whole other story. Was a Bobby Knight disciple.
Yeah.
Kurt and
What
Gene,
was his name?
Kurt and Gene will love you. He was Bobby Knight's assistant.
That's when I was
going to
covering him. I
Texas.
should know that. I don't know.
He was not a happy guy, but we want to shout out to Gene and Kurt. We got a shout out to Marty Kelly. We got a shout out to our UConn fans that say they're going to win it all again up there in Greenwich and Wilton. We don't know about that yet because UConn basketball is still one of those funny things that you know what they love? Cam Spencer, who played at Boys Latin.
Yeah.
It's funny, the Rudy Gay. In other words, people are listening up there because Rudy Gay came from here, and then they really liked Cam Spencer. Pat and I still text. He's playing for the Warriors. They're not going to win anymore because Butler got hurt. But
both those guys made nice careers for themselves.
Cam Spencer's a real dude, and then Pat's kind of hung on. Pat's had the courage. Pat Spencer could have gone to a lot of A10 schools we just talked about, CAA schools we just talked about. No, he said, I'm going Power 5, and nobody would take him. And that's one of the things I wanted Terz to take him, and Terz wasn't sure. I had helped advise him. There was a few people advising him, mostly his father, which is they held out and said, I'm going Power 5. He went to Northwestern. He's on the NBA roster. Cam's going through a rebuild in Memphis. I happen to cover the NBA, but Cam has a 4-year deal. They want him to stay. He is going to be a part of it. Danny Hurley said Cam had the cerebral. He got tough by going to Rutgers. Everything was fine. Him and Santi Aldama. But Loyola's a different situation, academic school.
Oh, yeah.
And he had a hip problem. He went to Rutgers, figured it out, went to UConn, won a national title. The Spencer brothers, and the dad's just a great guy.
And now he's cashing some
Indianapolis.
big checks. Both of them are.
And playing in the NBA, both playing minutes.
All right, let's go to the phones here. Tony in Rosedale calls me every Saturday, Jimmy.
Tony.
And it says specifically Patsos, what he wants to talk about. Tony, what's up?
Patso, you remember last year I brought up Danny Calandrillo and
Yes, you
those
did. You
Big
did
East
from
guys.
Seton Hall. I remember you. I couldn't believe you remember Danny Calandrillo. They were awful at Seton Hall, but he was like in the first team. He was one of the best scorers.
Okay, I want to start off. I'm going to talk about the Big East, but first, I went to the St. Joe Carmel game yesterday. I'm a St. Joe grad, and I must have jinxed them because when I got there, we was up by 13, and we wound up losing.
Don't go anymore, Tony.
Terry Nolan was there. We go to Schultz's next door, that little restaurant that's been there since '69. Bino Ranson's kid's doing well for St. Joe. Bino Ranson's kid, very good player.
Jimmy, you know who I told his dad he reminds me of? Because I graduated from St. Joe at 86. Rodney Monroe.
That's pretty good. Rodney Monroe had a pretty good career over there at NC State.
Yeah, Goretti. When I seen him come to St. Joe Gym, he was a handful, and that's who his son reminds me of. But I want to talk about the NCAA tournament.
All right.
And I'm telling you, UConn will win it again. They lost to Arizona early in the year without Reed and the kid Mullins by only 6 points. So keep that in mind. But I want to ask specifically about Seton Hall. Do you think they're going to get in? Because right now they're on a bubble. I was thinking if we get a young Curry the head to carry us down the stretch, we'll get in there. Well, what do you think of Seton Hall chances is?
They're right on the bubble. They won 2 in a row. They got DePaul this weekend at home. They went to Butler and won. Shaheen Holloway is a great coach. He was the guy at St. Peter's, took him to the Elite Eight. Their NIL money's a little low. Right now, 3-bid league. Kevin Willard was picked 6th or 7th. He's in 3rd place. Greg Manning played for me at Loyola. He's the assistant there. Stinks, an assistant there who's from here. Kevin Norris.
I remember Kevin Norris.
St. John's is getting in. And UConn's obviously getting in. UConn and St. John's, high seeds. Willard, 6, 7, 8 seed. Seton Hall has some work to do. But they have St. John's the last game of the year. So if you beat them, that's a big one. The Big East tournament will be the key. But the NCAA net is about who your opponents have played. And the bottom of the Big East is not good. Georgetown's bad. Providence bad. Sorry, we love you, Kimmy English. We love you, Kimmy English. But they're having a terrible year, and that brings the rest of the league down. And can Seton Hall overcome that and be the 4th team? They're right there. But they're going to have a little work to do.
I go up to the tournament every year. Hop on this mega bus right up here in Whitemore. Yeah, I go every year. I chime it up because I went to college at Howard with Gus Johnson. I talked to him.
He's on. See, you were at Catholic Unit. You know what? Howard had the best thing ever of homecoming. Was Fred Sugar Hill at Howard when you were there?
Yeah, I think
From
I
Brookline High
graduated
in Boston with A.B. Williamson and the Spencer brothers. I know what's going on at Howard U.
I graduated from there in 91. I've called Bruce Shaw in the 30, and I was stuck in traffic before. I told him I was on 295 trying to get over that homecoming. It's famous or whatever.
Like famous actors and stuff go. Howard, we'll see Kenny Blakeney from Dukes to coach there. But Morgan State and Broadus are in first place right now.
I'll tell you something. Let me give you a piece of Howard trivia. When we were younger, you and me, when we were in our teenage years, there was a song by the Blackbirds called Walkin' in Rhythm. Do you know that song?
Of course.
Donald Byrd was a professor at Howard, and those were his students. And they put a band together, and they had a big hit record. Did you know that, Tony?
Yeah, and they also did Rock Creek Park.
Rock Creek Park, yeah.
There you go.
That's another big hit.
Where'd the Commodores come from?
Auburn, Tuskegee.
Yeah, Bruce is on it.
Alabama. Yeah, Alabama people.
I know guys who went to Auburn who remembers the Commodores playing their fraternity parties.
Think about that.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something before I let you go real quick. When it comes to media and Howard, Gus Johnson,
awesome.
Steve Weiss, and Stan Everett from ESPN were all there at the same time.
And that's when Glenn Harris was running the radio show. Glenn Harris was an epic guy from down there.
All right, Tony, great call. Appreciate you, man. Those are good memories.
Before anybody goes, Seton Hall starting there, Mikey Williams, who's a Mookie Norris. He's a Mookie. Donnell Dobbins, Mookie runs the team Thrill here. That's where a lot of these guys played. That's where
I've heard of them.
Played.
Sure, yeah.
Well, Mike Williams played there. He went to LSU, didn't work. Was doing well at Seton Hall. He's a local kid that plays there. Seton Hall's always been a grinded out school, but they're on the bubble. But Mike Williams has done a good job there. But we might have to get. I didn't know Nick Miles. You knew that well. He has placed so many kids in college. So many kids from there, and that's crazy. You're talking Ivy Leagues. You're talking Loyolas. You're talking Nicholls State. All over the place.
You guys got a couple pretty good players out of there. Sean Mosley went there, didn't he?
Maryland, Sean Mosley. Loyola, we had R.J. Williams who helped us win it all.
Yeah. Let's go back to the phone. So let's go to DJ in Baltimore. DJ, what's going on?
Hey, not much. How y'all doing? Thanks for having me.
Sure thing.
Hey, man, big Maryland men's basketball fan. Been following since I was a kid. You know, we don't have an NBA team here.
Well, Jimmy's your man. You know?
You know, Jimmy, I was bummed that we lost to Rutgers, but I think this team's got a lot of potential. I really like Buzz Williams. I think we need a star, man. You know, I grew up watching James Gist and players like Grievous Vasquez.
I love Griff.
We need a game changer.
Graves had 30 against Virginia at this.
Thanks, DJ.
Somebody's doing a good job on this Maryland website of putting up what happened in this day of history. And Maryland, you know, Graves had 30 they just couldn't stop him, and they beat Virginia. James Gist was on that team. It's funny, he's a good council guy who is now out in the suburbs. They're close to here, Route 29. There's all kinds of players. Dylan Williamson, who had 20 yesterday against Monmouth for 1,000, is a good council guy. I saw Gravis the first time. It was my last real contribution to Maryland was calling Gary Williams and saying, I just left St. Francis and this kid from Montrose. He's like, yeah, I know about that guy, like Durant or something. No, this sophomore. And it was Gravis.
And you're talking about Kevin Durant.
And I'm like, yeah, we're not getting Durant, okay? We're not going to do what it takes to get Kevin Durant. Right now, Maryland has to get some local kids, sure. And in other words, that's what DJ is saying. We're their pro team, so are we going to get a few more local kids? I told you, Buzz's kids play hard. Buzz's kids, the energy on the bench is good. They got this little thing going. It's just you have to win to really get people on board. You know, the adjustment to the job is a while. He's a Southern guy from Texas. He was at Virginia Tech and Texas A&M. He's always won in his second year, so things you get that paying back. Adams and Mills are good. They have to get some local kids where they got Baba, you know, who's down in D.C., who's really high-ranked. You know, he reminds me of Walt Williams. Walt Williams helped with that recruiting process by being a super role model and a good person. Walt Williams, who stayed and saved the program. Walt Williams saved the program, okay? And Buzz is going to need somebody that can come in and not save it because it's now in great shape in terms of Gary built them up in NCAA and Sweet 16s, but they got to revive it because they're having a bad year. And
revive is a good word. That's a good word.
They're not having a good year. They're not going to get any better in terms of attendance. They're not going to go back. There's no time machine. This isn't Back to the Future. All right, Buzz knows what he's doing, and he's done this before.
So start doing it. I think most people are willing to look at this year and say, okay, next year is no excuses. Next year's got to win.
I would agree with that.
There it is. All right, 410-583-1057. We got a couple of you online. We'll get back to the phones in a little while. Coming up later this hour, Jim Ferry, the successful coach at UMBC. Stick around. Bruce Cunningham, Jimmy Patsos continues.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
I'm Taylor Bisciotti with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. New Cardinals head coach Mike LaFleur didn't have to go far to find his defensive coordinator. Arizona announced Nick Rawlis will return for his 4th season as the team's DC. LaFleur interviewed several candidates for the position before deciding to retain Rawlis. New Bills head coach Joe Brady said he wanted to add someone with NFL head coaching experience to his staff in Buffalo. And now he has. The Bills hired former Panthers, Broncos, and Bears head coach John Fox as a senior assistant. Fox last coached in 2023 as an assistant with the Lions. And Derek Carr confirmed reports that he would consider unretiring for the right situation. The former Saints and Raiders QB said on his podcast that he'd only return if it was to play for a Super Bowl contender. Carr also said he'd have to be healthy. He retired before the 2025 season due to a shoulder injury. Carr's rights are still controlled by the Saints. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He is a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Taking me back to my disc jockey days. Hey, you say it, we'll play it. You know, that was
Is that what you did too?
Oh, yeah. Scream to play. The worst year of the 20th century was the summer of 1976 for music. I had to play Afternoon Delight.
Skyrockets in Light.
I had to play Shannon. I had to play, you know the song I hated the worst though? Let 'Em In, Paul McCartney. Someone's knocking at the door. Somebody's ringing the bell. Do me a favor. Open the door. Let him in. That's the whole damn song. And
yes,
it was on.
But wasn't that Rumors and wasn't that Born to Run and all that was 76?
75.
All right.
75. 76 was the worst year you can imagine.
Roll on down the highway. We like that.
So I'm sitting in this little room playing the same 40 records over and over and over again. And then I think I might go to VCU. And it turned out differently. It did.
And Baltimore's your home.
It is forever. I'm not going anywhere else. I said that as soon as I got here. See, I'm a military kid. So you ask a military kid where you're from, and we got to say, well, I'm not. You know? So I always wanted a home, and this is home.
And Mark Zinno's in the military, full colonel, who started with you on that midday show.
We used to have a lot of fun. We were doing a snow day show one time.
We love snow days. We used to go to Canton for 10 hours.
It was pouring down snow. And Zinno told me, he said, when it reaches 3 inches accumulation, everything in the refrigerator is fair game. So it's the 3-inch rule, and that's what Zinno left behind. Let's go back to the phones. Jim in Ocean City, what's going on?
I had a question for Coach.
Sure.
Yes, Jim.
When I'm watching college basketball now, and pretty much across the board, it bothers me to see teams that have fast breaks not take advantage of their numbers. And it's just so typical for whoever has the ball on a fast break in college basketball now to be, that's the guy that's going to shoot it. Are kids taught now to not make passes on fast breaks?
Okay, Jim, you've just gone into the Hall of Fame for me for asking the best question ever on a radio show because it's actually real. Thank you. Look, we used to get an outlet, the UCLA outlet, give it to the point guard, foul line, jump stop. If he's covered, then you shoot the foul line jumper. If not, bounce pass lay-in. And then the bounce pass lay-in turned into a bounce pass bank shot. Then it turned into back to the guy. The ball has to move on the fast break. I never saw it so well performed when I grew up in Boston.
Oh, the Celtics they were the best at the fast.
The Celtics would throw it with the outlet, and then they gave this guy Magic Johnson. And by the way, when Magic and Larry played the first time I saw them, my first question was, they're both 6'9".
Yeah.
They were huge, and they ran. And a lot of teams now are running. The one thing, at least when they run like the Warriors and Curry and them, they shoot the three. They'll take some threes in transition. But the traditional running your lanes, making a bounce pass and laying it in or kicking it back to the point guard for a jumper behind you, they don't do as many drills, but it's a me generation. But a lot of guys are playing slow, and I think that's one of the things. I think one of the things that Maryland fans have struggled with is not just Buzz. Turs did a little too. Willard was a little bit controlling. Gary Williams, we ran the flex, but we led the league in scoring. But when there was a miss, you guys want to run the fast break, get a defensive stop. Then we ran. And whether it was Rodney Elliott to Keith Wood, we ran. We got it out and ran. When they got to stop, if they scored, then we would run the flex and we would get the ball inside and get fouled. But we scored But running the fast break was number one priority.
The main thing I remember from those teams you were with Gary and all that, and I got here.
Jim, thanks for Ocean City. We love down there.
I got here in '91, so this is my history with Maryland. The thing I remember about the teams that you guys had down there is the press. You guys could
create tempo.
You could destroy people with that press. That year you won the championship, that press played a major role in that whole run.
Yeah, and Steve Francis, best pressing player we ever had.
Yeah.
And of course, Juan could get steals. Juan wasn't the greatest defensive player, but he was unbelievable at anticipating where the ball was going to go. The press made it fun. The press made it energized, but the press sped the other teams up. And sometimes I remember Duke. They killed us at Cole Fieldhouse, and everyone's like, you shouldn't press. No, they hit like 9 threes against the press, and they hit like 9 in a row. We were down 30. That's going to happen. You have to have courage. Where I like to press is those smaller teams, those teams that you're more talented than cannot beat you if you press.
Right.
Like you want to ask me yesterday about Maryland basketball, and I was at the game. We played right into their hands. They wanted to play controlled, slow, muck it up. If you pressed and got the tempo going, Rutgers didn't have the talent to keep up with Maryland.
Right.
Maryland should have pressed more, but I don't coach anymore. And I'm not. And Buzz maybe he's not a pressing coach. They pressed a little. They try to trap at half court, but when they beat it, they just pulled it back out. But I'm talking about constant 94 feet pressure, and then a diamond press or 51 where you run and jump, because then in the backcourt it's not as risky.
Right.
But they just let them play their pace too much. And then when you get the problem is when they're pacing at that slow pace, when they take the lead, which they took a 9-point lead coming out of halftime, they hit a couple threes. Number 5 hit a couple threes. We missed a couple shots. Then they had control of the game.
Right.
And then pressure can change that. But Rutgers did a good job, and they just didn't quite score. And Maryland was right there. And then when they needed a big score, and Coit did it against Minnesota, so they beat him. Iowa's just okay. Their point guard's exceptional.
Yeah, they have a good point guard, but this isn't one of the better Iowa teams.
No, and so, but you beat Iowa, but you go up there and then you could have played Northwestern. It could have, what it should have been, a 4-win game win streak. I'm answering Jim's question about Maryland. Fast breaking, that'd be one thing, and the secondary pressure to keep it going, but that's just Buzz is building what he wants within his own framework, and it's going to be their way. They're going to do some different things. But he's really done a good job in his second and third years at places like Texas A&M. Marquette did a good job his second year. But Virginia Tech, it was his second year that turned it around. So everybody keep the faith and just let him do his thing, because that's who he hired and it's his program.
All right, coming up, a very quiet 16 wins over there in Catonsville for UMBC. Well, we're going to tell you all about it next with Coach Jim Ferry. Stick around.
Jason LaConfora, Ken Weinman, Tim Barbalace, and Ben Hall. Inside Access. On Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get podcasts.
Get ready for the weekend your crew's been waiting for. May 15th through 17th, NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway. Turn them loose at the Monster Mile. Tailgates, camping, and big-time energy all weekend. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com or call 800-441-RACE.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Ken Weinman. Want to know why betting the winter games on FanDuel makes sense? From game lines to medal counts to finding your angle on the events you care about most, FanDuel gives you more ways to stay connected to the action. The winter games are on, and there's no better way to follow them than with a bet on FanDuel. Curling matches that start slow and somehow get tense fast, speed skating decided by inches, hockey games that feel different from the opening face-off, and so much more. Just visit FanDuel.com/local to get started. FanDuel, play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sports book of 105.7 The Fan. 21 plus and present in Maryland. Please play responsibly. For help, visit them at mdgamblinghelp.org or give them a call at 1-800-GAMBLER. Again, that phone number is 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Struggling with weight loss? It's not just about willpower. It's about finding the right solution for you. At Life Med Institute, they have their medically supervised weight loss program featuring tirzepatide. Life Med also offers hormone optimization, IV infusions, and medical-grade supplements, nutritional guidance to tackle the root cause of stubborn weight gain. Life Med has on-site medical providers to guide you every step of the way. Transform your life today. Call now to schedule your free consultation, 410-575-1200, or visit lifemedinstitute.com. Life Med clinics are available in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania. Make sure you tell them Jeremy sent you.
Got a hot take?
Y'all don't even know. All my friends say I'm crazy.
Bring it.
I can't believe this.
The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057. A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie Show. Bruce Cunningham, Jimmy Patsos. And Jimmy, we've been talking throughout the show about a very big success story that's going on over there in Catonsville with the UMBC Retrievers at 16-8 right now. Joining us now, Coach Jim Ferry. Coach, thanks for being with us.
Thanks, Bruce. Appreciate you having me, man.
Well, you know, it's a quiet 16 wins over there, you know, and more and more, you're getting more and more eyeballs on your program, and that's what it's about, right? You start winning, you get some momentum, people start paying attention.
Yeah, I guess. We'll continue to keep it quiet, though, as long as we keep winning. Now, we're playing some really good basketball. You know, we got a great group of guys here that have, they're really fun to watch. You know, you can see that they like each other, they play the right way, they share the ball, they're connected defensively, so... you know, we're just continuing trying to just keep get better right now.
Coach Ferry, Patsos here. Love you being on. Long
Thanks for having
Island
me,
guy.
Jimmy.
This guy's a
Appreciate
grinder. Division III, plays at Keene State, goes to Bentley. Was Jay Lawson at Bentley then, or was it Hamlin?
Yeah, I was Jay Lawson's first assistant.
We were getting toasted ravioli at the Chateau in Waltham.
Absolutely.
I know you were. See, he knows where to go.
Absolutely.
Then he works
Great
with Jamie,
too.
right? Chateau, great. Then we have Jamie Cosgrove winning the national title at Trinity. You've earned your way. Then you go to Duke. Then you go to NJIT, Duquesne, and UMB, and then Penn State. I got to ask you this: a lot of guys go to your level, Jim, of Penn State. You know, the Big Ten, the Atlantic 10, and Duquesne. You wake up one day and say, "I'm going to take the UMBC job." Like, then I admire you for that. Like. What made you say, like, I'm going to do this one more time?
You know what, man? I was Division III head coach, a Division II head coach, low-level Division I head coach. So, listen, man, I would have been happy staying at Adelphi. I had great success at Adelphi. We were number one in the country, won 31-1 one year. Like, I would have.
Is that where Steve Clifford came from, by the way, the NBA coach Steve Clifford?
I followed Steve.
So you just felt like coaching was still in you. You just felt like I
just wanted
the
to
energy.
Coach. And then, you know what? I was at LIU for 10 years, so it's a similar level. I was at LIU 10 years, had great success. We went to multiple state tournaments. You know, went to the Atlantic 10, then Penn State, and you know, I'm not an ego guy. I'm not about. I just want to coach, and when a good opportunity like UMBC opened up, and they reached out to me, I thought it was a perfect opportunity for me.
And what you've done. With Vermont's kind of running the league 10 years, and John Becker went to school with me at Catholic U. Him, Lonigan, me, and Brian Cashman.
In fact, they have them next. on the schedule.
Well, Vermont. They did New Hampshire and Maine. They went on that road trip, which isn't easy.
Right.
Vermont runs it, but Ryan Odom wins it here and, kind of bounces. Bryant wins it there and kind of bounces. Yeah, you're 58. You don't have the miles that I have at 59. I have a lot more miles than you, harder miles, but that's all right. Cunningham's up there.
67.
But in other words,
we still have our hair. We still have our hair.
We do.
Yeah,
it's white, but we still have it.
And Ferry lives in the city. Say hi to him. He's incognito down there living by the stadiums. But
no doubt.
Jim, your team's really good, but
really
you're also not trying to sort of run out of there. In other words, I'm kind of tired. We could talk to you about your team this year. You lost 3 in a row in December. You bounced back. You're going to have a home game, at least 1, if not 2 or 3, because that's the way seeding. I want to get to that. But I kind of want to get to your, ideology and let people know you're not this young guy trying to run to another job. You like UMBC. You just said you like coaching. And you've turned this thing around. Now that you turn it around, and by the way, you beat Towson last year. Now that you've turned it, what do you see for UMBC, in the America East? And I say that, you're doing great, but Vermont's been kind of the best team.
Yeah, but you know what? You got to remember, my first year here, coming out of COVID, we won 18 games. We finished in second. We went to the championship game. And we lost to Vermont in the finals, 1 game away from the NCAA tournament. My second year here, we won 18 games again. I think we finished in third. And then the whole, world of college basketball kind of flipped upside down, and we just weren't prepared to do it that way.
And you need NIL to pay people where you couldn't pay people. So now you can't
NIL,
keep kids.
rev share, and we keep losing our best players. So we had to kind of, past 2 years, we've kind of had to figure it out. And then this year we got a really good group, and now we're right back to kind of where we were when I first got here.
And you got a great recruit, that kid that can score the ball from John Carroll. I like that kind of wide
fantastic
body.
And we've kept, we've done a good job recruiting locally and bringing these kids locally.
The Mount St. Joe kid, the kid from Mount St. Joe.
And Bullis and St. Steve St. So we're kind of had make an adjustment to how the college basketball world flipped to put us back in position to compete for championships, which we did my first couple of years, and which is kind of what we did at LIU all the time. So it's
who would have thought, Jim? You and I, Division III guys, let alone full ride guys. Then we become Division I coaches. Yes, I'm going to give you full scholarship, cost of attendance, and you get to stay all summer. James, they're walking in and saying, "If I don't get $100,000, Coach, I love you, but I have to leave." What do you just tell them?
Completely insane.
And what do you do? There's not even any choice fighting it at your level, correct?
No, I don't. Well, listen, man, right? I don't think it's the kid's fault.
No.
The rules have been set, and I'm one of these guys. Hey, listen. So I had a sophomore average 20 a game for us. He starts for St. Louis.
Just talked about how they're the surprise team of the year, Josh Schertz and Zach Bovier, even though Zach will tell you it's him, but it's not. No,
well, Coach, I'm a VCU guy, so I'm not too fond of St. Louis this year, okay?
But still, right? Deion Brown, we recruited him, we developed him. He starts at St. Louis. We had Marcus Banks here. Marcus Banks last week was actually the National Player of the Week. He's been killing it at UMass.
Wow.
Those 2 guys would be on my team right now.
And they're playing at UMass and St. Louis. You think about the 2 teams
so it's
you just
hard.
said.
But in reality, right, when these kids come in and they're like, "Hey, Coach, someone's offered me $250,000, $300,000. Well, then get in the car. Let's go. I'll drive you there.
Right. By the way, you're picking up the tab, though, for lunch.
I love no doubt, but I love these kids, and I won't want, if this is best for their families and they feel like this is what they have to do, I'm going to support them in it. The rules are the rules, right? But I also, when I recruit, if we're in a conversation and the first question is, how much money are you going to give me? Then, to be quite honest, the conversation's over. I'm not going to let this hijack my career. I've done this a long time. We recruit great kids. We do it the right way. We develop our players. We help our players. They all graduate. And if you're not interested in that stuff, then this really isn't the right place for you, right? So
no, and the league, I do think there should almost be a kickback to your program. Hey, we get 10% of your salary if you leave. Only because just like money games, and then me and Bruce, we're talking about how money games help you guys raise money. Now, Bruce, just so you know, is Cliff Ellis's friend. He started at South Alabama, and then he goes to VCU with Sonny Smith and Dana Kirk and them. And then
I went to VCU.
Went to VCU.
And then covered Cliff in Mobile.
But anyways, he's the king of the mid-majors.
The mid-majors.
That were.
I'm your guy.
And I don't know this, Jim. Is there going to be real mid-majors anymore, or is there going to be you guys that only pay a little and then those that pay a lot? What's the point in having a couple $100,000? Does it matter?
No, I'll be. You're right on about that. And listen, what I would like to see And, like I've coached at the high major level, I coached in the Big Ten, I coached in the A-10, and that's cool. Like, you want to do it that way? Let's do it that way. But let's separate. Let's have them do it like that. And let's have us come back to being college athletics and doing it for the right reasons.
Here.
And,
Thank you.
I have no problem with that. And listen, it's all about money. It's gotten out of control. But if Sankey wants to run it that way, good for him. And if I want to go to that level, then I'll go to that level, right? But if we're at this level, let's give these kids an opportunity to get an education. I mean, you got kids going to 3-4 schools in 4 years.
Yeah.
Like,
and then,
what's
right,
their
they
alma
build
mater?
no
Where's their connection? Where's their next step in life? I know the money's here, but it's short money at this stage, right? Like, later on,
I like the connection part about like alumni base. But to get back, I got some more questions. We could keep you a while, but I know you got real stuff to do because you got Vermont. Look, do you like, after being at different levels, having the games at your level at home the whole way through? In other words, I was at Loyola when they were in the MAC. You had to go up to Albany. It's fine. We lost in the final. I won one, and I lost one in the finals. I went to the finals twice. Right. Do you like, at your level, having the home games the whole way through?
Yeah, so let me explain it a little bit in detail because I've done it at all different places and all different things, right? When you're at this level, we are trying to get multiple, not bids, but multiple paychecks, right? So, like, if you win a game, you move on to the next round and you get more money for the league, right? Because our league has never gotten multiple bids. We're not going to get multiple bids. So what you're doing is you have to have your best team qualify for the tournament to get the highest seed because you have a better chance if you get a 12 seed of winning a game, right? When you play these events in these empty arenas and it's, like look at the MAC. Like you've been in it, Jimmy. You've seen it, right?
Atlantic City doesn't look like a whole lot of fun.
Past couple of years, the best team hasn't gone, and they're in a play-in game. You know what I mean? Like
correct. And the MAC, I was the guy that said while I was at Loyola that it should be in Albany and Siena because there was 10,000 people. And I think that Rich Enzer and back then they tried with Atlantic City, but Atlantic City's tried for a lot of things for 50 years. Okay, it just hasn't done it. And I think you're right about that.
Jim's got a nice building at UMBC.
Well, he's got a
unit.
But I also don't know, Jim. Should you rotate it? Like the Ivy League does, but what you're saying is your best team if they're home, best crowd, but also the best chance to win a game in the NCAA.
You get rewarded for having the best season, right? You get home seeds, and what we do is we play home seeds through the whole tournament.
You actually take a day off between. What do you like?
Yeah,
sorry, I got a lot of questions because you're different.
Saturday,
well, we're all the tournaments that play 3 games, so they play at home, and you have a couple days off between.
Yeah, you go Saturday, Tuesday, Saturday, I believe, right? So, but the other thing is, too, is like our conferences, they're not great travel conferences. So you put these games on TV and there's no crowd. When you have home playoff games, there's crowds at every place.
Yeah.
There's revenue made for the conference at these home games because there's good crowds. You get your championship game at a home site, they're packed. You put on some of these championship games on television, and there's no one in the crowd, and there's no environment, and I don't think that's a great projection of what your league could be.
I never thought about the team winning a game in the tournament makes sense. I mean, they share the revenue in the league.
Right, so you're trying to get your best team in so they get the highest seed. So to do so, having home seeds all the way through, I think is a pretty good idea for these levels.
Tell us when we should come watch you play.
I was just figuring that out. Thursday night, right? You got Vermont, 6 o'clock?
Yeah, we play Vermont at home. We're actually got a 3-game homestand right now.
Yeah,
so.
you
Perfect time to be on the 105.7. Me and Bruce, we can get like 500 people.
Coach,
I'm coming Thursday. See Becker.
Yeah, we might go. Hey, Coach, I want to tell you one thing.
You know what, Jimmy? If I could tell you, if I'm allowed to curse on the radio, I'd tell you, Kurt, you're going to come here to see Becker? You're not going to come here to see me?
Nope, I'm coming to see you beat Becker.
Man,
hey, there's one guy. Hey, Ferry, there's one guy I never beat in my whole career, and it was Becker, who I took to the Grateful Dead. You couldn't win up there with Tom Brennan sitting under the basket, okay?
Hey, man, you know what? We beat him up there last year.
God love you. And plus, I'd probably been out on Church Street the night before, which didn't help the situation. But, no, I'm going to see you beat Becker. You're Under Armour, plus you're our friend, and you're in Baltimore.
That's awesome. And I saw TB when I was up there. So Tommy Brennan.
Tommy Brennan, for those you don't know, is one of the guys like Ferry and myself that loved that. He loved that level, and meanwhile Sorrentine and Coppenrath and them were unbelievable. So he's still. Why has Vermont got it going so good, Jim? Why did that turn from a hockey school to a basketball school?
I'll be honest with you, they haven't had many transfers over the years. They've had a lot of continuity. Guys have stayed in their program. Even this year, they brought back their top 4 or 5 guys. Like they just, I know in the NIL era they've committed to doing it and rev sharing. They've committed to spending money. I think some of the tops in the league. But prior to that, when they've had it really going, is those kids don't leave and then come on, man. John does a great job, man. He does a great job.
Look, you chased the dream. I chased the dream. We switched. He stayed at the same place. A lot to be said. What we want to say is Thursday, go to UMBC,
6
Retriever
p.m.
Fever, Brian Dawson's alum. Go see him. You got 3 home games left. But most importantly, when you're home in the America East playoffs, Jim, we want the crowds there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes, please. Everybody come out. And listen, we got a lot of local kids, beautiful arena, great environment, and big-time basketball, man. It's really, you'll see us play. You'll see Vermont. There's some really, really good players.
Oh, yeah, you got some couple guys in the pros.
Well, but we got Coach, before we let you go, you've known Jimmy a while. You and Jimmy have the same background. Let me tell you a Jimmy Patsos line that you will never forget, all right? Morgan Adsit, who worked with me over at Fox 45, who I believe you know, Coach, but Jimmy came in to do the show one Sunday, and Morgan said, well, who are your best friends in coaching? And Jimmy said, you don't have friends in coaching. You have guys that you hate less than other guys.
Hey, Ferry. And then I bought them all drinks. By the way,
you got guys you like.
Ferry, when you win it all, we're all going to Pickles on your tab, right? I want to put this out there on the app. Pickles, when America East has cut down the nets for the UMBC Retrievers, Ferry will take, because he lives down there. Yeah. Say hi to him. He's got lots of stories. He's one of us. He's a grinder. Go Retrievers. Thanks for being on, brother. Keep winning.
Thanks, Jimmy. Love you, man.
Keep going, Jim. All right, thanks. Appreciate you, too. We appreciate that. That was fun.
He's a great guy. He's been around New Yorker.
Well, we were talking about Ben McDonald off the air earlier, and I said there's something about a Southern accent in baseball. Well, when it comes to basketball, that New York accent just fits. It's right in the slot.
No, you're right. Exactly right.
All right, coming up, we're going to hit the phones real quick. We got a bunch of you stacked up. 410-583-1057. Stick around. More to come.
Your attention, please.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on the Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. The Fan. Odyssey Sports Minute.
2 years ago, Minnesota Timberwolves star guard Anthony Edwards pissed a lot of people off by shooting left-handed at the skills competition on All-Star Saturday night, drawing criticism from legends of the NBA and current players in the league. Ant-Man stepped up in a big way on Sunday night, winning All-Star Game MVP. That maturity from Anthony Edwards and his desire to play well helped the All-Star Game be great. I'm Nick Costos.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents The Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ soft serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into soft serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton, and people often ask me, what is the Good Feet store? A shoe store? I respond, we are an arch support store. Most people don't realize that we have 4 arches in the foot. Not only that, but there are 26 bones, 30 joints, and over 100 tendons and ligaments in each foot. There is no way that a mass-produced shoe is going to meet the specific needs of your feet. That's where we come in at the Good Feet store. When you come in, our staff is going to welcome you and listen to your needs. We want to learn about you, your lifestyle, your work, and the types of shoes you enjoy wearing. Then after measuring your feet, we are going to fit you from a selection of over 300 styles and sizes of arch supports. We want to find the right system for you. Haven't you spent enough time trying different shoes and all the disposable products that are supposed to make your feet feel better? Come into the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk with our life-changing arch supports. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater D.C. and Baltimore. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread being stuck in an elevator with a total stranger,
hey,
who's an oversharer,
bean burrito for lunch.
then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should have NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM. Insurance underwritten by NJM Insurance Company and its subsidiaries.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing.
Mom, how do you feel?
I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture. And then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Spreadsheets, clunky software, 100 different logins just to run your business?
There's a better way. Odoo. One simple, connected platform that handles sales, inventory, accounting, and more. So you can focus on growing, not juggling. Make the switch today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
DQ presents the Spicy Menu. For a limited time, try the new Flamethrower Chicken Strip Basket for $6.99 with spicy, bold strips that heat you up. Served with a side of famous DQ Soft Serve as a dip to cool you down. That's right, dip those spicy chicken strips right into Soft Serve. Plus fries and toast, all for just $6.99. And add a new pineapple lemonade sparkler or cooler made with tahini. It's the limited time only Spicy Menu. Get it delivered in the DQ app. Happy, tastes good. Participation may vary.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
They call me the vulture, 'cause that's my name. I fly high around the town looking for game.
Okay, welcome back.
And a girl who's lost a man.
Vinny and Haynie Show. It's President's Day, which is a holiday around here. So Jimmy Patsos and I happy to fill in. And then coming up next is Mike Popovic, I believe, and Ben Hall, right? Yeah. And Mike's going to actually be in studio. Big stuff. 410-583-1057. Let's go to James in Arbutus. James, what's up?
Oh, hey, this is Jay.
Hey.
Hey, man, you guys are the best, man. You guys are true sports fans. I was trying to figure out where that UMBC coach was from. I thought he was from Boston, but he's from New York.
Yeah, Long Island.
Okay. So, Bruce, you were saying the most unstoppable thing in sports was Kareem's hook shot, right?
Yeah.
I would say when Bobby Orr used to get the puck behind his net, his own net, he would be up at the next blue line within 3 seconds without nobody even touching him.
Yeah.
To me, that was the most unstoppable thing in sports.
Well, they called him the Jet, right? And that's a big reason why. And I don't disagree with that. I mean, if you want to just say categorize it as hockey, yeah, probably the most unstoppable hockey play ever. But think about Kareem with that skyhook and that arm bar protecting him. There was no way you could do anything with that shot, you know?
Yeah, he was definitely underrated. I mean, his points stood up for a long time before it got broken by LeBron. But and Jimmy, I was fortunate enough to watch that game from Allen Fieldhouse the other night against Arizona. Have you ever coached there before?
Jimmy's up the hall for a minute.
I wanted to ask him what was the better atmosphere, either there or
holler down the hall. We'll get him. I don't know. Jimmy knows he's coached in a lot of different atmospheres, you know, and he's joined at the hip with Gary Williams all those years, and they were a pretty good combination. And then I don't know if you remember this, but Jimmy took Loyola to the NCAA tournament, which is not something.
Yeah, in the early 90s, I think, right?
Yeah, it's not something they often do. Early 2000s.
Okay, yeah. I mean, oh my gosh, I'll never forget when Towson State beat somebody to get into the tournament that year when they had that. I think his last name was Lee. He was averaging like 28 points a game.
Something like that.
Yeah, I was going to ask him because I watched that game. I don't know if you saw it against Arizona the other night. I mean, it was that Allen Fieldhouse was absolutely rocking against Arizona, and they beat them. But I was just going to ask him what the better atmosphere was.
Wait. Here he comes. This is great radio right here, Jimmy. This caller, whose name is Jake, he's got a specific question for you. Jimmy's putting on his headphones. Ask him right now, Jake. Ask him.
All right, Jimmy, have you coached at Allen Fieldhouse before?
Have I coached where?
At Allen Fieldhouse.
Twice.
So what's the better atmosphere, there or Cameron?
Probably both. I think Cameron's students being right next to you on the state when you walk out for warm-ups does a better job. Both of them are why we should have kept Cole Fieldhouse. They just built auxiliary buildings with practice courts and bathtubs, and I mean that like ice tubs, and locker rooms and everything. And they kept.
I was only asking because I saw a little bit of that Arizona game the other night, and that place was absolutely shaking.
They're
kind
of both. They're just the Allen Fieldhouse thing goes long in the back the way Reynolds Coliseum did. But I've coached there twice. I coached at Duke 20 times. They're both in their own unique way, but the Cameron Crazies may have outdone everybody there. But sorry, I'm sorry, I apologize. We have Coach Shriver, the best lacrosse coach ever walked in. We have royalty out there.
I'm going to go say hello. Thanks for the call.
Latin. Jake,
you guys are the best, man. I love you guys.
All right.
Thanks, Jake.
You know, you mentioned Duke. I told this story last Saturday on my show, but I'm going to tell it again since you're here. I met my wife in 2012, and her dad is from Pittsburgh. So every August they have a family reunion. And we went. And so the first time I went to this family reunion was 2012. That's right when Pitt was getting ready to come into the ACC. Now, Wendy, my wife, her Uncle Tom is a big Pitt basketball fan. So he pulled me aside and he said, am I going to like the ACC? And I said, you're going to love the ACC. What are you talking? He said, yeah, well, I'm going to miss Villanova and Georgetown. I said, you're getting, North Carolina and Duke. I didn't see him again for 5 years. When I saw him 5 years later, I said, Tom, how you like the ACC? He said, oh, I love the ACC. He said, but you know what? I can't stand Duke.
So he's already learned.
It doesn't take long,
My wife was from Pittsburgh. Let me tell you about Pittsburgh, a Pirates town.
Yeah.
An underrated Pirates town, even though we'll let that go. Obviously the Steelers, but Pitt basketball because they had no pro team.
Right.
By the way, they won it all in the ABA.
1967, the first year.
Who was their best player?
Connie Hawkins.
The Hawk. They love you, Bruce. Yeah. Pittsburgh. And I think they missed some of the Big East. Now, they do like the Carolina Duke thing, but for a while, they had it going where they were like the pro team. Now, Jamie, once again, winning solves all this. Jamie Dixon and Ben Holland won. Calipari was the assistant there. Jerome Lane, Bill Raftery used to love going to the old field house there. They only hold 10,000. We might have a show, Bruce, on how these big arenas are becoming outdated. They're too big.
Well, Pitt isn't that old.
No, it's not. It's perfect.
They built it on the side of the old Pitt Stadium where the Steelers play.
Right, but they hold 9,000. That's the right number.
All?
Yeah, that's the right number.
Okay.
I think Comcast is too big. And Xfinity Center down in Maryland might be too big right now.
Interesting take, indeed. Stick around, everybody. Hour number 3 is coming up. Josh Leffler from Loyola is going to join us, and more of whatever this is coming up. Stick around.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on The Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
Save on quality protein at Whole Foods Market. Get 20% off Whole Foods Market pasture-raised whole chicken with Prime through February 17th. Serve the whole family with this no antibiotics ever main. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
February has arrived in Harford County, and since the groundhog says we've got 6 more weeks of winter ahead, we might as well make the most of it. Whether you're taking your Valentine out to dinner or the whole crew to the slopes, do it in the safety and comfort of a Ford. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. For those heading to the mountains or just navigating icy commutes, Ford's winter lineup delivers. Remote start gets your cabin warm before you leave the lodge. All-wheel drive keeps you confident on snow-packed roads. Ford Pass lets you check fuel levels and lock your doors from your phone. And if you're hauling gear, Pro Power Onboard turns your F-150 into a mobile generator. Still looking for a sweet gift? Well, heated seats and steering wheels are pretty romantic when it's 20 degrees outside. This February, our Plaza Ford team is ready to match you with the right Ford for winter and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Your heat seems to be running more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. Failed insulation lets warm air escape and cold air rush in. Window Nation has the solution with their Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, get 0 down, 0 monthly payment, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and enjoy an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right. I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Costas Inn. For over 55 years, the Costas Inn's been a Baltimore original, dishing out their legendary, fat, delicious, award-winning crab cakes. And if you haven't visited the newest location that Costas has to offer at the Fairgrounds in Timonium, it's on the second floor of the grandstand. Now's the time. Enjoy your favorites from the original Costas Inn, plus tons of TVs with live sports and a new draft system that'll hold 12 beers on tap. Check out either Costas Inn today, and when you do, be sure to tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
It's the President's Month Sales Event at Jones Beller Hyundai, part of Jones Junction. See Kevin Brammer for a great deal. Get 0% financing and make no payments till May 2026. Visit Jones Hyundai or go to BellerHyundai.com today.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
It's your world. I went up on the mountain.
Welcome back, Vinny and Haynie Show. Bruce Cunningham, Jimmy Patsos sitting in on this President's Day. And I never heard that one before. You're stumping me over here. I don't know. I know my music, but I don't know what that is. By the way, we got breaking news.
Doubts. What do you got for us? Who was that?
We've been talking a lot of basketball, but we got breaking news from the NFL. The Miami Dolphins have just released Tyreek Hill, the wide receiver. He's troubled. Off the field, he's got a lot of problems. He's also recovering from a dislocated knee and a torn ACL. But Hill, let's say 3 years ago, might have been the most dangerous player in the NFL. And Miami has said, see ya. So it can be cruel, Jimmy, at the pro level, you know?
Well, they got a new coach, too, right? They got a new beginning. Look, how many, what were the 8 coaching changes this year?
10.
10.
It wasn't a record, but it was almost a record.
Yeah, that's just that's a fast. Guys in college don't realize how fast it is. Mo Williams is up there. He coaches for Jackson State. He was played at Alabama.
Yeah, I remember Mo.
We're giving you your spout, the Under Armour guys.
You know, I knew
Jackson State, one of our schools. We're also the guy from Colorado coached.
Oh, Jackson State.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is that what you're trying to think of?
Yeah, they're up there right now. That's
they are
he's
Jackson
the basketball coach because this is the HBCU Classic. This is what Under Armour has Jackson State.
When I was working in Birmingham, the Atlanta paper, they had the head football coach from Tuskegee, and he was saying, he said, not every kid in this state can play Division I. He was Division II at the time. He says, why don't white kids consider me at an HBCU? Why aren't we an option for a white player? Maybe they can't go D1. And I thought that was very interesting. And so I managed to set up an interview with Eddie Robinson. He was in Birmingham, the legendary
Grambling Eddie Robinson.
And we sat there and we were doing the interview. And I said, Coach, and then I told him, I said, did you read that article? He said, I did read the article. And he said, you know what killed HBCU sports? And I said, what? And he said, integration. And he said, none of us saw it coming. And this is Eddie Robinson saying this. And then he used the example of Walter Payton. Walter Payton went to Jackson State.
Yeah, that's what Prime, Deion Sanders coach. That's when I started to really research him. When I found out Walter Payton went there.
Walter Payton wouldn't even visit Jackson State today. He wouldn't. It's just, and to have Eddie Robinson make that point so directly, that was fascinating to me,
To meet him, the guy's an unbelievable coach. Eddie Robinson, legendary guy from Grambling.
Yeah,
so but they're reviving, and I think that some players are starting to look back at that. But it's an interesting situation because Jackson State, Howard U has different. They have white guys, black guys. They have a little bit of everybody that I've seen. It doesn't matter to me. Morgan State, Kevin Brodus has never mentioned it to me about recruiting, but.
Well,
being in the lower level league, Hampton and A&T have moved to the CAA because they want to. They think that helps them rise. I want to see A&T could go higher because it's the biggest black school in the country. Howard University, if they want to, with their alumni, could be a potential Big East school. If they, in other words, they have the resources, the alumni base, they have money. They're located in Washington. When they decide that they want to do that, that's going to elevate. Then they'll have a different perception because they are tremendous places to go to school.
Oh yeah.
And like you said, it's just the level of the and we've been talking about this earlier. It has nothing to do with black schools, white schools, any schools. It's do you have the money to invest? Because we've talked about how the mid-major thing is going away. And the mid-major thing is going to be Jimmy Ferry said it. You want to come here for this type of ideology, or do you want to get paid completely at the Power 5 level? And it'll be interesting. But Howard is a school, I think, that could actually do the Power 5 level if they wanted.
They have quite an endowment.
You had Norfolk State down there, which was a very big school. Yeah. They have an arena, and they do. Coach does a good job. But
the interesting thing, though, and you mentioned Hampton.
Football's expensive.
Oh, it is very expensive. But the interesting thing you mentioned, Hampton coming to the CAA. Or they did go
CAA, yeah.
The MEAC lost a couple of schools. And it's hard for them to find replacements. Because most of the HBCUs that could play at that level are already playing at that level. It's a real problem.
Unless they want Virginia Union or Virginia State or Morehouse.
If they want to go D1.
Morehouse can do anything they want because they're in Atlanta with a tremendous Morehouse
Union.
And Spelman.
Yeah.
Morehouse has an unbelievable high-end.
Oh, yeah. That Atlanta cluster down there, it's amazing.
It's a high-end community. It's a high-end alumni base, et cetera. It's just I don't know enough about the ideologies of what those schools want to do. They're academics first. That's why Jimmy Ferry was saying, whether it's UMBC or Howard or Morgan State or Norfolk State, until you want to play that other game, which is paying players and putting money into charter flights and having indoor facilities for football and having practice gyms and all that, it's putting academics secondary. And that's one of Howard's flaws in the athletic world, not in the basketball world. In the athletic, not in the academic world. Howard cares more about their med school and their law school and what they're trying to do. Create next presidents and actors and writers and professors. And that's what they want to do, which is obviously the right thing to do. But some of these schools, as you just said, you made a joke. He was making a joke here about an Alabama player saying, we don't even play on Thursday nights. Playing on Thursday nights is a good thing in college football, but not for Alabama.
No.
Saturday at packed primetime game, ABC, Tim Brando. That's how that works. And it's not an easy fix.
No, it's not. And again, if you're a MEAC, you've got to go find HBCUs that might want to join your league. And thus far, they've not been.
The CIAA is coming here in Baltimore. We do a great job
every year. Yeah, but that's still D2, right?
It is, but they've at least already, whether it's Bowie State, Fairmont State, Luke D'Alessio coach there. Yeah. But Virginia Union's one of the great ones there.
I used to cover them. Dave Robbins coached for years at Virginia. He was the original White Shadow.
Yes, he was.
Yeah.
And Jay Butler's the coach at Virginia Union who played for me at Carroll High School.
He had Oakley.
But wait a second.
Right?
Yes, he had Oakley.
Yeah.
And Longwood was back, I think, back then. But Winston-Salem.
Yeah.
Gary Williams will tell you back then when Big House Gaines was there, they had bigger crowds than Wake Forest because they wanted to see Earl Monroe and different guys play there. Whether those guys want to do that or not, I don't know enough about that. But they're already giving scholarships, so they're close. It's just would they want to go to the Division I level? Once again, even going from Division II to Division I at that level, I'm just saying maybe they will now that the sea is parting and there's not going to be much of a middle. So either you're going to put priorities first of academics. Yes, I believe athletes should get scholarships. Men, women, everybody. Volleyball players. You play sports, that's a huge commitment in college. But the money part and paying players, that's a different commitment. You know what I mean? It'll be interesting. Bruce is wearing a VCU shirt. People talk about the expansion of the Big East, and I think St. Louis, because of the city and their notoriety, I think VCU is the second team they should take in the Big East.
It's not a bad idea. I'll tell you what, did you see the 30 for 30 Requiem for the Big East? You need to see it if you haven't.
Of course. Dave Gavitt's my buddy. Gary Williams was there. Gary Williams doesn't get enough credit for that.
That story, I think, you know how it broke up because football was sucking all the air out of the room, so the whole thing came crashing down. A couple years later, Catholic basketball schools decided they wanted to bring it back. They reacquired the name. What I'm suggesting to you is that might be a template for what's going to happen to all of college sports. Eventually, and Coach Ferry was talking about, eventually the academic schools are going to have to pull back and maybe create something of their own, you know? And
they could, but the basketball is different. Football is just so many players and there's so many coaches. Football is just so expensive. Alabama spent a ton of money. Alabama made $40 million last year.
Well, I know Texas A&M spent $31 million on a recruiting class last year. I know that. Yeah. You know, but I just brought that up to suggest that just the fact that the Big East fell apart and then resurrected itself in another form, we may see something similar to that.
Well, but don't ever forget, the key to the Big East be coming back was Villanova winning it with Jay Wright. Yeah, a little bit but it didn't hurt that UConn, a public school, went back because UConn has a lot of juice in that area, and they go to the Garden for the tournament. I just think VCU, with the money in Richmond and the size of the school, you have the facilities. My point kind of was this. VCU's already putting a lot more money into their basketball program than you think.
Because they don't have a football team.
They don't have a football team. They're not that far away, their budget.
Right.
From going to that level.
I wouldn't mind it. Although I kind of like the A-10. You know, they got St. Louis and George Mason coming up, so those are going to be huge games. So they got 20 wins. VCU.
Oh, no, VCU, he's won like 9 in a row. Martelli and his 17 cousins and father are all coaching down there. They're all on the sideline down there.
He's got his younger brother coaching with him, and he looks just like Phil, the dad.
Who's sitting 2 rows behind the bench.
When I first started watching him, I said, Phil Martelli, is he working with his son? And no, that's his other. But it's a good time to be a VCU fan.
It's always been because the leadership of Ed McLaughlin has done a great job of taking all the history you talked about and then really modernizing it. He didn't let VCU go by the wayside. Like you just said, they didn't even have a great gym. And they played at the Richmond Coliseum, which wasn't the greatest arena, by the way.
It was terrible.
Bruce said that to me.
It wasn't as bad as Franklin Street Gym, though. I saw the Ramones in Franklin Street Gym for $1. For $1.
24 hours ago. I want to be sedated. But they've done a good job at VCU of it building up. It was so good. The Bullets, before they were the Wizards, used to go down there. And the Wizards, they'd go practice down there for a week. Like everything at VCU was they were ahead of the times in state of the art. They've taken that whole thing. Now their arena on campus is beautiful. They sell out. They get 8,000 in there.
Yeah, you can't get a ticket to a VCU game. I'll tell you an interesting fact about VCU. VCU was founded in 1968. It's not very old.
Wow.
They merged 2 schools, Medical College of Virginia and Richmond Professional Institute. And so you got an academic campus on one end of town and a medical campus. It's like Hopkins is here. But since it was founded in 1968, it's the only major college in Virginia that was never segregated.
Unbelievable. Great stat.
UVA and William and Mary can't even say that. You know, they were all segregated. VCU never was. And that was a big recruiting point when the program was young and they were trying to get it going. And they had Bernard Harris and Jesse Dark, and they both went to the NBA, and VCU had only been Division I like 1 year at the time. Chuck No was the coach, and you might remember his son Chip was a pretty good player too.
Right, Chuck's the one who retired, and that's when Dana Kirk came in. Gerald Hennessy. I didn't know about it. I never heard of VCU growing up in Boston until Gerald Henderson came there.
Well, Gerald Henderson, I told you that Dana held the tryout camp.
No, you told me that earlier, but Gerald Henderson wasn't in the tryout camp.
No, Gerald was one of the 2 scholarship players that stayed, and the other one was a center you might remember named Ren Watson, R-E-N. He blocked a lot of shots. He was a pretty good shot blocker. But
I have Bruce on for the A10 tournament.
Why not? Why not? All right, coming up, we got a bunch of you on the phones here, so we're going to hit the phones coming up. If you want to get in line, please do. 410-583-1057.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on The Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
In an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most.
Can you hear me, Alex?
Your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Couponing. Wow, you didn't strike me as the coupon type.
Just trying to stay ahead of inflation. Gas, groceries, everything. It's all more expensive. I need to save wherever I can.
Have you tried Upside yet?
Upside? What's that?
It's a free app that I use that pays cash back for every gallon of gas I buy. You've got to buy gas to get around anyway. Might as well get paid for it.
Come on, does that really add up to anything?
I've already made around $200. The extra cash helped pay down my bills, and I even had a little extra left to treat myself.
And the Upside app is free?
Totally free, and the cash back is real. You can transfer the cash right to your bank account.
I'm downloading Upside right now.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, to PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait, and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics, Ortho Maryland, is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment, no problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
Liberty Mutual customized this song for you. Like your car insurance, it's custom too, yeah. Liberty Mutual's got the coverage that could save you money. Thanks to Doug and Limu, well now you can go and take that cruise. Liberty, 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 yeah. Let's go!
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm Mark Solinger, producer and one of the hosts of the Moth podcast. For nearly 2 decades, The Moth has brought live storytelling to stages around the world and to millions of listeners. These are real people telling true stories from their lives. Stories about a lost family recipe, about working to free a wrongfully convicted man, about realizing you need to leave your May-December romance. Stories that will move you, surprise you, make you laugh. Stories you can't forget. Join us. Follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
If it keeps on raining, love is gonna break. If it keeps on raining, love is going to break.
That was an 8-track, okay, in the car. And just hearing this song, I'm tasting.
By the way, Alex is wearing a Led Zeppelin shirt. He's wearing a Led Zeppelin shirt.
What I'm saying, just hearing this song reminds me of a beer burp.
Why would you say that?
Because I was drinking a lot of beer back in this. You look disgusted when you asked that.
Yes, it was. I don't hear about that. We like pleasant things.
All right, let's go to Jim in Perry Hall. Jim, what's going on?
Hey, fellas. Good afternoon. How's it going?
Going well, thank you.
Hey, my question is for Jimmy. So I've exhausted my research, which is ChatGTP and Google search. What I'm coming up with is about Pharrell Payne is going to have played in about 33% of Maryland's games.
That's
maybe
right,
32.
It's supposed to be it's supposed to be 25%, so that's the number.
Yeah. What is he going to have? Is he going to be able to get eligibility for next season, or is he done?
The present situation with the NCAA is, and I wish I'm not a lawyer, but they are losing most lawsuits, the NCAA. They don't want a kid to go, I played this much. You're now depriving me of making me money. I stayed. I'd rather play here. I want to finish my degree. Whatever they come up with, they're losing these lawsuits. And so I don't know. The 33% sounds like too much. In the old days, it was 7, so that's under. That's 25. That's 20%. It used to be 20%. And they do it to 25%. I just want 5 years to play 4. You got 5 years. You get hurt. Less you play. You don't play in a conference game. Let's just say I'm a date guy. January 1st, right? After January 1st, you play. You're over. If you don't, redshirt. But after 5 years, that's it. You got 5 years to play 4. Like, that's pretty fair. Like, do I want a salary cap? I do. Not $10 million like Rick Pitino says. I'm not that. Rick said 10 because that's what he has, for the record. That's why Rick Pitino said 10. I would say the salary cap should probably be close to $5 million. They should have 5 years to play 4. They should be able to transfer once. I like what's going on. They deserve to be compensated. Players, both men and women. You know, Caitlin Clark on down. We're going to have Brenda Fries on at 1:30. She's got Jordan coming in as a tremendous rookie. Ivana might go there in a year, who's a generational player out of Bullis. This all goes back, and Jim from Perry Hall, that what are we going to do with Payne? Well, does he deserve another year? I'd have to look at his whole career, but having a 5th year to play 4 is fine. Having a one-time transfer is fine, and I'm cool with the $5 million, which I think is high, but that's all right because football is going to be higher, and women's basketball needs money, and places at Penn State, wrestling needs money at Penn State.
Iowa needs wrestling money.
Iowa needs it. Boston U needs hockey. So everyone has their things. Wisconsin needs volleyball. These all go back to, but there's got to be some type of legislation put in, and I don't know how to do it. That's not really what I do. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know.
It needs structure because it's totally unstructured now, and the NCAA is absolutely powerless to do anything about it.
And I think that Payne, in my opinion, I'm not a doctor. I think he's probably, he was very injured. He took two bad falls, including Marquette, and I was there when he got hurt against Michigan. He's not some guy that's, he's not a soft guy.
Right.
But there's a lot of money on the table if he's able to get another year. We're talking 3, 4, 5, 600,000. He's got to be valued at 500,000. Has to be maybe $1 million.
I've said all along, you take a kid that age and you hand him that kind of money, you might as well hand him a stick of dynamite in a match. When I say a need for structure, there needs to be some structure with that too. Like, okay, high school kid, here's $800,000, but here's what you're going to have to do with it until you're 21 or something like that. It's dangerous to me, I don't know. Am I wrong?
Well, that's why we love having Coach Shriver, one of the greatest lacrosse coaches ever here, who stayed at Boys Latin. Why? Because your high school guys are easier to talk to because they're trying to get to college.
Yeah.
In college, they want that next thing money.
Right.
How do you get the money? Where do you go from there? But now it's been thrown at them, but it was just thrown very quickly. And you know what? But we're going to have to find a way to deal with it.
Absolutely. Bill in Bayview, got a question for you specifically, Coach.
Bill?
Hi, Jimmy. Great job, you and Valley Days.
Bruce.
Sorry,
I just
45.
Hey, I just got here, so I don't blame you for not knowing my name.
Yeah, right. Hell of a job, guys. I have two questions, actually three, but two questions that are just about the same thing. And one is how does the NIL affect the tuition, and should the players they're making that much money, and we're not talking about $100, should they pay their tuition? What do you think? I mean,
those are two very good questions.
That's a very good question.
I've heard that the NIL situation with tuition is they might make all students in-state. At Michigan might be the first to do it. Therefore, you're at least bringing down the tuition to in-state for all athletes, so that the athletes who aren't getting paid have to pay less. Remember, there's lots of different sports. Should they take the scholarship out of their money? It's just another part of the math. What Bruce was saying is you're giving them a certain amount of money. They have to manage this money. Now you have to take the scholarship part out. Does that mean they just get an increase? Remember, they're getting cost of attendance. They're getting to live off campus they're getting 12-year leases on their residences.
Yeah. Well,
and they're getting free food.
Excuse me. What I wanted to. I'm concerned about I have 6 grandchildren.
Yes.
And 3 are in college: Tennessee, James Madison, and the University of Virginia Wesleyan at down south. Anyway, I was wondering how it affects the kids. Are they raising the price for just a book learner, or that was what I was driving at.
Bill, I think what you're getting at is with these players making the money. I mean, is there an effect on average students?
Well, yeah, if they're technically paying for it. And look, I just left Rutgers, Bill. Virginia Wesleyan, tremendous tennis program, nice Division III program. That's the level I played at. Mm-hmm. That's everyone there is paying the same, and then they get aid from the government. That's a different level. JMU. Most are getting scholarships, but very few are getting paid.
Right.
Tennessee. So you are the perfect caller, Bill, because Virginia Wesleyan is the ones that, and that's the same as going to Loyola, by the way. Most of your students are paying full price. Most of your athletes are paying something. Then you go to James Madison. Most of the athletes are not getting paid, but they're getting scholarships. Now you're going to Tennessee. Not only are they getting scholarships, and what I was saying before is they're getting 12-month places to live. They're getting 3 meals a day provided from. There's chefs in these places, whether it's the tennis team or the football team or Archie Manning or Peyton Manning or someone you've never heard of or Shamika Holtzclaw or a baseball player. Tennessee is the highest you can go. James Madison's the next level in Virginia Wesleyan. So you have a very unique approach that you get to see from all 3 of these. What that relates to, NIL money's coming from other places, but Rutgers is down $50 million, Bruce.
Wow.
That's what I heard. And that's from like a year and a half of NIL combined with football. Didn't win enough. Basketball only holds 8,000. They don't have any suites. They have no corporate. It's an old building. And the guy that called earlier about Kansas and Duke, those are unique places. They have so much money and they do have courtsides, but they don't need these revenue streams. Like, in other words, it's getting complicated. Rutgers is down $50 million. How are they going to do that the next 10 years, Bruce? Because I don't know how that's going to happen. And then guys like Bill are going to get mad when we're paying all this in-state tuition, even though it's in-state. We're paying $60,000 to go.
Yeah.
And we are down $50 million. Is that costing? These are questions that I am not smart enough to figure out, but they're coming.
But they're questions that nobody anticipated, and no one is even trying to answer right now. And it's creating a lot of, among the fans, a lot of questions. Hey, coming up, we're going to talk with Coach Josh Leffler.
Who is smart enough to figure this out. Josh Leffler could figure out the North Korea-South Korea situation because he went to Swarthmore. I'm just joking.
Oh, wow.
No, Josh, one a good friend. He's a very brilliant guy, but he left Hopkins to chase the dream of Coach Division I, and he's got Loyola right on the cusp.
All right, stick around. That's next.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7.
Not sure if your home will sell? Hire the Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty. Lee guarantees he can sell your home. If he can't, he's going to buy it. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee, Tessier.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
Daddy, I'm cold,
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
C-A-L-L-A Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya Guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right. I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Oh, baby, where did our love go? Oh, don't you leave me. Don't you leave me no more.
Okay. I was going to say, it's a good thing this isn't on TV because Jimmy's dancing. But then I remember we got a YouTube channel. Right there, Jimmy. That's you, right? That's your camera. Give it one of those. Soft sell.
Love soft sell.
Jimmy.
Saw him at Merriweather with the Simple Minds.
Really? Jimmy requested this, by the way. Did you get cash for this one, too?
It was all included.
Okay,
It was
way
in
to
the
go.
20.
Pay up front. That's smart.
We're having great conversations off air with Bruce, too. By the way, but that was the Supremes, Diana Ross song.
Yeah.
We're going to have Josh here to ask him about different levels.
All right, let's bring him on.
Coming on and on.
Josh Leffler is the head coach at Loyola College, Loyola University now. I always mess that up. And if you haven't noticed, the Greyhounds have won 3 of their last 4 and 5 of their last 5 of their last 6. That's pretty good. Pretty nice little turnaround.
I was there, and they beat at American University handily after my inspiration walked in. Because Chivers, their radio guy Chivers doesn't TV guy. Him and Gary Lambrecht don't quite inspire. No, we love them. Josh Leffler is a good man that knows all my little inside jokes because he was assistant there with J.J. Smith. But he did an unbelievable job at Johns Hopkins, and now you have Loyola on the cusp, and Jim Chivers and Gary Lambrecht that do your TV are friends of ours. And all these crazy things are going on in this world, and you're coaching at a school where academics are still valued. We had Jim Ferry on talking about this. A, great job. B, what's been the thing that's turned you around?
That's a great question. Thank you, first of all. I think a couple of guys just settling into their roles and just becoming, comfortable with what we're asking them to do. And I think we've just had a better defensive mindset for the past 10 or 11 games. And it's just starting to pay off, getting stops and guys working and playing to their strengths.
And you've always scored at Johns Hopkins. By the way, shout out to Charlie Jackson, who's doing an amazing job at Hopkins. I know you recruited him here. He's Arthur's son.
Big win for the Blue Jays on Saturday. Beat F&M. Charlie had 5 assists. Charlie's having a year. I mean, he's in the running for Player of the Year in the Centennial Conference this year. So
Charlie was our friend when he was a little kid running up to Loyola games. You had him at Hopkins. But you always scored at Hopkins, but you were a big defensive guy. And you never took guys out for bad shots at Hopkins, but if they didn't play defense, they came out, correct?
Yeah, I mean, you never want guys looking over their shoulder about shooting. You want to teach that. In my opinion, you want to teach that in film and in practice. But guys have to be able to play loose and free in games. But, yeah, the tax on that is you're expected to defend and play hard-nosed basketball. And I think we've taken steps in doing that in conference play, and that's been fun to see.
Coach, tell me about the Patriot League. I'm fascinated with the Patriot League. I'm from Virginia, and I understand that William and Mary and Richmond will be joining before too much longer. That's a very tough academic league. It's not easy to recruit players to come to a place like that. How tough is that?
I mean, they're joining in football, so I don't think I have to worry about them. Right. I mean, unless I don't know, unless I go back to some of my roots and start cutting film about wide and all 22, which I don't plan to do that. Coaching football is really, really hard. So I'm gonna. It's hard to recruit anywhere these days. But I think the nice thing is that we get to zero in and focus on young student athletes who do value education and have done a good job in the classroom, which. In some ways, it makes it easier because you can eliminate some people that you can't recruit, so then you can focus on other guys. And I think if you look at the Patriot League this year, there's some really good freshmen. There's some really good sophomores. And I think that the league has benefited from the fact that we're still taking academic high school kids, whereas, the Power Four, there's not a lot of high school kids going to those programs anymore.
Right.
So maybe our league is getting some great young players as a result because we're still about development. We're still about academics, and we're still about doing it in a way that is the more traditional way that we grew up with. Not necessarily better, but just the way that we saw college basketball for the longest time.
Well, and you played Division III. I just said we had a caller call in, like Tennessee, James Madison, Virginia Wesleyan. I said, well, those are three very different places as grandkids go. Because one you're paying, one you might get a little money, and then the one you're getting paid. Here's the thing. Kenny Blakeney at Duke talks about why he can coach at Howard, because Howard University, HBCU Day, Black History Month, we love the CIAA comes here. But for the most part, the MEAC is kept to a traditional, we're not going to pay players. Like, we don't really want to play that game because we put education first. But Blakeney said, I'm fine at Howard because I went to Duke and wanted to get my degree from Duke. Then we have, Josh, you guys, and then we have Jimmy Ferry talking about, we played Division III. Jimmy Ferry, myself, you, Keene State, Josh, great player, Swarthmore. Like, this whole situation of the academic thing, but yet Kenny Blakeney, who went to Duke and knows what a great place. I've always said Howard U could be a Power 5 if they wanted because of the reputation, location, they have everything.
For sure.
But putting the academic thing first, eventually, Josh, there's going to be a widening. A, what do you think of that? And B, I hate to say this, Josh, the best players you have are going to eventually leave. Sort of, kind of, because of the money thing. Like, A, where do you see the divide coming a little, Josh? And I think that Loyola and the Patriot League should still be Division I. And two, what are you going to do when these guys, when you get better, they're going to come for your players? How are you going to, what's going down with that?
Well, I think a couple things. You want to be honest with every student athlete about what's going on in the world and what's going on for them. We had two young men last year graduate in the Illich twins,
Oh, yeah.
Who were really good players. And, we're presented with certain opportunities at other schools that were really good opportunities for them. And I think we had a really healthy conversation throughout the year. I texted the two of them the other day. I mean, it's not like they did anything wrong. They got a degree from here. They were very upfront about everything. And they're doing well at their new schools, Cal and Sam Houston. And it's not always going to be as clean as guys graduating and leaving. But you can still protect your program and look out for the best interests of these young men. And I think that's something that we must keep in mind every day, So you just have to be honest with them, and hopefully you get that back. I think that every time I think I know what's going on in college sports, it goes a little differently than I think. It's kind of like my career. Every time I thought I had an idea what was going to come next, it took a U-turn.
Oh, yeah.
But I do think that, when you look at it, you can see the kind of inevitable way that the football powers are going. And it certainly seems like that's going to eventually become some kind of super league in some way. And that's going to create some kind of fraction. And, I think in the meantime, everybody is, on a league-wide and nationwide level trying to figure out how this looks, especially in our great sport, which is really built on this great, fantastic tournament in which the Cinderella matters. And I think that's the difference between us and football. Football, they almost are annoyed when James Madison makes the
they are. Don't forget, Josh spent a year out at Cincinnati where Luke Fickell took them to the Final Four. Like, Cincinnati is a whole other level. But yet basketball needs the Princeton beating UCLA or Richmond beating Syracuse.
That. Yes. So we need to make sure that we're protecting one of the greatest products in all of sport. And we're a little different than football in the way that we're structured. I hope that everybody's thinking about that.
Do you think Loyola will say, let's opt in and pay? Let's just say you had a salary cap of 2. I think that the salary cap should exist. I think kids should transfer once. I think they should have 5 years to play 4. You kind of adhere to most of that old school stuff. They say you can have $300,000 to pay kids. Do you want to pay? Are you down with that?
I mean, I think that everybody in the Patriot League is trying to figure out exactly where we fit in all this. And, it's one of those things, too, where there's a lot of ramifications that come with whatever you choose to do or not do, right? So you choose to opt in, you're going to have some other sports that have some real limits on how many people they can have in their program. You're going to have some financial repercussions that affect other sports that, at a school like ours, at a school like Bucknell, at a school like Colgate, those student athletes really do matter. So it's really not an easy answer. And then I think that obviously every coach wants to be in a position where they have the most resources.
Sure.
I mean, let's be honest. But then I think if you talk to some of these coaches right now, I bet some of them wish that their payroll wasn't as public as it is, because now all of a sudden it's like, how much are we paying per win? And that's where this is starting to get muddy now.
You have 2 bad years in a row with a high payroll. And all of a sudden, I was just up at Rutgers, where you also coached, who's going broke. Real quick, switching gears. Colgate has had a stranglehold to a degree on the league. I know BU won it the COVID year, but no one knew that. Here comes Navy. American U, I know, won it last year, but Navy's kind of but here comes you. Like, how does the league shape out? And what do you think, like, basketball-wise? Like, it's a 2-part question. Tell us about the league, and do you like the home court advantage in the playoffs?
I think the one nice thing about the whole home court advantage in the playoffs is that you're rewarding the teams that had the best seasons.
Right.
And I think that you're giving yourself the best chance to have great crowds at the games. You're rewarding student bodies. And for us, we have a student body that loves to come out and support, and yesterday's crowd against Holy Cross was excellent. And it was more people in Baltimore. It was more of our alums. It was a fun atmosphere. It's Sunday at 1, your student section's good. It's not quite as rowdy as Wednesday at 7 will be when we play Army. But, I like the fact that we have that in the playoffs. I think the league, when you look night in and night out at the matchups, if you're on KenPom and seeing what it's looking at for, how they predict the games, the margins are so thin. Navy has done a really good job of being the most consistent team in our league this year. They're big, they're old, they're tough, they're good. They've got really good talent. And like you said, there have been some programs like Colgate that have had long stretches of success here. But I think night in and night out, you look at the scoreboard and you're going like, this is a game where who's going to play better tonight. In some ways, we're not the NFL, but we are a game-to-game / week-to-week league where if you're playing well, you're giving yourself a great chance. You're not walking into Fog Allen on a big Monday here going like, hey, no one's won here in 30 years. So you're trying to peak, you're trying to get better, and you're trying to play your best basketball as you head into this conference tournament.
Outstanding. Coach Loeffler, congratulations on the recent success. Good luck against Army this week.
Go down and see them. How many home games you got left? Army and who else?
I got Army.
We got Army. We got the academies. We got Army Wednesday. We got Navy next Wednesday.
And Nino Collins is buying drinks. Nino Collins is buying drinks. Him and Rhodey for everyone, wherever you go after the game. Probably the Abbey over in Mount Washington. A rumor told me. Love you. Josh, you're doing great. Keep it up, brother.
Thanks for your time. We appreciate
you. Thank you, my guys. I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much.
There he goes. Sounds like a good guy. I've never met him.
Oh, Josh, great guy. No, smart dude. He was one of those guys I'm like, what are you doing going and coaching? Like, in other words, he could have been like a politician or a lobbyist or made money in business. Like, really bright guy, fun to be around, knows a lot of different stuff. Him and I could go to lunch and not talk basketball for 2 hours for the record. He's a right guy for Loyola, but yet I told him he's out of his mind. He never should have left Hopkins. I'm being like half cynical because Hopkins is a great job. Bill Nelson went there. Those young players are paying to go to school. Charlie Jacksons of the world are going to go on and do great things with their life. Andy Enfield went there, who's the coach at USC and then SMU from Florida Gulf Coast. But Josh took the plunge and took a very risky proposition and moved to Cincinnati. And you were at this level, Bruce. You were in Alabama football. Like, he moved to go get more experience, to go back to Loyola. He really wanted the Loyola job. He liked living here, but he knew he had to change his resume. I still think he should have stayed at Hopkins because that's what I would have done because I'd be skinnier and healthier and live a long life. But Josh is a wonderful person when you're in him, but he's a really good basketball coach. And him and Scary and Ferry and Brodus are going to start playing this tournament, and he knows what's going on over there. And Terry Sawyer, the president's great, and Josh is a good fit. Great fit.
Do you know that Jim Valvano coached there?
Jim Valvano coached at Hopkins before Bucknell.
Yeah, years ago. All right, coming up, we've been lax on the phones, but we got a bunch of people waiting to talk. So everybody on the phones, hang on. You can also call us at 410-583-1057. And don't forget, next hour, 1:30, Brenda Freeze. Looking forward to that.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Rays with the hammer.
And O's.
Colton Cowser, demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7, The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute. the NBA All-Star Game was actually fun. No, it wasn't what it was in 1987 or 1992 with Magic Johnson, or 2001, the East comeback, 2003, Michael Jordan's last All-Star Game. But this was a big step in the right direction. And the reason why it was a good All-Star Game is because the players actually cared, and the players were actually trying. I know. What a novel concept. I'm Nick Costos.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Tired of fad diets and empty promises? At LifeMed Institute, we use science-backed solutions to help you lose weight and keep it off. LifeMed program features tirzepatide, a groundbreaking peptide designed to target weight loss at its core, combined with hormone optimization and IV infusions and nutritional guidance. LifeMed ensures your body gets exactly what it needs with expert medical providers by your side. Success has never been closer. Call 410-575-1200 or visit lifemedinstitute.com today. LifeMed clinics are available in Maryland, Delaware, and in Pennsylvania. Tell Vinny sent you.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Honey, that flu keeping you up? Did you take NyQuil Intense Flu?
Nah, I got this. Okay, I don't got this.
Yeah, you need NyQuil Intense Flu.
Undo your flu with NyQuil Intense Flu. NyQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms so you can sleep.
You do got this.
NyQuil Intense Flu. The nighttime sniffling, aching fever. Best sleep with the flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Welcome back. Vinny and Haynie Show. Bruce Cunningham and Jimmy Patsos sitting in today. If you're just joining us, we got breaking news. The Miami Dolphins have released receiver Tyreek Hill. He's now a full free agent as he recovers from his knee and injury and everything else that's going on. Also, if you missed this, the Nationals have signed CNL Perez. He was an Oriole reliever the last couple of years, and he forgot how to throw strikes, so he's going to go down, I guess, and walk people in Washington now.
Wow, Bruce said. By the way, we don't talk Orioles on the show because Molesky and Ryan Ripken did a great job this morning.
It's all gone. All the baseball stuff is gone from this room.
I got Connecticut people calling in that their women are 27-0. AZ Fudd's there. They're ready to celebrate in Greenwich. They're going to go to the Gingerbread Man and have the. Well, UCLA is really good. South Carolina is always good, but most importantly, Texas and Vanderbilt and them. No, Maryland's good. Now, Brenda had a couple of injuries. Brenda's coming on at 1:30. We got to give her a shout out.
She got a huge win yesterday. That impressed me.
They did the same thing against Minnesota. They were down 8 with like 10 seconds left in one.
And they still
Your
won.
friend Sean Toohey just called.
All right.
Sean Toohey, the Arsans are out there listening, and they made you call. Thank you.
Great. Mike in Columbia, what's going on? Mike's a big basketball guy, Jimmy. Get ready.
Hey, Bruce, Jimmy. Hey, a few things. Trades. Jimmy, Bruce.
Yeah.
I love Alvarado going to the Knicks. How do you feel about that, Jim?
Huge.
Jose Alvarado.
Alvarado from Christ the King, who the only time Georgia Tech has won, really, since Bobby Kremlin's left. And they won. Paul did a good job early in his career, and Georgia Tech has struggled. We grew up with a great Georgia Tech, including Dwayne Farrell from Calvert Hall. Well, let me tell you something. Alvarado won them that championship 4 years ago, and no one talked about it. He was on the Pelicans.
He's been overlooked a lot. What about Sabonis? Where could he end up, Jimmy?
6 foot Alvarado was the pickup that they needed. I don't know if Thibodeau would have done that, so I think he can help the Knicks. Sabonis and the Kings, they're added for the lottery. I don't know if it's a total rebuild and they want to bring him back or not, but right now I don't know what's going to happen with Sabonis.
Okay. And Bruce, I saw the ABA thing.
Wasn't that great?
I didn't. Yeah, it was fantastic. I didn't know the thing about Kareem possibly. With Mike in with the $1 million, and he could have went to the ABA.
They had him. They
would have been in the Nets going to the.
Well, and I'm going to tell you something else that would have happened if the Nets would have signed
Jim
Kareem.
O'Brien from Maryland was on that team.
I know.
Won it all.
If the Nets had signed Kareem, this also would have happened. Mike, you listen too. Rick Barry, if you remember, was on the cover of Sports Illustrated saying, "I ain't playing in Virginia." If you remember that, and he forced the trade to the Nets. Had the Nets signed Kareem, Barry may have gone back to Miami, who also had a franchise in the league, and they
folded quick too.
Yeah, they did.
Great logo.
But Barry would have sold some tickets for them.
Oh yeah, because he went to Miami.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That 1975 Golden State Warriors team,
pretty good.
Very underrated. 4-0. They upset the Bullets. Keep going, Mike. Give me some more. Mike, where are you from? Long Island?
No, Queens. I went to Christ the King.
Queens. Oh, did you go Christ the King? Good for you.
Yes, sir. I did.
Well, I go down the hall. You guys just talk amongst yourselves.
The girl team was always great.
The girls
team was always
team
great,
at Christ
too.
the King put them on the map. They've had a bunch of WNBA players. They have.
Now, Jimmy, what about Loyola? Did Mike Malone play for Loyola?
Michael Malone played, and they won the championship with Tracy Bergen, who I just saw a picture of. Tracy Bergen's a legendary guy.
That's a name I had.
From DeMatha. Yeah. And they had Big East Mike Reese that had transferred there, Baltimore kid that came home. But Mike Malone was also the starting guard. And Mike Malone's giving money back. Mike Malone is a good guy. He's doing TV. It won't be surprised if in a year he takes an NBA job with a team with a good up-and-coming young roster because he can really coach for the Nuggets. But Mike Malone did. His dad, Brendan Malone, was an NBA assistant.
Oh, Brendan Malone. He was at Power. I remember when he was at Power.
Yes, when Jack Bruin was there. That's where your friend Kareem went.
Hey, Kareem, Curran, I think Malloy reached out at one time for Kareem. The story goes, he because he lived in Dykeman, that he wanted someone to pick him up and take him home because that was a long hike, and he went to Power, and that's history.
How about that?
Well, I got to give one shout out to Malloy, Jim Slevin, the late Jim Slevin, great guy. He used to come to our games at Loyola, and kids played lacrosse, etc. Jim Slevin played baseball at Malloy for Jack Curran, and that was his sport. Jack Curran was a baseball coach first.
Niclario just broke his record up there.
I saw that over there in Queens.
All right, Mike, great to hear from you, man. We'll talk again.
All right, fellas.
Mike, we'll give you some
good combo.
Alvarado is definitely a huge addition at a short money price for the Knicks. And I think that might propel them to the NBA Finals.
That's it for the third hour of this show. We got the fourth hour coming up, and then we're out of here. Tom Snyder used to say, Jimmy. He used to say, we do these shows so we can go home. So,
do we? I love I got to do these shows. I have nothing else to do.
I know what you mean. Anyway, coming up next hour, more of this. We'll take some more of your calls. And Brenda Freese, Maryland's women's basketball coach, to join us at 1:30. Jimmy brings us the stars.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
I'm Pat Boyle here to help you beat the book in Collected One Sports. Massive game tonight, names between two of the best teams and best defenses in the country when Houston squares off with Iowa State. I expect another war of attrition, as is often the case when these two battle each other since Houston joined the Big 12. Neither team will be able to get out in transition. They both defend each other's strengths incredibly well. Houston and Iowa State, both top 10 in the country in defensive efficiency. That's the kind of game we get tonight. I'm taking the under. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Your heat seems to be running more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. Failed insulation lets warm air escape and cold air rush in. Window Nation has the solution with their Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, get 0 down, 0 monthly payment, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and enjoy an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for the positions of police officer, experienced police officer, and cadet. We offer competitive starting salaries with sign-on bonuses, great medical benefits, tuition reimbursement, plus incentives for military veterans. For more information, visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County Police Department is an equal opportunity employer.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Jimmy Patsos approves.
Of course, Jimi Hendrix went to his gravesite in Seattle. It's about 20 minutes outside. I've been to the mountain.
When I was 10 years old, Jimmy, I won tickets on a radio contest to go see the Monkees in Virginia Beach. You know who the opening act was? Jimi Hendrix.
You saw Jimi Hendrix?
He opened for the Monkees. Yeah, I saw Jimi Hendrix. I did. He opened for the Monkees. And I'll tell you somebody else I saw. Summer in 1976. I was dating this really cute girl named Tracy with a Y.
Take it easy, Bruce. Calm down.
With an E on the end. Not just the regular Tracy with an E. So she's a big Elvis fan. So Elvis loved to play Hampton. So I said, I'll take you to see Elvis. And I went and bought the tickets, and they were $12.50 a piece. When I was outraged. You're paying more than that for beer now, at a concert. So he came out. Nobody told me he'd gotten fat. So this fat guy comes out and murmurs his way through about 10 songs over 40 minutes, and then you hear, Elvis has left the building, and that was the end. I was like, you kidding me? This is it? And I was mad for years, and then after he died, I started thinking about it. I said, you know what? I saw Elvis. Regardless of what happened, I saw Elvis Presley.
I saw James Brown.
I did
Green
too.
Leather.
Yeah.
6 songs. I'm still happy I saw him. I didn't complain one bit. 9:30 Club.
Oh, man. I saw Tom Jones at the 9:30 Club.
It's not unusual.
Yeah. James Brown, though, there was a thing back in the 60s called the Tammy Concert. It was like a live closed circuit thing you could go to the theaters and see, and they released the DVD about 10, 15 years ago. And James Brown is next to last, and the Rolling Stones have to follow him. Well, he goes through the whole James Brown experience. He's got both knees busted out of his pants when he's done taking his bows and everything. And then they cut to the Stones, and the Stones are like, how are we supposed to follow this?
The big payback. I love James Brown.
I do, too, love James Brown. And he could really sing. In addition to the funk and everything, and he had a great voice. There's a song called Prisoner of Love that he does. It's
Jeff
really
Cherry,
good.
shout out.
Try Me and all that. All right, we're doing old guy stuff here, aren't we? Let's go. 410-583-1057 is the number. I got the YouTube page pulled up, and I'm seeing it, and it's throwing me because that's not current, but it's you and me. We don't actually. You look better than me on here. But I don't care. 410-583-1057. Let's go to Larry in Ellicott City. Larry, what's up?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Hi.
First of all, I just want to tell you, I'm a huge Ohio State football fan.
Okay.
Football fan.
All right.
And I moved to Maryland in the late 70s. And when I came here, I became a gigantic Maryland ACC fan. I knew the players. I could tell you who probably the 6th and 7th guy were. And I loved watching their basketball. Now, what it seems like to me is that Ohio State football, they could afford to keep their players because they are who they are. Or these other schools now, I see Arizona, Texas Tech, I see all these other schools now. I don't have a clue who's even playing for Maryland right now. Couldn't even tell you who they are. So my question is to you, getting back to what we talked about 30 minutes ago, is don't you think we got to maybe sign a contract for these guys coming in? It seems like they're paid employees now. Shouldn't we do something like this?
It would make sense. It would make sense to do that, but see, there's no structure. Who would issue the contract? You know?
Well, yeah. Well, can't someone take the bull by the horns here and change this? Because I think it's going to affect the fan base.
You're going to go to court. You're going to go to court for 10 or 15 years if anything you try to do.
I should speak to the lawyers of this world, no, the law school students, because I've been through the agency stuff. I've had an agent.
I have too.
I'm with William and Morris. I had Rob Ades, who's one of the great agents of representing people. And I would tell him this, Larry, the young law students of today, go be a contract lawyer for athletics. No,
absolutely.
Because you're going to go all the way down to the 6th and 7th and 8th graders. But Larry, Ohio State, and I remember Art Schleicher, and I remember Woody Hayes and all that stuff. I go back to Archie Griffin. I'm not that old as Bruce. He probably remembers.
Well.
But let me finish. Ohio State has been good for 50 years because, the whole state cares about them except the little corner that cares about Cincinnati. The whole state has a lot of money, and it's a great town. And that up until a few years ago, until they got a hockey team, which doesn't really, I'm kidding, hockey counts a little bit. Right. In other words, you're a pro team in a college atmosphere.
Great point.
In a really good situation, you get to play Michigan. So you have all this money. It's a really great place. But they weren't going to let this thing die just because of NIL. It doesn't mean they agreed or disagreed, but the NIL money was just going to come because the Buckeye fans, and I worked for Gary Williams, who loved his 3 years at St. John Arena. Gary Williams, like Kevin Willard, and they're different people. Willard would only have left for Villanova. Gary Williams would never have left Ohio State except it was Maryland and his alma mater.
Mama called.
It was it, because that guy loved St. John Arena. He had Jimmy Jackson coming and Chris Chant. He had Jay Burson.
Yeah.
But the Ohio State things, they're just flush with cash because they care so much and their alums do well and they can worldwide reach. But Columbus has money. It's a good place to be. Then you have a captive audience. The Maryland basketball thing, it'll come back. I do agree about your thing about contracts. I'll say it again. 5 years to play 4, 1 year transfer and some type of cap. And then I think things can, because you do want to get to know the players that you go see every weekend and every week and stuff. And that's tough on the fans. But right now, if you're going to law school, please get into sports lawyer contracting because the future is wide open.
Great advice. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. All right, this is a good one here. I meant to talk to you earlier, and this is what she wants to talk about, the new format for the NBA All-Star Game. Normally, that's not something I would pay a whole lot of attention to, but that new format really worked out pretty well. And that's what Maya in Harford County wants to talk about. Maya, what's up?
Hi, Bruce. I just wanted, you guys have talked all this basketball and haven't talked about the new format of the NBA All-Star Game. The stripes thing was kind of interesting.
It was.
Also, what do you two think about the whole thing with Victor Wembanyama? Because a lot of people saying he's the new face of the NBA because of his talent and everything. But I'm like, are they really going to let one of the international players be the new face? You know I'm a Spurs fan, so...
You know what, Maya? You know what, Maya? The fans decide that, though. You know? The fans talk louder than anybody on that. And in terms of Wembanyama, you got to remember LeBron's getting ready to wrap up a career. You know, there's going to be kind of a vacuum as far as who the face of the NBA is.
Look. LeBron, Curry, and Durant are all on the... Look, Wembanyama, when you see him in person, the guy's an avatar. He comes running by me in the hallway. It was like a wave went by him. I was down in one of my former players, his assistant there, Ryan Oliver, got married this weekend. So Ryan's with the Spurs. Wembanyama is an avatar who is a competitive guy who likes to play, and they are going to win. De'Aaron Fox made the All-Star team, and then we're going to go into the All-Star team.
Yes.
But did the Spurs and Wembanyama, by virtue of winning, but until someone dethrones OKC, and before that it was the Nuggets, and before that was Giannis, who's, by the way, approaching that age where he's turning the corner. And then the Pistons are coming, and the Knicks. Oh, please, if you want, Maya, you need to go in person and watch these guys. I love Giannis, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday, and Pat Connaughton and Lopez run that team. That was 4 years ago. He wasn't that young. He's got a lot of miles on him. The Spurs, OKC, Denver, the Rockets. Those are the 4 best teams in the West. And Minnesota went to the last 2 conference finals. I just said 5. Okay, then the Pistons are young with Cade Cunningham, and here come the Knicks, and the Cavs traded for Harden, who I do love as a player because he doesn't load management, and you love him at least for 6 months. I know it's after that it gets a little difficult,
and he wins.
Right,
Harden wins, but he doesn't load management. So you got 8 or 9 teams. I just said that the Bucks are down the bottom, and is Giannis going to get traded? But like you ask great questions because I'll tell you what. First of all, Derek Queen's a rising star. I know it's tough that they're losing. Just give him, but he was great in the rookie All-Star. I like the future setup.
Was.
I thought, and I want to hear your opinion, Maya, as a fan, the new All-Star format, while it was weird, remember the final was like 47-31. Right. People don't understand. What is it? Well, there's 4 different games, and Anthony Edwards led his team. Silver's trying. And I'm reading a book right now about Larry Bird and Magic Johnson when when they were young and how Michael Jordan learned from them. And the All-Star game, those 2 wanted to beat each other. Like the game was real. It lost its way, and I don't know why. So they're trying to come back. I thought it was a good attempt. Maya, did you like the format? I thought it was a good attempt.
I did like the format this year. It made it more interesting because for the last several years, it's been just there.
They weren't even trying. They were just layup lines.
Right. So it did increase the intensity of, how they play it and everything and stuff. But, I give Adam Silver credit. He does try a lot of things. I don't know, a lot of people still miss, God rest his soul, the former commissioner. But I think he's trying new things. He's definitely expanding the game. And speaking of expanding, you two were talking about the NIL and all the money with the college players and all of that. Real quick, contract talk, Bruce.
Yes.
This Wednesday starts the franchise tag period for the NFL.
Right.
And this will be your one space of football talk for the day. I got a question because you know how Ozzie tagged Suggs 2 times in a row?
Yes.
Okay, my thing is DeCosta's going to have to tag Linderbaum because never before Ozzie didn't have 2 coaches that immediately left that knew your players and was going to be pressing for them. So I think you can't let Linderbaum get away.
No, you can't.
You already need to draft more linemen. So I say he has to use it.
Well, I think I agree with you, but I don't know that you want to franchise him. And let me explain it. And we're not going to get real deep into the complication of all this, but they want Lamar to redo his contract to free up some cap space, and that's how you pay Linderbaum. When you franchise somebody, you're paying them the average of the top 5 at that position for the whole league. So you're going to overpay him. You see what I'm saying?
But it's short term, correct?
It's 1 year. But see, if you sign him long term, and if Lamar cooperates and redoes his contract, then you got Linderbaum at a much better price than franchising him. Does that make any sense? I think we lost her. Okay,
Maya, I want to hang out with Maya. She got good questions.
She's good.
She likes the NBA, which very people, the NBA.
Well, we're not an NBA town.
It's not just that. It's football, and then college basketball. But Christmas Day was always tradition. NBA is in May, June for most people. Well, the average person watches the playoffs. And Maya, she was on it. Good for her.
Yeah, she was. All right, coming up, Brenda Freese is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. That's going to be exciting. And then at the same time, we got more of you on the line. So give us a call, 410-583-1057. Bob and Glenn Burney's up next. I hope it's not Bob Haynie.
If you're thinking about it, we're talking about it. 105.7 The Fan.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Choosing an orthopedic doctor who specializes in back and neck care is a big decision. You want to see a doctor who is among the best of the best, who has the right experience and skills to understand what is causing your pain and fix it. The spine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care, with focus on changing your life for the better. You can schedule an appointment with one of our spine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
Oh, hello. It's me, the calculator that lives inside of TaxSlayer. I love numbers. Like 100, as in 100%, as in TaxSlayer's 100% accuracy, guaranteed. And 0, as in $0, as in it costs $0 to file and get the refund you deserve with TaxSlayer Simply Free, if you qualify. Simply Free is available to a limited number of taxpayers with age, income, credit, and deduction restrictions. See TaxSlayer.com for eligibility requirements. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan when you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Other day I came across someone I knew and he was lost. I don't care what we have done, you never will believe it.
Okay, welcome back. Vinny and Haynie Show. It's President's Day, so Vinny and Haynie will be back here tomorrow, so never fear. Jimmy and I were happy to come in and help them out today. And don't forget, Mike Popovic and Ben Hall coming up next at 2 o'clock. We'll take you right up to 6
Alex,
o'clock.
is that a little new wave? What are we playing, New Order?
It's a weirdo, New Order.
There you go, New Order. See, I get that, because I saw them sold out at the Meriwether Post.
Went completely over my head. It parted my hair.
Temptation, New Order...
Well,
Depeche Mode.
I'm older than you. Yeah, kind of, I guess.
We're playing Never Let Me Down after we play for the last segment. Never Let Me Down, Depeche Mode. But we're playing Linda Ronstadt because she's from Arizona. So is Stevie Nicks, and so is Brenda Fries. That's what she played, but she's coming on in 10 minutes.
I'm very impressed. You're a Renaissance man. That's what you are. Let's go to Bob and Glen Burnie. Bob, what's going on?
Yeah, so I'm concerned about. I heard on the fan last week that Elias was saying that Holiday and Westberg are out for he doesn't know for an indefinite time. that's going to really affect the Orioles' infield, won't it?
It will, but Holiday will be back by May 1st. I mean, that injury is not something that sidelines you a long time. I remember Jose Canseco had it back in the late 80s and came back and hit. You're only out about a week and a half. It's that bone right here that sticks up on your wrist. And what they do is they just take it out.
Touching my wrist. Oh, is that how that works?
That's your hammock bone right there, that bump. You got a bump there, Bob? Look at your wrist. That's what we're talking about. And as far as Westberg, Westberg's got that, what do they call that thing?
He's really good, but he's kind of got to stop getting hurt. I know
really
he's not
does.
doing it on purpose. I didn't mean it that way. But he's I loved him 2 years ago. He was always hurt.
Oblique.
Oblique. That's what I was trying to think of. Oblique. And oblique is really tough because it's kind of like a hamstring. You know, you're feeling pretty good, and then all of a sudden it doesn't feel good. And any given day can feel completely different. And so there's no way you can rush it. But you're right about Westberg. Everybody loves his game. Everybody loves his bat. Everybody loves his glove. But let me tell you something. In professional sports, if you can't play, they don't want you. You know, and if you're hurt all the time, then you can't play.
That's right. That's the problem. That's the problem with him. Jackson had the same problem. Well, no.
Yeah. But Tom Addy used to always say, you can't make the club in the tub. You know what I mean?
Something else about the NBA, this tanking. They're trying to do away with that. I understand. I heard that on national news last night on 105.7. Yeah.
What was the question?
NBA about tanking.
Oh, tanking.
About tanking. Yeah, look. I love it's a complicated thing, but to me, because the plan has made it interesting because 1 through 8, you want to make the playoffs. If you're in the 8th seed, you still get the playoff money. You're on TV. It's great for your fans and all that. I like everybody get a ping pong ball one, put it in there. Now, you can't have the frozen envelope because Maya talked about David Stern. While we love him, he was a crafty man. And Patrick Ewing into the Knicks, it's kind of a conspiracy theory, but
I've heard that.
He had the envelopes. One was cold. That's how you know what to pick it. But I'll tell you one thing. The young NBA is coming. The Wizards are really good. Bob Carrington's doing good. Trae Young is going to play. Bob Carrington's a perfect sixth man. Trey Johnson's really good, who's the Texas young man who's 19. Will Riley's good. Keyshawn George is a starter, but Alex Sarr is a hit. He is a wonder that has hit at the higher level than all of us thought. So they have a bright future. But they could get another pick because they're not tanking. I'm saying that they're not winning enough to like make a move now, but they want to make a move in the future like OKC did. They have to protect their draft picks and then wait and then turn the corner. It's a credibility issue too, though, for the league. Well, it is. They don't want teams. I mean, back when you and I were there, we talked about the Milwaukee Bucks and Junior Bridgman and Don Nelson, Sidney Moncrief. Well, they were never good enough to beat the Celtics and Dr. J in the East, but they came in 3rd, 4th, or 5th, but they stayed there because they never picked high enough. I don't like tanking at all. It's not a strategy. I don't think most teams really do it. They're just young. My point is the Wizards aren't tanking. They're just young. But they're going so young. How can a 19-year-old can't beat a 23-year-old in college? How are you going to beat a 30-year-old who's an NBA star like Giannis, LeBron, Curry, Durant? Just work your way down to Jalen Brunson, those mid-level guys, and I mean age-wise, not players. There's no chance because you're going so young. They're not tanking. They're just going young. But not playing, guys. And I don't think the Pacers, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but the Pacers had Halliburton get hurt. Miles Turner's getting older. They let him leave. They're not good enough. Jarris Walker's on the team, who's from here, great kid from up the street, New York. They don't have anybody except Siakam. Why sign people when you can get a draft choice? Wait till Halliburton comes back. Use Miles Turner's cap money. These things are complicated. I just don't like it, Bruce, when it's the same teams doing it over and over. Right. Or someone thinks this is a great draft because this is a great draft, but they want Cooper Flagg because Zion Williamson didn't really work. And John Morant was a great player, didn't really work. R.J. Barrett, the 3rd pick, ended up being the most consistent player playing for the Raptors. But tanking is not a strategy I want to go with a long time. And if that's being out there, then put the guys that don't make in, all get one ping pong bottle, and then let it come up like the lottery did, like we used to when we were over in the building. Let it come up.
There it is. All right, coming up, Brenda Fries, head women's basketball coach at University of Maryland, will join us. Stick around.
Talking baseball on the Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on the Fan's YouTube channel.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux scratch-off. And please play responsibly.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
CALLAMazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday, scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
At the UPS Store, we know being a small business owner means holiday time is still go time. Still get those orders shipped time. And still re-up on stamps and supplies time. That's why this upcoming holiday, while others close up shop, we'll be open. And happy to help you keep being unstoppable. Come into your local store today. Most locations are independently owned. Product services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS Store. Be unstoppable.
Big banks know your account number, but at Security Plus Federal Credit Union, we know your name. We're Baltimore's credit union, proudly offering better rates, better service, and better banking. Whether you're saving for your future, buying your first home, or just tired of being treated like a number, Security Plus is here for you. We're not for profit and built to serve our members, not corporate shareholders. Join a community that puts you first. Visit securityplusfcu.org and discover why local banking is simply better.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax, they know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Is foot pain holding you back? Visit the Good Feet store for a free personalized fitting and test walk.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
I'm all I want to be.
3 seconds on the shot clock. Poffenbarger is going to have to throw this one up. And it's in! Jelani for the win. And it's Maryland who hangs on and upsets the Buckeyes in Columbus, 76-75.
That's thrilling. Joining us now, courtesy of Coach Jimmy Patsos, one of the most respected figures in all of college athletics, and I'm personally a very big fan of Brenda Fries. Coach, welcome. Glad to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Kidding me? We love having Brenda. Brenda came in 2002. We were heading towards the NCAA championship, and right away, I said, that person can recruit. Brenda, right away, you knew she was a road warrior, could recruit. Had come from Minnesota and Ball State, but played at Arizona, Iowa native. We love Brenda. We're lucky she stayed here all this time. And you continue to win. And let's go one thing at a time. You came back from 8 seconds down and beat Minnesota, and then you come back 19 down. I never did. That's why I don't coach anymore. I wasn't good at those comebacks. So what are you doing in the huddles? What are you doing in these comebacks, Brenda?
The comeback kids. I think it just speaks volumes of this roster, the team. It's a special locker room, and they never quit. I wasn't nervous at halftime. I didn't know what was going to turn, but I know this group will always keep fighting. And thank goodness for halftime. We needed to regroup and find that extra effort defensively. But man, what a second half, and one of the largest leads to be down 19 to come back, and a special win anytime you can go get the Buckeyes in their home arena.
You beat them in recruiting, too. They're probably really mad at you now, but that's for another time.
Brenda can recruit a little bit now.
She took some player who wanted to go to Ohio State. Brenda, go ahead, Bruce. Go
ahead. You don't want to see your team. You don't want to see your team fall behind like that. But boy, how much does it mean when they show you they can come back from a deficit like that? That's got to be huge.
Yeah, and it really does. I mean, this group kind of identified themselves way back in the Minnesota game when they really had no business being able to win that game through those double overtimes, and they just continue to show their resiliency in their fight. I mean, any other roster where you lose, 4 players, knee injuries, 3 that were starters to especially your backcourt and your guard play. But this group just continues to find a way, and you can never count them out. And, I know, in due time we'll reflect back on just, everything they've meant to Maryland and the program, and what's good about athletics, right? This is a special group that a lot of people should be talking about, because their backs have been against the wall all season long, and they just continue to show who they are.
Yeah, and we all get to know them because they've been around a long time. There's so many things. We could do lots of segments, but it's your bye week, so I'm going to leave you alone. Undefeated UConn, good for the sport. They're we have Miami of Ohio on the men's side, which is, different. They're kind of good. You know better than that because you play at Ball State. Those are still hard games, but there's different levels. So Miami of Ohio is undefeated. It's kind of this funny story. UConn, same old story, same old song and dance because it's Gino and he won that. And we say that because we like him. What about them being undefeated, though? Does that surprise you, Brenda, in this day and age where everyone has NIL money? Everybody's they had that sort of extra advantage for a long time. Now everybody, whether it's UCLA, Texas is coming back, Vandy, et cetera, et cetera. Are you surprised UConn's undefeated?
No, I mean, Gino's continued to show that with the rosters that he's had, and the players that continue to go there, and obviously that experience of winning a national championship and to have your core of everyone back. And I think for him, it's clearly they've stayed healthy these last couple of years.
I know because you've lost a couple of ladies this year.
Yeah, I mean, they went through that, within their 4 years and struggled through that. We all do. It's part of the sport, unfortunately, but it's a really, really good roster. And when you've got, the number 1 draft pick of AZ Fudd coming out, and Sarah Strong could come out right now, and, a lot of, really talented pieces and players that have stayed all 4 years. And within that roster, there's a lot of continuity and chemistry.
There is continuity with your program. You have lost some pretty good players over the years to transfer, but for the most part, you're able to keep them together, and not every coach can say that. What's your secret?
Well, I don't know that there's any secret. We try to do things, right by our players. We try to give them a really positive, encouraging environment, and I think the right players, fit us, and we'll continue to be who we are and the standard that we hold and the lessons that we like to teach here. But I love anytime you can get a player to continue to stay in her career, but at the same time, the transfer portal has changed our sport, and we've been really fortunate to.
And NIL, you can tell them you have NIL issues too. You could use more money, couldn't you? I mean, in other words, we're joking. Everybody could, right?
Every coach is always going to say that, right? Like the more, the better. The better your roster is going to be. But we were fortunate. When you look at our core right now, Aluchi Akanawa, we got out of the portal, Yarden Garzone, Sailor Poffenberger. So, without them and the injuries we've had this year, we're really fortunate to be able to secure those three and, have them on our roster.
You've had such a long run of success, and so many of us are such a big fan of you and your program. When Caitlin Clark came out at Iowa, the rest of the country's saying, what? Caitlin Clark, we got to learn about. Everybody in Maryland knew about Caitlin Clark. You know why? Because it's playing Maryland twice a week. And Brenda, more people watch your team play than just about any women's team I can think of. So
well, I love that. Our sport has really grown, and I think we can first credit Caitlin Clark because it really was in that time where she was that Steph Curry of our sport, or the Tiger Woods, and really kind of put in a sport that was already trending that way, but really got a lot of people watching it, and now it's just taken off. So, really, really exciting times for our sport.
Well, you introduced us all to Caitlin Clark. I just want you to know that. All of Baltimore Washington is because of you, so thanks.
I knew about it because of the McCaffrey family at Iowa. That's the inside story. Brenda, we're going right into this. We're not putting you on the spot. The sport's hot. Everything's going well. Caitlin Clark, women's basketball's on a roll, college basketball-wise, too. What's going on with the strike? Do you, in other words, what do you think? I don't mean whether you have to pick a side or anything, but things are going really well, and everybody's kind of moving towards women's basketball being a real entertainment option, both on TV and in the arenas. I cover the Mystics. I'm lucky to do that. I know Sydney Johnson. I could go on and on. Lynn Roberts is my friend who left Utah to go to coach the Los Angeles Sparks. We're going to ask you later, you want to coach the pros. Say, no, I want extension in Maryland. But we can joke around about all this. But I'm not joking around about this. This is an interesting time that people are watching the WNBA
It really
strike.
is.
Can you give us some insight without, everyone not putting you on the spot? Tell us what you think.
No, it really is. It really is. But no, I can't because I don't know enough to know what, through all the information. I hope it gets resolved soon. I know from all the, teams we've had come into our practices and games, the scouts through the WNBA, they're really anxious as well because, the calendar is backing up. Every week gets, more and more. It's going to be tougher to the start of the season. You still have the expansion draft. There's a lot of things in play. So, you hope some sort of agreement at some point the two sides are going to be able to make happen. Otherwise, there may not be. And I think that would be really impactful.
You came along at the right time for this sport. This sport is peaking in popularity like I've never seen it before. You got to feel very fortunate to really have been born when you were and also to have played a major role in the emergence of this sport.
Yeah, it's incredible. I can go back to the years when I played in empty arenas and it was before cell phones and social media, but it really has. And, it is, just an incredible opportunity for our young women. Don't get me wrong. There comes a lot of pressure with it. Sure. And, a lot of things that take place, because of it, but there's always so many good and bad things at times, but a lot of great things that are happening for our sport and for our women. And, I just love the fact that, the amount of work that they put in and, commit to their game and their talent to be able to have so many eyeballs on them, as well as just role models that are looking up to them to, have that opportunity sometime in their future.
All right, so Brendan, we're going in the Wayback Machine because I'm an old guy and I love hearing this stuff. You went to Arizona and you saw, when people forget that you're from, you're an Iowa girl who went to Arizona. Lute Olson left Iowa to go to Arizona, and people thought he was crazy because Arizona was not a basketball town at all at the time. They were way off the radar. What was Lute Olson kind of like? And did you realize you were around a guy that was kind of doing like a building of a program. People don't remember he was at Iowa, Bruce, with Vonnie Lester. They went to the Final Four.
Sure.
Like people were like, "Where's he going?" And he went to Arizona. Tell us about the McHale Center, Arizona, and if you can give us a little Lute Olson insight, we'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, it was, at that time, you didn't realize the one thing I'd say about Lute is he was just, very similar to a lot of, people and growing up in the Midwest.
Guy too, by the way.
Yeah, just so down to earth and normal and approachable. Always would speak to you. And, I was really fortunate in my time. Steve Kerr played there, and the list could go on and on of, how he built that program. But yeah, I was really fortunate to, be able to kind of see all of that. I don't think I understood it, until later down the road, but it was
so he was very
time.
approachable, Ludo, because he always kind of, and I say that he was a good-looking guy because he had kind of a movie star quality. I meant that.
Sure.
He had everybody down.
Kind of like yourself, Jimmy.
That's the opposite of me, okay? I'm the villain. I'm the villain, the bartender in the movie. No, but Brenda, he kind of transformed that area in the McHale Center. But you're telling us he was approachable and normal and like part of the community out there. I'm kind of just inquisitive.
Yeah, he sure was. Sure was.
Well, Brenda, as I said at the beginning, and I hate to be a fanboy, but I've covered you your whole time here at Maryland, and you've done such a great job, and you're a big favorite of mine. I just wanted to say that publicly, and thanks for being with us.
Can we make a big run? We can make a big run in this tournament,
absolutely.
right? We can make a run in this tournament.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Last year we were a couple possessions away from that Elite Eight, and it's another special group. So
hey, I'm retired. Really, I got a lot of time to watch. All right, so let's go.
All right, look, we got to keep Brenda. I know we got a break. I want one question.
Yeah.
Why can't we just transfer once? I'm down with transferring once, Coach Freeze. Do we have to transfer more than once?
Yeah, I mean, those, again, that's not up to me to decide, but this is where things are at. But I, appreciate you guys. I appreciate all of the support.
Tell Mark hello.
I will. Thank you.
Hey, it's our honor to have you, Coach, and continued success, all right? Thanks for being with us.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
There she goes, Brenda.
She's great.
I'm such a big fan of hers, and I didn't want to gush when I had her on, but I'm such a big fan of her. I love
she's because she wins too. That she's a competitive person, but I wish that we could have a panel of her and a few other coaches, men's, women's, whatever. Like, do they? And for those of you picking up the listen, it's been 5 years to play 4. It's one-time transfer. There's some salary cap limits.
I like all those.
Where this is all going to come into play. Because the coaches are going to have to legislate it. But you just heard Brenda, like Tom Izzo or these veteran coaches, and she's not that old, but she's been around, Brenda, in a good way. We're dealing with what the rules are. And if there are no rules, and if we can spend as much as we want, and we can have transfers as much as we want, basically they're saying every year, let us build the best team we can. And that's going to be an interesting thing, if that's sustainable, Bruce.
Well, we saw it this past year in football with Indiana. Kurt Cignetti understands the current rules, and he was able to build a championship team.
Took
it
half
is
his
possible.
Team from James Madison.
Yeah, and then the rest from the portal. And it's doable. It's really doable. All right, coming up, one more segment. If you want to give us a call, please do. 410-583-1057. Mike Popovic is actually in the building, which is rare.
Legendary from the beach, over the bridge he comes.
Somebody needs to take a picture of him in the building so we have proof, all right? But he's up next with Ben Hall. Stick around. One more segment to go on this show.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball!
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on the Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver spoke to the media on Saturday during All-Star NBA weekend. The issue of tanking came up, and Silver said every idea is on the table to curb tanking in the league. It's hard to prevent teams from tanking when, for some, drafting a great player is the only way they have a chance at winning big. I'm Chris Black.
Get a jump on your spring to-dos at Lowe's. Right now, get 4 bags of Stay Green 2 cubic foot mulch for just $10. And that's not all. Grab 3 bags of Miracle Grow 3/4 cubic foot garden soil for just $10 too. Kick off spring with fresh savings. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/18. Excludes Hawaii. While supplies last. Selection varies by location.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Do what the wealthy do. Have a tax-efficient plan for retirement. Listen to the Savvy Investor Radio Show and podcast. Weekend mornings here on 105.7 The Fan.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
Your heat seems to be running more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. Failed insulation lets warm air escape and cold air rush in. Window Nation has the solution with their Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, get 0 down, 0 monthly payment, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and enjoy an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
You've probably driven past it 100 times. That's Dar Cars Toyota Baltimore, the largest and only new car dealership in the city. Fully remodeled showrooms stacked with new and used cars, plus full service and parts. Corner of Eastern and Dundalk or DarCarsToyotaBaltimore.com.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
Trust is earned. That's why I've stuck with Straight Talk. Same price since 2009 on Verizon's 5G network. Cause shoot, anyone can make a promise. Keeping it for years, that means something.
Now plans starting at $25 a month with 4 lines. Find us at StraightTalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Same price claim applies only to the base monthly price of our $45 plan from October 2009 to present.
Every morning, we rise and shine, make breakfast, and brush away the night's rest. These routines help us start the day off right. Nature-Made vitamins are a simple step in that daily care regimen. Multivitamins with daily essentials, clinically studied probiotics for gut health support, magnesium to help relax the body. Nature-Made is made to care for you every day. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement.
Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
When it's time to replace your appliances, Lowe's has you covered. Get up to 40% off select major appliances. And members get more like free delivery, haul away, basic installation and parts, and a 2-year Lowe's protection plan where you spend $2,500 or more on select major appliances. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 2/25 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Massachusetts, Maryland, Wisconsin, New Jersey, Florida. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. Visit Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
A special President's Day edition of the Vinny and Haynie Show. Here's Bruce Cunningham and the coach, Jimmy Patsos.
Welcome back, Vinny and Haynie Show. Jimmy and I were talking a minute ago. Jimmy's from the Boston area. You got Aerosmith, you got Boston, you got Jay Giles, you got the Cars. All from the same era from one city.
Same old song. Jay Giles, give it to me. They should be in the Hall of Fame. Boston's opening album. The Pixies were from there, too.
Yeah, they were from there. I loved Jay Giles. And
the Cars.
As soon as Jay Giles hit the top, though, they fired their lead singer. And it went away. Peter Wolf. Yeah, they had that song.
Man, who was the DJ at WBCN.
I know. And a rhyming DJ at that, like Johnny Holiday used to be. Teen Queen's Dream, and all that. That's what he was. For real. But
Good Day. Hey, we like Brenda Fries. We like Josh Leffler. We like.
Oh, these were great. See, I didn't plan on any guests at all because you and I can fill up 4 hours without even breaking a sweat.
But we like the guests.
Well, no, then you come in and you start calling and you said, yeah, we can get Brenda. Really?
Yeah, well, for the note, for everybody who's wondering if I really know these people, while I do, they all won this week, okay? I didn't call anybody. Ferry's on a winning streak. Josh Leffler's on a winning streak. Brenda's won 4 in a row and was down 19 with 3 minutes to go, whatever, and won. Oh, no, she was down at halftime. It's a lot more fun, Bruce. And Scary, by the way, from Towson, who's going to make a big comeback, would have come on.
He's a hell of a coach.
He's making and they got plenty of time to get that thing. There's a few weeks left, but it's all one bid leagues. These one bid leagues, and that's why we said Ferry is at home, Josh is at home and they're home this week. Go see him. But then they have their tournaments at home. Scary has the 26th and the 28th with Spiro, who I do the games with at home. Elon and they just had Stony Brook. It's Elon and I think Drexel they play. Elon and Campbell. But Elon and Campbell, go ahead and watch them play at home. Then you got to go to DC to see them in the tournament because it's neutral. But like these things, but Morgan State and Kevin Brodus and the Towson women are right there. But Loyola's women are having a good year. We got to give credit though to John Hopkins is going to go to the NCAA Division III tournament. The Player of the Year and Charlie Jackson. And all this means is what? Take advantage of the locals. It's cheap. It's easy. Parking's easy. Yeah. Come around and go to games. But you can have 4 teams. And the Mount, Donnie Lynn made a run last year. But who do we actually think the most realistic chance around here to go to the NCAA and has probably the best team that no one's talking about is Navy.
Yeah. Navy's good.
And what did you say? They were good in football this year too, right?
Well, 11-2. I mean, that's a real good record in football. And Navy, they started out 7-0, and they were nationally ranked. In fact, I think they finished the season nationally ranked. And now this basketball season they're putting together, we haven't seen something like this out of Navy, I think, ever before. With everybody's
David
good at
Robinson, once. We're both sides of it when you're right.
Yeah. David Robinson, funny story.
Were they in the league with you then?
Huh?
Were they in VCU's league?
No, they were never in the league with Navy. Navy, maybe when VCU was in the Metro. But I don't think Navy was ever in the
Navy was in the CAA for a while.
No, it was before VCU.
Got it.
Yeah, but I forget what I was saying.
Well, you were talking about Navy putting the years together.
The year. I don't think that's ever happened before when football and basketball were both so good at the same time. But here's what I remember now. David Robinson, when he graduated, he did the 4-year commitment that you're supposed to do. And now you can kind of get out of it if you want to. But he went ahead and did it. He was 6'7" when he reported to campus. He was 6'11" when he graduated. And do you know what they put him in? What his method of service was in the
submarines?
Submarines. Honest to God. 7-footer.
That's why he's called the Admiral. What a career.
Well, I mean, if you're 5'10", you got a duck in a submarine.
And people talked earlier about the NBA and tanking. See, people don't forget. They didn't tank. He just happened. It's amazing things how the Lord works in mysterious ways. He gets hurt, the Duncan's coming out, and they get the pick, and those two get to play together. And Tim Duncan goes down as the greatest power forward in the history of the game because he didn't play center because David Robinson did.
Right. Those are great teams. Those are great teams in San Antonio back in those days.
Well, the Naval Academy thing, what those young men do and young men and women do.
Oh, it's crazy.
By the way, their women are really good. Their women are in first place in the Patriot League.
Well, no, you got to get up at 5 a.m. and drill and do all the stuff that they have to do down there. And then, I got a sport to go play.
Well, me and Gary Williams always thought it would be easy to coach there because that's the funnest thing they do all day. In other words, you're dreading on a break. They hang out with us and press and run and eat chicken wings afterwards and have fun. And
That's a great point. You made me snort. That's a good. Hey, this was fun today. I'm glad we got to do
Bruce,
this.
So you're a legend. I'm honored to be here. Bruce Cunningham reached out to me when I got the Loyola job and said, "Why don't you come over?" And I said, "Why don't we?" And we just started this thing where, and you can come in.
Yeah.
I love coming in studio. I loved you took care of the younger, smaller programs.
That's what it was for. And I tell you something else. When you took the Loyola job, it reunited me with my good pal Rodney Elliott.
Rodney, Rodney.
I hadn't seen in a long time. I remember when he played quarterback at Dunbar.
Could do both at Dunbar, and that's why we met him coming down with Keith Booth, and I said, we need to recruit that guy.
Yeah.
He had 20 in there. We beat Iowa. He had great games in the Baltimore Arena for us.
Mark Duffner.
Temple, we beat Temple.
Mark Duffner had just gotten the job, and I said, how does spring practice go? And he said, well, we're looking for a quarterback. I said, the best quarterback you got is on the basketball team. What are you talking about? And then I never heard anything else because I don't think he wanted to take on Gary. I think he would have lost that.
Leaving that alone.
Well,
Let's
Jimmy,
have
it was
a good one. Bruce, awesome. Thanks for
It was
everybody.
a lot of fun. And
Alex, you're the man playing all my rock and roll tunes. Here comes Ben. Fired up about yesterday's Terps game. Ben's going to talk to you all about it.
Thanks to our guests, Jim Ferry, Josh LaFleur, and you just heard Brenda Fries. For Jimmy Patsos, I want to thank everyone for listening. And as I always say, Baltimore, I love you madly. And ain't nothing you can do about it. Until Saturday at noon, I'm Bruce. See you then.
When I was young, my mama used to say, boy, a woman's right for flower. With love on every shower.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Bet365 is paying out before the final buzzer.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout for basketball. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 20-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final buzzer and start counting that cash. Hold up, you can early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399. 800-798-4399.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
What? Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Hey there, Jason Locken-Forer here. I've shopped at Town Appliance myself. It's an easy experience. The team really knows their stuff, and the savings are real. Start 2026 strong with the Town Appliance President's Day shopping event happening right now. Shop over 70 trusted brands, including Whirlpool, KitchenAid, JennAir, and more. With nationwide delivery, it's easy to shop in that beautiful showroom or go online. Ask for Mayor and Mayor for service you can trust. Visit that modern showroom off Reisterstown Road. Call them, text them, or look online at townappliance.com.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you?
Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Hey moms, dads, teachers, and coaches, visit PNCAchieversBaltimore.com and nominate a local high school lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field. Every Tuesday from March 3rd to May 19th, we will be highlighting a PNC Achiever on air and online.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
Yes, 2 o'clock in Charm City. Good to be with you on this President's Day. And Ben, as always, I get greeted coming to Baltimore with traffic on 695 West. So
never will be fixed. That will always be there.
They're always working on that. So I wanted to lead here, and of course, with the Orioles in spring training, there's a lot to talk about there. And I know a lot of the attention, Ben, has been around the starting rotation, and we'll get to that in the next segment. But my question for you and what I brought up, and look, I come into this season, I'm optimistic. I like what they did this offseason, so I don't want to come in. I'm not all doom and gloom about this team, so please don't get me wrong. But we're all talking about the starting rotation and not getting that top-of-the-line starter. But to me, we've been talking about as the team has built up the last couple of years and more of their prospects have come up to the major league level. We've seen some success, but to me, as we enter 2026, you look at Adley Rutschman, he's got to completely rebuild himself, and not just offensively, but I thought, Ben, defensively, he tailed off as well. When you look at throwing out base runners, he wasn't very good last year in that, but he's got to do a complete 180 this year. Jordan Westberg, we talk about the health. Colton Cowser with the bat and then learning center field on a regular basis. Jackson Holiday, I thought his bat was very good to start the first half of last year, and then it tailed off in the second half. And then Gunnar Henderson, certainly a lot better defensively last year than he was in 24. I still think a little bit of consistency at the plate is a question, but he's the least guy that I'm worried about. And then Basayo, it's just not a body of work yet, but obviously the Orioles are very gung-ho on him, given the contract they gave him. But is that fair? It seems like everybody's talking starting rotation, but the quote-unquote foundational pieces here have a lot to prove. It's not 23 or 24 or even 22 anymore. It's 2026. You're coming off of a really difficult 2025 season.
I'm right there with you. And I do think that the Orioles did a fine job of trying to handicap some of those guys. When you add a Taylor Ward to the lineup and a Pete Alonso, that's a little bit of a fallback, and it gives Gunnar Henderson something behind him to where they don't have to be as selective pitching to him. Taylor Ward, whatever you think about him, the guy has good power numbers, so he should help things. But yeah, these guys all have to take a step forward. And we saw one for a few of them, most of them together, one playoff run, the other one before that, it was a lot of different guys like Santander and those. But there's a lot of question marks around this team regardless. And I think a lot of teams are dealing with that in the MLB. But most of these guys, as you said, last year didn't live up to it. Now, Gunnar, least of my worries as well, did deal with the shoulder contusion last year, dealt with it for most of the year, the pinched nerve, whatever. Yeah. I'm pretty confident he'll be able to get back, and adding the Alonso behind him and Taylor Ward, whether it's behind him or in front of him, will help that. But Jordan Westberg, for me, we've talked about, year after year, he could be the glue guy. He is a very, very great piece. Good third baseman, great bat you can rely on. But there's always something to do with injuries with him. It's every other week, and it's during the season. And people could say, well, they get it out of the way now. Well, he's been very injury prone over his career, and it's unfortunate listening to him talk where he just feels like, I don't know what the issue is.
I don't know when I'll be back. And oblique injuries are tough. So you have that injury. Jackson Holliday, as you talked about it, he took steps forward, but it still wasn't great last year. It wasn't the potential that a lot of people talked about as a minor leaguer. Now he misses all of spring training.
Yeah.
And do they want to force him back too soon and only let him sit in the minors for a week before he comes back in late April, early May?
Not with all they gave up for Blaze Alexander.
Yeah,
I don't think they have to, but to your point, it stunts his development.
Yeah, no, it's 1,000%.
But nothing you can do about it.
Yeah. So I do like the Blaze addition. I like the Blaze addition a little bit more as the utility guy that you don't have to rely upon every day.
Well, now that we
But
know
for
with
now,
the
you have to.
injuries.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And supposedly it came out that Holiday suffered the hamate injury the next day. So it was a good trade. I like adding Blaze Alexander. But yeah, to your point, it's a lot of question marks. And you talked about Adley defensively. Sam Basayo, we don't know how good of a catcher he can be, and we know that there is some upside for him at first base, but now adding a Pete Alonso, which I would never go against, and I fully love the addition, but Basayo's not going to be able to stick at first base much when you want Pete Alonso, especially a guy like him who signed here to play every day as he has in New York. So yes, there's a lot of question marks outside of the rotation because you mentioned the rotation. That's what we talked about. The bullpen, that's what we talk about. But it's like almost feels like everybody's expecting Adley to be Adley of 3 years ago, which we haven't seen the past 3 years. And injuries have been what we talked about. That hasn't been a thing. Gunnar to take another step and Jordan Westberg and other guys to be healthy.
Yeah. So I just think looking at this, I know the starting rotation's got a lot of attention because the Orioles didn't get that top-of-the-line starter. Now, the Bassett signing, though, was a fantastic one, and you take a look at what he did in the playoffs, and certainly the potential in the starting rotation is there, but there are some ifs and buts, and you don't know. But really, you could make that case as much for the starting lineup for a lot of these. And it's the fact that, too, we're not talking about guys that are here with 1 year left on their deal or guys that were brought in for just 1 year, Ben. We're talking about guys that we expect to be foundational pieces. Now, maybe if Rutschman doesn't work out, Basayo's that guy. But if Westberg doesn't turn out, then we're looking at who's that next guy in the minors. It's too early to say, obviously, on Holiday and Henderson, we don't have any issues with, but with Cowser as well. This is a big year for him. If he should struggle at the plate, even if he does well in center field, if he's hitting 200, that's not going to quite get it done now unless he's a Gold Glove center fielder, and then maybe you're able to look beyond that. You've got other guys to make up for it in the lineup, but the quote-unquote foundational pieces still have a lot to atone for, if you will, off last year, and just in putting a body of work together that we can feel like, okay, yes, indeed, we do have a foundation here, because I'm not sure that we quite have one yet.
Yeah, and that was, we dealt with 100 lost seasons to finally get to this point where all these young guys were the dudes. And as you mentioned, they just they haven't been. But to your point, you have Gunnar, who has 3 more years. You have Westberg, who has 4. Adley with 2. The issue here, and that's why you want Cowser to work, a lot of these guys are Boris clients, and that 3 years is probably their time in Baltimore. It's unfortunate to say, but it's just the reality of it. Boris guys rarely, especially sign early, but once they do hit the market, the Orioles aren't competing with another team. Now, this holdout, the lockout, can that help the Orioles if there is a salary cap implemented, which every single player you hear about says no? I don't know. So it does feel like the Orioles have 3 years, and that's not even with Adley, because Adley has 2 more years. Right. And the fact that there hasn't been an extension done, he's not a Boris client, kind of tells me that both sides seem fine with maybe parting ways. So I would say 3 years, quite honestly. You need to get something out of Gunnar's 3 years, because Gunnar is a special player that you landed in the second round when you did because you had more money to spend there, and you want to build a team around him. And it seems like they went for it for the lineup, right? Adding a Pete Alonso, adding a Taylor Ward. Nobody did enough to beat the Dodgers. I think they are in a good spot, but as we've talked about through the first few minutes of the show, they need a lot of guys to live up to it. Now, one very, very intriguing piece for me is Dylan Beavers. I loved what I saw from Beavers last year. Yeah. I think there's a lot of upside there. Again, as much as I talk about the agency, not signed with Boris, so there's always upside for maybe an early extension like you did with Sam Basayo. But with the way the team is built, I don't know that he's going to be playing every day, right? You still have Tyler O'Neill, who you're paying a ton of money to from last free agency.
What happened to Kobe Mayo?
Kobe Mayo's going to be, right now, reality is he's going to be in AAA.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate because...
And Heston Kjerstad, have we written him off? I kind of think so, but who knows? I mean, it's a good problem to have if they somehow have a great spring training or they're beating down the door at AAA. But the big X factor here, though, that we haven't talked about, Ben, is Craig Albernaz. I mean, he comes highly recommended. I mean, when the Orioles were searching, everybody spoke glowingly of him. So to that degree, and I do think this team will be better defensively, even though the Alonso pickup doesn't necessarily make him better. Alexander does, but I think he's definitely going to emphasize defense. But Albernaz could make a big difference in his staff, but I think we're going to look at that X factor being the one here when we talk about some of these guys in either reestablishing themselves or getting to a level of consistency.
Yeah, Albernaz, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do with Adley, right? The catching background, all the catchers he's worked with in the major leagues. How does he get Adley to take another step forward that we haven't seen in recent years?
It's good timing to have him here, though.
It is. Yeah. It's very good. It's very good timing to bring in a guy like Craig Albernaz. And to your point about how many guys wanted him, I mean, there were many teams trying to get him the year before, and he decided, I don't want to take any of those jobs. I want to stay in my role because I'm comfortable here until a good opportunity, arises. And it did. And that does tell me a little bit about what he thinks of this roster, because he wasn't taking the Rockies job. He wasn't taking some of these other jobs where he didn't feel like there was a foundation and there were some guys that he could work with. So clearly he does see something that he can work with. He trusts ownership, the front office, to make moves that he likes. And that's something, again, we're moving ahead, but there's just going to be so many different things we're expecting. We saw Brandon Hyde for all those years. We saw Mansolino, how he handled lineup day after day and those things. Albernaz, from what we've heard so far, it doesn't sound like he wants to do many platoons. Now, the GM and the front office absolutely have a say in the lineup. Who's making it every day, we don't know exactly, but I don't know that Albernaz wants to be relying on platoon so much.
Yeah. Well, and that'll be interesting with the push-pull there. I assume that's a conversation they had during the hiring process there in working that out, but he is a big X factor with all of this. We'll talk some more Orioles coming up in the next segment. Want to get into the pitching a little bit, but I did want to address just the everyday players for that matter and the foundational pieces. But coming up on the program next half hour, Chris Nocke's going to join us to talk Maryland Terrapins basketball. Rough day yesterday, Ben, in Piscataway. Usually those games in Piscataway against Rutgers are ugly games and low scoring offensively, a lot of defense or poor offense or combination. Jacob Calvin-Meyer coming up at 3 o'clock from the Sun to talk O's with us, and then Jonas Schaefer at 5 for the Baltimore Banner to talk Ravens, who, by the way, have a press conference Wednesday to introduce their 3 coordinators. Also, Ben, want to get to, I don't know if you caught the NBA All-Star game yesterday. I know there's now a 4th iteration of the All-Star game yesterday, so they are trying. But NASCAR yesterday, and look, I'm not a big NASCAR guy. I don't think you are either. However, there's a big story with the Daytona 500 and Michael Jordan, so we'll get to that just for a few minutes and my Michael Jordan story as well. Ben, I want to get into as well down the line with you on the Ravens and some of the positional coaches and the task at hand that they have with their personnel. And I'm curious to think, because we kind of know defensively that Jesse Minter, he's got maybe his own take or version of the Ravens defense, but I don't think anybody's questioning that he's going to restore the Ravens defense to its glory. But offensively, I'm curious to hear from you down the line. How do you want that Ravens offense to look under Declan Doyle? So we'll get to that coming up. 410-583-1057 is the number. Ben, you're on X. What's your handle?
Yeah, at BH Journalist. You can find everything there.
All
at
right.
BH Journalist on X.
And I finally got on X the first day that it was announced that John Harbaugh was being let go. I jumped on X. So at Popo Fan Sports, you could follow me there, and you could hit us up at either of the X accounts. But it's a special edition of Inside Access on this President's Day. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall with you till 6 here on the Fan.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
Rays with the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Cowser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees, and I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G, and no ID required. Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
It's the Bray and Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings in-store and online. Save on Whirlpool and Maytag Energy Star washers and dryers, plus no sales tax. And get savings on top of savings with instant discounts plus up to $3,000 back on select KitchenAid packages. All at the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland sales tax holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering a new appliance in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local at the Bray & Scarf President's Day sale and Maryland sales tax holiday. Visit any of our convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Looking for an orthopedic group that provides appropriate care for athletes of all levels? The sports medicine experts at Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, offer both surgical and non-surgical approaches to care for all kinds of sports injuries, with focus on changing your life for the better and getting you back in the game. Schedule an appointment with one of our sports medicine specialists quickly and easily at mdbonedocs.com. That's mdbonedocs.com.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
Yeah, going to get out to the calls here in just a second. 410-583-1057 is the number. Again, you can follow us on X. Yours truly at Popo Fan Sports. Ben is at BH Journalist. Ben, before we get to the phone calls, though, Robert Duvall, the actor, passing away at age 95. Now, I know a little bit older than you are, but I know Robert Duvall from The Natural, playing the sports journalist Max Mercy. I mean, The Natural spans all ages. And then also what Harry Hogue in Days of Thunder as well, which they were talking about coming out with another Days of Thunder with Tom Cruise. I mean, he's already remade Top Gun, and I think he's coming out with another movie and a sequel of movies he's done, and they're actually talking about another Top Gun as well, but that's a shame because I was hoping that he'd be in Days of Thunder too.
I'm not a big movie guy, but he was the dad in Kicking and Screaming, right?
Yes, I believe. Yeah. I mean, he's been in a ton. He was in The Godfather, but I just relegating to sports, The Natural and Days of Thunder stand out. So Robert Duvall passing away at the age of 95. You done it deliberate, Cole. You done it deliberate. But he was great, and he wasn't a likable character in The Natural, but he was really good at what he did. All right, let's head out to the phones, and then we'll talk some Orioles pitching here. Tony's in Bel Air. Tony, you're up on the Fan with Mike and Ben. Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon. Happy President's Day. We got, hey, you guys were talking about the young Orioles and how there's a tight window to win now, a 3-year window. I think Gunnar is signed through 2029. And then the other thing to layer onto that is if they strike next year, and I looked it up, it doesn't count for service time. So if they actually strike next year, which I hope they don't, he would be signed with us through 2030. So we do have a little bit of time in regards to, winning a World Series with Gunnar, although I do believe, and I don't know if you guys have heard it, I would offer him 12 years, $50 million a year, $600 million now, and see if he bites on it, especially with the uncertainty next year. So I'll just kind of hang up and hear what your thoughts are.
Yeah. I would just say, Ben, I'll let you take that. I would just say that what we were talking about more, just as much, you were talking about the time frame and winning in with these guys, but we were also just talking about the quote-unquote foundational pieces that, we were talking about thinking coming together, but there's still a lot that they have to prove and come together. There are a lot of question marks with those guys. It's not like we're coming into this year where we're set. These guys have a body of work and we feel really good. A guy like Adley Rutschman has to do a complete 180 because if he plays the way he did last year, we're going to be hurting quite a bit at that spot. And obviously a Basayo's there, but he's very young. He doesn't have a body of work yet. But go ahead.
Yeah, I would if Gunnar agreed to it, I would do 12 for whatever right now. I don't know that he would. We all know about the Juan Soto, the Nats offering him 15 years, $450 or whatever it was, and them turning that down, which is like, what is the thought there? But they know that in a few years, when it comes down to it, and Soto ends up getting 15 for $765. So we look like the idiots after we find out he turns down what he did. So I don't know that Boris has any true interest in negotiating contracts. There's only a few guys that he's dealt with that have signed one, and Jose Altuve is one of those players. Mm-hmm. Jose Altuve was a part of the sign stealing, and there's been a lot of stuff there to why he stayed in Houston, and he's been more comfortable in Houston and not wanting to go elsewhere. So there's, of course, stuff outside of that with Jose Altuve, but I would absolutely sign Gunnar to a 12-year deal right now. I just don't know that they would be willing to.
Yeah. While we're talking contracts here, in talking about the Orioles of pitching, and of course that has taken up a lot of time and talk about not necessarily the everyday players. When we talk about the starting rotation and the lack of getting a top of the line starter, I'm just curious though. And we could delve in a little bit with Framber Valdez. I know over the weekend, Ben, I went through his contract, and some of the money is deferred, by the way. 16, I believe, of $36 million is deferred beginning in 2030. There are some incentives there, but the fact that the marketplace knocked what he thought would be maybe a 7-year deal, which Dylan Seascott, as we know with Toronto, down to roughly 3 years, that really benefits the Orioles that, okay, even if you're the Orioles and you overpay a little bit, it's 3 years, it's not 7, it's not a potential albatross around your neck. But, you and I were talking off air, and I'm not sure how much you guys have talked about it here on The Fan, but how much of it may have been a character issue and not a financial issue at all?
Yeah. The Framber baggage that he has with him is legit. He would have signed way earlier to me because he's an Octagon. He's with Octagon, their agency. He's not with the Boris agency. I don't know that he wants to wait until spring training to end up signing, but ultimately he did take a while. They got it done right before spring training, and he signed a 3-year, $115 deal. And there's also an opt-out after 2 years. And the caller had just mentioned it real quick before we get to his baggage, like the strike and how long. Yes, it would. If the full season was, I don't see that happening. I think that it's going to last until May, somewhere around there. But I don't know that they're going to strike the whole year. I think they would get something done by then. So I don't know that we would get that extra year. But for Framber, there were crickets and people who were at the MLB winter meetings saying that Framber and his agency were going around showing clips of how good of a teammate that he was. And I understand.
That's telling.
Yeah, like,
very telling.
That's where I'm at, where it's, if you're really that good of a teammate, do you need to, that means to me that they're trying to just, all right, well, yeah, I know I threw a 97-mile-an-hour fastball at Salazar's chest when he called curveball. Like, there's absolutely, anybody who's played baseball knows sometimes there are mix-ups. That, if you watch the sequencing and watch how things went down, I know he's denied it. Salazar has too because he's a good teammate. That was legitimate. I mean, That was frustration, Framber threw in his chest. And I do think it carried a while. Now, the Tigers, right around the same time where they're at arbitration with Skubal, which I thought might mean maybe they want to move off Skubal if they do have to pay him the $31 million. They land a deal with Framber, and I think they're just, you know what, we'll take this risk. He does have the opt-out after 2. But right now we have 2 left-handed starting pitchers who have shown they can get it done in the playoffs. Now, one thing with Framber, that second half of last year was horrendous. And not only did he have the cross-up with Salazar, but he was also just not very good every outing. That being said, we have seen him throw a complete game in the World Series. We have seen him be the bulldog the teams need in the postseason. And we saw it with Corbin Burns in Baltimore. There's trends. Guys deal with things in August, and guys deal with things in July. The big dogs tend to show in October. And Corbin Corbin Burns in Baltimore, everybody remembers that August where his ERA was above 7 and he was struggling and he was getting hit pretty hard. But he takes the ball in the first playoff game and goes into the 9th and gave up just 1 or 2 earned runs. Like, that is a separator. So I understand the character concern and all of those things. But when you're really all in for winning and you want to win, to me, the Tigers just said, you know what, we'll deal with it if we have to. We're going to pay him some money, and let's see if we can get it done.
Yeah. I just always, when we talk about contracts of players, and unfortunately we don't get all the information, we're left to speculate. I just want to be fair in taking a look at it. If the Orioles truly weren't aggressive enough, then they deserve that criticism. But if they had legitimate concerns about the clubhouse and young guys and so on and so forth, then you at least could give that some credence there. But again, we're talking a 3-year deal, and here's the breakdown of it. So it's 3 years worth $115 million. He'll earn $37.5 million this year and $37.5 next year. But $20 million of this year's salary will be labeled as a signing bonus and deferred until a series of payments begins in 2030. Now, with the new CBA, whatever that looks like, they may not be able to do that in the future, but here they can, and that'll be grandfathered in. Valdez, as you mentioned, Ben, can opt out after the 2027 season. If he returns more than $35 million in 2028, there's a mutual option for 29. But it's all very flexible. And to me, from strictly a financial standpoint and all that, it's hard pressed for me to say that if it's about the finances that the Orioles had a tough time with that. Because look at what Detroit did here. I just wondered if there was more to it.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. That should not have been, the money shouldn't have been an issue. We've heard Mike Elias say that ownership is fine going in the red. We've heard ownership saying, there's no holding us back. We are able to spend whatever
Rubenstein said. David Rubenstein said that himself.
And some owners lie, whatever. It does feel like with the Pete Alonso deal, which is a little bit different than what they've done, they are absolutely spending more money than they have, and they're away from that. So yes, there does seem the Framber off the field stuff probably did play a role. But Ranger Suarez didn't have that. He went 5. I think we should get to it a little bit more next segment, but they just are not comfortable paying starting pitchers more than 5 years or 5 or more. And that's why I thought Framber made sense that he went for 3. But as you said, when you deal with things off the field and that opt-outs after 2, if you have a strike next year and you're only getting 4 months out of him, you're getting a year and 4 months. This is a guy that's dealt with some elbow concerns. We know the Tommy John issues in baseball right now, especially in 2026 with how much these guys throw and the ticking up that we've seen. So I just don't know that they want to take these risks longer into guys' careers.
Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. Let's talk a little bit more Orioles pitching. Also, next half hour, Chris Nockey will join us for a few minutes to talk Maryland Terrapins basketball. Had their game in Piscataway yesterday. We'll also touch upon the Maryland women who had a big win as well yesterday, or I should say, conversely, compared to the men. Much different situation. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall, special edition of Inside Access on this President's Day here on The Fan.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Called Lux, and it has a top prize of $5 million. Yeah, $5 million. So go ahead, try your Lux. Luck with the new Lux Scratch-Off. And please play responsibly.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623. 800-499-6623.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now, from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For immediate same-day heating repairs and installation, call the comfort guys today. That number, 410-367-7777, or just visit them at farnanddermer.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
The only station all the voices in our heads can agree on. Sports Radio. 105.7 The Fan. A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
All right, quick segment here, and then Chris Nocky going to join us to talk some Terps basketball. Coming up at the top of the hour, Jacob Calvin-Meyer from The Sun will talk some more Orioles with us, but kind of winding down at least this hour conversation on the O's and pitching. So 2 questions for you, Ben. Is Mike Elias, now let's assume for a second that character and concerns in the clubhouse were not at issue with Framber Valdez, that they just drew a line to the sand, that they were only willing to be so aggressive in going after him. Are they maybe quietly saying that they believe that Trevor Rogers can be the pitcher he was last year, this year, and he can be the ace? Or maybe even, given the hole they gave up, and if you read Steve Molesky on Substack today and talking about it a little bit as well, that maybe Shane Baz is that guy. Are they? Now, he's not going to come out and put the pressure on those guys, but do you think in a way maybe he's quietly saying that, okay, we made an attempt at Valdez, but we were only willing to go so far, but quietly we're confident that one of those 2 guys can be an ace and that we're going to be okay in this rotation with having that guy that can be the every 5th day guy that we know we can count on?
Slightly. I think they believe they have an ace. I don't know that it's either of those 2. I think Baz, the upside is there. I think Trevor Rogers, what we saw last season, is there. But Trevor Rogers hasn't had an inning or a season where he's thrown more than 133 innings. So it'd be hard. Yeah. it'd be hard to put a lot of pressure on those. Now, Kyle Bradish for me is an ace. I think he's a legit ace. Now, the other question with him, I just talk about Boz. There's hope. Rogers hasn't thrown a ton of innings. This is Bradish's first year fully off of Tommy John. So there's uncertainty there as well. I think he's a bulldog. I think he wants the ball. Every time he takes the mound, you know you're going to get probably a quality start or even better. So I do think Kyle Bradish, even if they were to have landed a Framber Valdez or they were to have landed a Ranger Suarez, I still think Kyle Bradish is their bulldog. He's their guy. It just gives you more insurance and more help in that rotation when they said they wanted, the frontline starting pitcher to add. Now, Shane Baz, there's a lot of hype around. And coming up in Pittsburgh before he was traded to Tampa Bay, there was thought that maybe he could live up to that. And I still think that he could. I'm a big Shane Baz guy. I think he will have a lot of success not pitching in a spring training field all year like he did at Steinbrenner Field, the Yankees spring training in Tampa. Because if you look at splits.
He had a 5 ERA, 5+ at Steinbrenner Field. Yeah,
It was unfair to him, especially a young guy who's trying to work up to
bad timing.
Right.
Yeah.
It's
for
really
that
bad.
to happen. Yeah.
So I do think Mike probably jumped on an opportunity for that. And he did give up a lot, right? And that's why I've felt like they've changed their spots this offseason. That was not a trade that we would see. I mean, these were guys that the Orioles had just drafted. Slater DeBron was a guy they paid a ton of money over slot where they drafted him. So it does feel like they changed their spots in those aspects. I think this rotation is good. Is it good enough to win a World Series? I don't know that anybody has a team to beat the Dodgers right now. I think every MLB team, all other 29 teams know that.
Yeah. Although I'll say with the Dodgers, they had a lot of pitching injuries last year, and they still won it. They still had issues throughout the year. They were still able to get it done. Of course, that lineup is pretty darn good. I'll say this, though, wrapping it up. Rogers, Baz, Bradish, not one, not two, but three potential guys, though, that could emerge as an ace. So, yes, you didn't get Suarez. No, you didn't get Valdez. No, you didn't get Cease. But, okay, you've got three guys potentially that could become that ace. So the possibility's there, and we're not just counting on one guy to maybe be that guy. Final point about Valdez, although I brought this up with you off the air, and I've said this on the weekend shows, is, and I know Jimmy and Silver Springs talked about this, that with Valdez, if things were equal roughly with the contract offers with the Orioles and Tigers, that Valdez goes to the AL Central, he gets to pitch with Skubal, he gets to be with his manager, he gets to be with his battery mate or one of his battery mates from Houston, that those are things the Orioles can't compete with there. Now, I will say, I don't want a guy that doesn't want to face the best competition to say, well, I want to shy away from the AL East because, those teams are really good. The AL Central's easy. Well, I don't want that mindset. But at the same time, I can understand that being a consideration. And if all things being equal or close to being equal, the Orioles could not compete with those other factors, though.
Now, Hinch is a big thing. I mean, Hinch was with him. And that's the one thing, though, like Elias was in Houston when they were able to land him for just $10,000 as an older.
Yeah, if anybody knows him, Mike Elias knows him. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So that's what's tough. But to that point also, if you want to get the guy, $5 million more, $2 million more, you know what I mean?
Yep. No, I understand, and I'd like to know what that offer was. I'd like to know the full story. We never will, probably, but I was hoping that we might find out a little bit more in that press conference, and we found out some, but we didn't find out anything about the Baltimore angle to it. All right, we'll take a timeout when we come back. Chris Nockey going to join us. We'll talk a little Terps men's basketball. We'll also talk about the women briefly and their win. We'll do a Terps recap. We also had some lacrosse over the weekend as well, and a big game Friday night, so we'll cover that with Chris Nockey as we take you up to 6 o'clock. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall, special edition of Inside Access on this President's Day here on The Fan.
Got a hot take?
Y'all don't even know. All my friends say I'm crazy.
Bring it.
I can't believe this.
The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Team Stars won the NBA All-Star Game. The round-robin tournament did have some competitive games, even though the final wasn't. The reviews for the new All-Star format have been pretty good. 3 of the 4 games were good with players playing on both ends of the floor. That's an improvement. Now, if only there was a way to put together teams from each conference, like the East versus the West. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
If your heating system goes down and your kids are saying,
"Daddy, I'm cold,"
getting the heat back on feels like an emergency because it is one. It's why we prioritize it as an emergency no heat call at Amazing. We take this personally. You're trusting us to fix this for you fast. And that's exactly what we're going to do. My amazing heating techs, who I've personally vetted and trained, will get your system fixed and pumping out heat ASAP, guaranteed. And if easy payment plans make sense for you, we have them, even on repairs. I started Amazing because my last boss pressured me to push sales of new systems instead of just fixing the problem. And I simply wouldn't do that. Honest repairs and respect for the homeowner are foundational. And that matters more than ever when you're without heat in the freezing cold. So I promise, if you call Amazing with emergency no heat, we'll come through for you and your family.
CALLA Amazing.
Go to callamazing.com. Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hello, I am Dr. Michael Osgood with Vascular Surgery Associates, or VSA. Do you have heavy, achy, painful legs? Do you notice swelling in your feet and legs throughout the day? Do you have unsightly or uncomfortable varicose veins? If you have any of these symptoms, you may be suffering from chronic venous insufficiency, and we at VSA can help. Visit us at vsaveins.com. That's vsaveins.com.
This is the Game of the Week report, brought to you by Hyundai.
Spring games for the Pro Baseball League are officially in full swing following the kickoff of the preseason over the weekend. Monday's schedule is packed with action at camps in Arizona and Florida, including Boston versus Tampa, Baltimore against Pittsburgh, and Minnesota playing Detroit.
The Game of the Week report is brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
This isn't just how you get there, it's how you arrive. Whatever the day brings, make it epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. A sleek exterior, premium interior, and class-leading space for up to 8 with available third-row power seats that recline to give you room to live big. Make every day feel epic in the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid with up to an EPA-estimated 619 miles of range on select trims, advanced tech, and class-leading interior space. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
Tough afternoon, especially in the second half, and Rutgers wins it 68-57.
Johnny Holiday on the Maryland Terrapin Sports Radio Network right here on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. And Ben, games against Rutgers often get kind of ugly, actually very ugly, and yesterday was no exception to that.
So say the least. Very tough one. Very, very tough one.
Chris Nockey joining us now, color commentator from the Maryland Men's Basketball Radio Network. And Chris, we appreciate your time this afternoon.
Sure, good to talk to you guys.
Yeah. Well, I guess we should actually start out with the 20th ranked Maryland women erasing a 19-point deficit to win 76-75 over 8th ranked Ohio State. The Terps went on a 35-11 run over 13 minutes of the second half to rally to tie the biggest comeback win in program history and first top 10 road win since 2022. Brenda Fries was on with Bruce and Coach Patsos last hour. That made yesterday a little bit more palatable, Chris. I'll tell you that.
I caught the last 5 minutes of that game on Big Ten radio on XM on my way back down from Rutgers, and that was just a crazy last 90 seconds or so in that game, and it looked like it was going to go the other way there for a sec. But I mean, what a resilient win for those guys, and sure Brenda was ecstatic given the fact that they lost to Ohio State in College Park, just a short time ago.
We talked about the pregame yesterday. We talked about how Maryland against Iowa, even though their first 8 shots, I think, were from 3, that they toned it down. They got to the basket more, driving to the basket. They went to the free throw line nearly 30 times. They shot over 50% from the field. And, Chris, in this one, they go 7 of 30 from 3. At some point, the realization's got to set in that we're not hitting shots. We need to go back to a formula that worked just a game ago and getting to the basket more. They just had 13 free throw attempts in the game and ended up 33% from the field. I know it wasn't great there, but I just didn't quite like the attack yesterday. I didn't think the Terps were consistent enough in getting to the basket and too many shots beyond the arc.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this before. Against Oregon, they were 7 of 35. I think at some point in time, the realization has to hit you that, you got to change what you're doing. You got to pivot and go in a different direction. They had such nice play the last couple of games from a couple of guys who just quite honestly didn't have it yesterday against Rutgers, and that's. They have 2 freshman guards that have been thrust into the fire, and you live with some inconsistencies there. They're not proven guys who play, at a consistent level, and you've seen sort of the best and the worst all in the matter of a couple of days. And so you look at a guy like Andre Mills, who was so good against Iowa, 24 points, career day, career night, and then just couldn't get going against Rutgers. Settled a little bit for threes, and was a little wild going to the basket. Didn't finish around the basket when he did get there. I thought they. People talk about three-pointers all the time. The best play in basketball is a three-point play. Three-point play the hard way, where you go in, create a foul, and then finish it off at the free throw line. And there were probably 3 opportunities where I thought, Maryland got the call, they got fouled, but those are layups you finish, and then you give yourself an opportunity for a 3-point play at the line. It's a huge boost to your team, and just nothing went right offensively for these guys yesterday.
Now, Chris, look into next year. With Payne going down, of course, re-recruiting him, trying to get him back with the NIL, whatever, is very important. But like Colin Metcalf, great shot blocker at Northeastern, it hasn't really translated the way that some might have wanted. How important is it going to be for the Terps, not only with Payne, but to add another quality big if you want to compete in this Big Ten Conference?
Oh, it's vital. And I mean, I love Colin. He doesn't cheat you. He cares. He's a great kid. But there's a reason he was at Northeastern, and I'm not casting aspersions because he's helped, and he's playing to the best of his ability. But yeah, you've got to add players, and there's really no substitute for talent. And right now, the Terps are bereft of having the level of talent you need to have to play at the highest levels of the Big Ten. It is the top of the conference is brutal. I think Joe Lunardi has 5 of the first 16 seeds coming from the Big Ten. It's unforgiving, but the one common thread that each one of those teams have, those 5 and the top tier teams, is they have a level of talent the Terps simply don't have this year, unfortunately.
Chris, I want to ask you about the level of expectation. And look, we know Coach Williams got hired late, so he didn't have as much to be able to choose from in the transfer portal, recruiting late, and he was thrust into a difficult situation. We know that he's got a top 5 recruiting class coming in next season. He'll have a full complement of portal guys to be able to choose from. So that's a much different context there. But there has been a level of criticism, I think, about, at minimum, the competitiveness. And knowing how Rutgers has had a rough year, you take a look at yesterday's loss, 68-57. Granted, it was in Piscataway. But there's criticism about maybe the competitiveness. And yes, Pharrell Payne was out, and actually they had a number of other guys out yesterday. But did people have too high of expectation this year of Buzz Williams of this program? Or is some of their criticism valid about how this team has looked at times, even down some key players?
There's a lot to bite off with that one, Mike. The level of expectation is what makes Maryland the job it is. It's a great job. Coaches have gone there and achieved and done well and put together some fabulous teams over the years. So, you want that in a program. You want a fan base that aspires to be great. There's no reason why you can't be. I really don't take exception to the aggressiveness or the competitiveness. I really think that given the level of talent, I think for the most part they've represented pretty well. I think that what I would say is the fundamental issue, and I think Buzz and his guys would probably cop to this. I know they would, because they've said as much, and Buzz has said this publicly. The evaluation process has to be better, has to be cleaner, has to be more rigorous. Quite honestly, they missed on some guys that I think that they were counting on, and so you have to do a little better job there. And I don't think I'm telling tales out of school. I just, in watching these guys play now, we're 14 games into the Big Ten schedule, right? We played 14 out of the 20 games. You'd be hard pressed to find a team that has really less Power 5 talent, particularly with Pharrell benched or sidelined. So that to me is sort of the fundamental issue, is that evaluative process has to be better somehow, some way. But again, they'll have more time for that now. Buzz got the job late, but there are a lot of coaches that got jobs late last year, and did a pretty representative job. So I'm sure they will be much better next year. They will have had a lot more time to do their homework, and I think it's going to be a good year next year.
Chris, this is more of fully in college basketball. You just touched a little bit on other coaches, because early on there was the excuse that, Buzz did take over late, but you look at someone who took over after him, and Bucky McMillan at A&M, and the success they've had. I know they struggled the past week and a half. Things haven't gone their way, but they hit the portal hard, and you bring a lot of guys in who hadn't been at A&M. Nowadays in college basketball, with the way things change every single year, it feels like, and I know the Terps are going heavy with freshmen next year. You have Baba coming in, which is exciting. You have House, some of these other guys. But to me, it almost feels like, especially to compete earlier in the year, you have to go a little bit older and attack the portal a little bit harder. Do you think that Buzz and his coaching staff are going to adapt to that? And also, is that, the new normal in college basketball?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely the way they're going to go. And I think it starts with having a veteran point guard or two. One of the things they've got a bunch of combination guards on this team, and I think that, when you see a guy like Bruce Thornton or Braden Smith, you see those guys play, it underscores the value of a real point guard, real floor general, and it also makes it pretty apparent when you don't have one.
Right.
And so I think that's been kind of to the point of the question. I think that's where you start. They also need to bring in some veteran, bigs, a veteran big or two. Some of that hinges upon what Pharrell decides to do. But yeah, you absolutely have to. There are plenty of coaches out there who've done a good job. They got the job late and or around the same time that Buzz did, and they've done pretty well. I look at Ryan Odom at UVA, spent some time in Baltimore. Luke Louch at Florida State, and they don't really even have a whole lot of NIL money at Florida State. And those guys are getting it done. And so, that in this day and age, you can't sort of settle for excuses. You have to go out there and get it done.
Although I think it's safe to say that they'll have more NIL money more money at their disposal coming into next season than they did coming into this season, as Jim Smith, the new AD, was still working through and building up revenues. And we've seen the job that he's done so far, and we're looking forward to seeing the fruits of his labor really in the seasons to come. We're talking with Chris Nockey, color commentator on the Maryland Sports Radio Network for Maryland men's basketball. Chris, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, and maybe you saw this on social media yesterday, but Andy Poland, who you probably well know, DC sports personality, had tweeted out that he heard on the Fox Sports 1 telecast yesterday, Dave Sims was doing the play-by-play. He said Maryland had a 6 a.m. shoot-around for a noon game. He says, Buzz is not coaching Boomers. Don't see how this makes sense. They had 5:30 Chapel, 6:01, I think, rebounding. Let me get your thoughts on that. And in the context, though, that these guys are being paid today, but granted, they are still very young, and that may be a tad early for a noon tip-off.
Of all the things that, people, should take exception to, this is, it probably surprises Andy, and he's a good pal of mine. You're right, Mike. We've done a lot of work together, but probably surprises Andy. But it doesn't surprise any of these players. They knew exactly what they were getting into. Most of them followed Buzz from Texas A&M. He hasn't changed course in what he's done over the years. So this is no surprise. The new guys who signed, like a guy like Darius Adams, on your recruiting visit, you get the lowdown from these guys, from the existing crew. So it may come as a shock to the public, at large, but it's no surprise inside the program. And it wouldn't be my first choice, certainly as a player. But again, they know what they all signed up for this, and I just don't think it's the issue that so many people have made of it over the course of the last 24 hours.
Now, Chris, just a few games left in the season, and then, of course, conference tournament play. With guys like Alex Austin and Guillermo Del Pino, Alex Austin, I think the upside is higher than Del Pino, but in college sports, if you could keep Del Pino around 4 years, who knows what he could be in 3 to 4 years. Do you expect, and I know they're not playing many minutes now, it's more of the hockey sub for them. They sub in for a minute or two and come right back out. Do you expect them maybe to, or Buzz and the coaching staff, to dive into some of these younger guys a little bit more? I know they don't have a ton on the roster, but the Del Pinos and the Austins, do you think we could see them a little bit more than some other guys down the stretch?
Well, I thought for sure we'd be seeing more of Alston, simply because George Turkson has been hurt, and there's some minutes there that could be doled out. Austin's got that, Alex got that size. So, but it hasn't happened for him, and really hasn't happened for Del Pino either. And one of the things I always remind people is that you're just seeing the tip of the iceberg. You're not seeing how these kids practice, how effectively they practice, how well they practice. And it could be that maybe the staff, has looked at this and thought that they're really not worthy of the time yet. I do think that you are, with 6 games left, you really now is when you start to formulate decisions about, who you really want to bring back and who you don't, conversely, who you don't want to bring back. So I think they'll get some burn here. But man, it's important. Like Del Pino played, I think, in a 75-second stretch yesterday in the second half. I know that sucks, right? 75 seconds is just over a minute of playing time, and you can't do much in a minute. One thing is you can't screw up. And the second thing is you got to do something. You got to figure out a way to do something positive in those 75 seconds, and he didn't. So I know it's unfair. You got that limited window, that brief window, but it's just kind of the way things are, particularly when you're coming off the bench.
Chris Nockey, color commentator, Maryland men's basketball. Chris, thanks so much for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it, and you and I will talk on Wednesday night. Maryland on the road to Northwestern, taking on the Wildcats.
Thanks so much, Chris.
All right. Thanks, boys.
Yep. Take care. By the way, Ben, Michigan, your new number 1 in the AP Top 25 poll. No surprise with 2 losses by Arizona this past week. You also have Purdue coming in at 7, up 6 spots. Nebraska down 2 spots to 9, and Illinois down 2 spots to 10. But that's
Saturday, yeah. Duke, Michigan in D.C.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm going to be there for that.
Are you, Jimmy?
Yes.
Wow. Because Jimmy Patso said, "Don't call me. I can't get you tickets."
I will be in attendance. That's
nice.
going to be Oh, that's going to be a good one.
Yes, indeed it will be. Well, I will certainly be rooting for my Wolverines. I love my Terps, but also my Wolverines as well. So go blue on that one. We'll take a time out. Jacob Calvin-Meyer going to join us from the Baltimore Sun to talk Orioles baseball and spring training. Next, it's a special edition of Inside Access on the Fan.
Your attention, please.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on the Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. The Fan.
Orthopedic Associates of Central Maryland, a division of CAO, proudly announces the addition of Dr. Hayden L. Hoffler to our team. He's a board-qualified, fellowship-trained foot and ankle surgeon specializing in foot and ankle disorders. Dr. Hoffler's goal is to combine a comprehensive and multidisciplinary approach to treating foot and ankle issues, and he looks forward to helping you with care and compassion. You can schedule an appointment with him at mdbonedocs.com. Again, that's mdbonedocs.com.
February has arrived in Harford County, and since the groundhog says we've got 6 more weeks of winter ahead, we might as well make the most of it. Whether you're taking your Valentine out to dinner or the whole crew to the slopes, do it in the safety and comfort of a Ford. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. For those heading to the mountains or just navigating icy commutes, Ford's winter lineup delivers. Remote start gets your cabin warm before you leave the lodge. All-wheel drive keeps you confident on snow-packed roads. Ford Pass lets you check fuel levels and lock your doors from your phone. And if you're hauling gear, Pro Power Onboard turns your F-150 into a mobile generator. Still looking for a sweet gift? Well, heated seats and steering wheels are pretty romantic when it's 20 degrees outside. This February, our Plaza Ford team is ready to match you with the right Ford for winter and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for the positions of police officer, experienced police officer, and cadet. We offer competitive starting salaries with sign-on bonuses, great medical benefits, tuition reimbursement, plus incentives for military veterans. For more information, visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County Police Department is an equal opportunity employer.
Your heat seems to be running more than it should. Why? You might be surprised to learn it's because the insulation in your windows has failed. Failed insulation lets warm air escape and cold air rush in. Window Nation has the solution with their Buy 4 Windows, Get 4 free sale. Plus, get 0 down, 0 monthly payment, and 0 interest for 2 years. Act now and enjoy an extra 10% off. Schedule your quote today at windownation.com.
Problem gambling is on the rise in Maryland, and it's important you know the score. That higher rates of depression, divorce, and bankruptcy affect everyone in a gambler's life. That children and teens who gamble have higher risks for developing serious gambling problems as adults. Learn the risks. Get the facts. If you or someone you know needs help, call 1-800-GAMBLER 24/7 or go to helpmygamblingproblem.org. Services are free and always confidential.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks Vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Hi, it's Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet Store, and have you tried the over-the-counter products for your foot pain and nothing seems to work? If that's you, it's time to check out the Good Feet Store. Stop the pain that's stopping you. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today, or just stop by the store nearest you.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
Yes, shade past 3 o'clock as we continue, and we've been fairly Orioles heavy so far. We're going to continue that with spring training underway and so much to talk about with the Orioles. And Jacob Calvin-Meyer from the Baltimore Sun joining us now to talk some Birds baseball. Jacob, good afternoon. Appreciate you joining Mike and Ben.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, Jacob, I want to start, of course, the big thing, Chris Bassitt, everybody's talking about it. There was talk, right? Everybody wanted the frontline starter, but you don't land in some people's eyes that. Bassitt, of course, is a quality starter and brings a lot. And in the offseason, Mike and I were just talking about this, the mix-up with Salazar and Framber last year and what he brings to a locker room, and him and his agent going around the winter meeting showing people how good of a teammate he really is probably says a little bit more about that. But just what does Chris Bassitt bring to this team? Not only the arm, the reliable starter, but what could he bring to this team in the clubhouse?
Yeah, listen, I think a lot of the offseason discussion and discourse kind of gets hijacked by how we define things. And it's, so, okay, they need an ace. They need a frontline starter. Now, part of that, of course, is, Mike Elias did go out and say he wanted a front line or a front half of the rotation starter. And so by that measure, the Orioles didn't get somebody that fits that mold. But what's more important than the labels that we give to players and to starting pitchers especially is what they can provide for a rotation. And what a frontline starter gives you is somebody that is reliable, somebody that's a good clubhouse guy, somebody that has postseason experience, and somebody that can post, somebody that you can rely on to start 30 games, throw 160, 170, 180 innings. Chris Bassitt gives you all of that. Now, what Chris Bassitt doesn't give you is a low 3 ERA with the potential to strike out 15 guys in a game. And so by that measure, sure, he isn't a frontline starter, and somebody like Framber Valdez or Ranger Suarez might have fit the bill a little bit better. But in every other measure, Chris Bassitt improves this rotation, especially the floor. I think the ceiling of the rotation is still a big question mark, and that's probably more up to Kyle Bradish and Trevor Rogers and Shane Baz. But I don't see the rotation falling flat the way that it did last year, and Chris Bassitt's addition is a big reason why.
Yeah. Jacob, I want to ask you, we talked about this last hour, and I talked about this over the weekend. I know the pitching, it gets a lot of attention, and I do think certainly the Bassitt signing was a very solid signing, a good pickup for the O's. I think your point about it really raises the floor, I think that's well said. But from a 30,000-foot view, when I take a look at this team, everybody's focused on the pitching, but what we thought were going to be the foundational pieces for this team really come into this season with a lot of question marks. I mean, now Adley Rutschman has to do a 180. Jordan Westberg, it's the health issue. Kalser with the bat and learning center field. Holiday's now going to be stunted because of the injury, and I thought his bat slid off second half of last year after showing promise in the first half and still could get better defensively. Henderson, I'm not really too concerned about. And Basayo, we just don't know because there's not the body of work there. But it seems like that is as big a story as the pitching, if not more. But we're not hearing a lot of people talking about that, but this is a big season for those guys.
Yeah, listen, there's a lot that you can criticize the front office for when it comes to last offseason and this offseason if the team doesn't succeed. At the same time, there's nothing that Pete Alonso and Shane Baz and Chris Bassett can do to get this team to go where it needs to go if the young core does not stay healthy and bounce back. So the way that this works for basically any team that isn't a top market type of team, and you go through a rebuild, you need to develop the players, and then they need to stay healthy and perform. And they did that in 23 and for the most part in 24, and that's why they were good. And they didn't do that last year, and it's a big reason why they weren't good. And so this team is going to go as far as the young core takes it. Now, the signings and the guys that they brought in this offseason do a really good job of helping protect the young core and take some of that pressure off.
Definitely.
That's going to be a big story if this team does have success. But at the same time, like, there is not a scenario where this team is a playoff contender without Adley Rutschman being Adley Rutschman. Like, I just don't envision that being the case. And so it's important for those guys to stay healthy and get back on track.
One of the reports from Ken Rosenthal this weekend was something that, I mean, we all figured Kobe Mayo and Ryan Mountcastle, the Orioles, are shopping or looking to trade potentially. And that's always been, especially after the Pete Alonso move, something that was thought. Kobe Mayo has been in trade talks for a while. Nobody even knew if Ryan Mountcastle would be back to this point. But how realistic is it that one of, if not both, are traded by opening day? And do you see any scenario where they're both on the opening day roster?
Yeah, is it realistic that one of them is traded? Yes.
Before opening day, I mean, of course.
Right. Like, I think, is it realistic that one of them is traded before opening day? Yes. If I had to guess, again, this is just speculation, my guess is that Ryan Mountcastle might make more sense than Mayo, simply because what the team needs right now is probably another reliever. So if you're going to make a trade for a reliever, that fits more with the Mountcastle price tag than it does with the Mayo price tag.
And Jacob, he's got more of a body. I don't mean to interrupt, but he's got more of a body of work than Mayo does. So he's a lot more tradable with value than a Mayo would be.
Right, and the contract is reasonable, and he has they have a club option for him for 27. So you get a guy that, hey, if you can get him back on track, then you might be able to have him at another good price tag for the following year. Now, to answer your second question, is there a chance that both of them are on the opening day roster? I think the answer now is yes, because of Jackson Holliday's injury. That opens up another spot on the bench where they can have Kobe Mayo on the team. And let's say against left-handed pitchers, you can have Mayo at third base and you can put Westberg at second because Holliday is out. And so I think that's there's an opportunity here for Kobe Mayo to play really well this spring, prove that he can be a serviceable third baseman, and earn himself some playing time early next season. But this season, rather.
It's interesting you say that, though, because one of my big bugaboos with this team last year is defense. So I wonder, though, is Mayo at third? Westberg probably is fine at second, but Mayo at third is a big question mark there. The Orioles have to get better defensively. Is that the best game plan, though, with the Alexander and all you gave up for him? Is he not best at second or third, and then pick your poison with Westberg at the other spot? That's interesting, though, to see how that may play out, Jacob.
Yeah, it all depends on what you want to do against left-handed pitchers, right? So against righties, right now with Holliday out, the likely scenario will be you're going to have Westberg at third, you're going to have Alexander at second. The question is, against lefties, do you want to maximize? Again, it's a couple days a week, right? You can survive a below-average defensive third baseman for a couple games a week if you want to maximize your offense against lefties. And of course, they struggled against lefties. So what you can do, if you want to maximize it, is you could put Mayo at third, you could put Westberg at second, and then you put Blaze Alexander in center field, actually, where he can play a little bit, and then you wouldn't have Cowser in the starting lineup against lefties. But it depends on, are they going to platoon that much against lefties? It all depends. And we don't know what Craig Abernaz's answer is going to be in terms of platooning.
Jacob, before I let you go, just very quickly, you've got a piece in the Baltimore Sun. Just give us a quick teaser on it that folks can find there at BaltimoreSun.com or at their newsstand.
Yeah, it came out this morning. It's 7 players that have the most to prove at spring training, right? Everybody has something to prove this spring, but players like a couple of guys we've mentioned, Kobe Mayo, Zach Eflin is somebody that needs to prove that he can stay healthy. Albert Suarez is a non-roster invitee. He needs to prove he can stay healthy, and he has a shot at being in the bullpen. And then, of course, the big one is Heston Kjerstad, who's back healthy from kind of that unspecified ailment that he was dealing with last year, and he looks really good early in spring. So, everybody can follow me on Twitter at JCalvinMeyer. Go to BaltimoreSun.com and and we'll see how spring plays out.
All right. Jacob, thanks so much for your time this afternoon. Do appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Jacob.
Thanks, guys.
We'll take a time out. We come back. Let's talk about a few of those guys that are in that story and talk about the infield a little bit. Also, later on in the hour, I do want to touch upon a big day yesterday in sports and a big name associated with the win. We'll talk about that and a story I have related to that individual as well. Your phone calls welcome as well. 410-583-1057 is the number. It's a special edition of Inside Access. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall with you here on The Fan.
Baseball is back. Follow 105.7 The Fan for season-long coverage. Big hits, walk-off wins.
Say goodbye to this ball.
Where rookies make their mark and legends add to the story.
This is the greatest place to play.
We'll cover the swings, misses, and everything in between. Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie. Inside Access. Live on The Fan's YouTube channel weekdays 6 till 6. Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well,
I'll take this one.
are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there.
It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
There's a big new $50 scratch-off from the Maryland Lottery that you definitely need to know about. It's called Lux, as in deluxe or luxury. Or, hey, are you feeling luxy today? So what exactly makes this Lux scratch-off so luxurious? It has a top prize of $5 million instantly. Yep, you heard that right. You could win $5 million just by playing a scratch-off. So go ahead, try your luck with the new Lux Scratch-Off. Please play responsibly.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week. New segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcast. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
You know, Ben, you made a great point off air to me about Kobe Mayo. And, you know, here Mayo's trying to figure it out at the plate, and they're still trying to find a position for him defensively. We'll try him here, we'll try him there. And you can't do all that to the young man. You've got to have a level of consistency because, as we know, one area can spill into another. If things aren't going well here, that can spill over into another area, and that's what you don't want to see with Kobe Mayo. And they're in a tough spot right now. And Kjerstad, to a lesser extent, maybe we're writing him off. But with Mayo, here's a guy that was, a top 75 prospect. And it feels like they're not handling him quite well.
Yeah, no, 1,000%. It's tough for them as well because you think you have something, and you probably had offers right now that you go back. I'm sure there was something with Garrett Crochet that Kobe Mayo could have been a part of, that you end up getting a true ace, and Crochet is here. There's probably a lot of deals they could go back and look on and say, dang, I mean, that's sports, that's being a GM, that's all of those things.
Sure.
But for Kobe Mayo, I mean, this was at one point viewed as the best power hitting prospect in baseball, and that's one of the reasons you held on to him to now, and it hasn't translated. But to that point, it hasn't translated at the plate. We saw glimpses last year, but he's still trying to figure out what he's doing at the plate. And just a few days ago, I know Mike Elias had talked about maybe getting him some run in right field and trying to figure that out. But now with injuries, then you also have him playing third base. And there's also work at first base. And for somebody of his age that was viewed as, this top, like you said, top 75 prospect who had the most power at the plate that we've seen, and he's trying to nail down on that, and he wants to live up to these expectations, for him to now try to figure out right field and then still try to figure out third base and fielding the ball and throws there and all these different things, it's definitely a lot on him. And some of it also could be them trying to boost his value, where if this guy goes down to Triple-A, starts the year, and it feels like he's already graduated Triple-A, he's dominated there enough. We know that he's going to dominate there, but
I don't know how many plate appearances, but you're right. He's proven himself.
He's proven himself more than enough.
Yeah.
If he goes down there and shows capable defense in right field, well, all of a sudden the team might say, with a need there that doesn't have the outfield prospects, the outfield situation the Orioles do, a little bit of a lesser team says, well, maybe we do have something to build off of there in right field. And I understand why they want to build that value, but it would have made a little bit more sense to do that when he was 19 and 20 and trying to figure that out then, when it was clear the glove wasn't there at third base then. So it does feel like they waited a little bit too long, and it's unfortunate for both parties.
Yeah, I don't like guys having to learn other spots once they get to the majors. I mean, once they get here, they're expected to produce. There's very little learning curve. Now, it depends on the context of the team, but given the fact that the Orioles won in 22, and that was unexpected, but 23, 24, the context changed. And this isn't a team where, okay, we know we've got a bunch of young guys and it's going to take time and it's going to take a couple of years. And they do have that opportunity at the big leagues to learn and grow. And the pressure's not on, but it's a different story. And especially now, Ben, after what happened this past season, and taking a look at the infield a little bit as well, with Blaze Alexander, I want him to be where he's best in the infield. So if that's at second base, then I want him to be there for the duration of the holiday injury. And I want, Westberg to be at third. And I know Westberg can play second, but just saying, where his strength is, I'd rather him be there for the most part. And I know the lineup and the pitching plays a part in that to some extent. Yeah, I guess you could live with Mayo at third for 2 days a week. But again, given the defensive issues, Ben, the last couple of years for the O's, or especially last year, I guess I'm just a little leery about that.
No doubt. And another issue is there's a lot of question marks with this defense. And we talked about center field. Gunnar, I love him at short. I think he probably would be an even better third baseman, but you keep him at short, that's fine. Second base, Jackson Holliday was trying to figure out. I know he's going to miss the first month or so. He's still figuring that out. Pete Alonso, love the signing. I like the signing more than most. Pete Alonso's not there for his glove. He's there, for his bat. And he's still going to play first base, and he'll be probably right below average at first base, but you're fine with that. The issue is if you're putting Kobe Mayo at third and there are those question marks, you have way too many in the field, which we talked about catcher, right? Basayo still learning. Adley Rutschman has not lived up to the expectation. Hopefully Craig Alvarez, I know he's more of a hands-on with catchers, but hopefully he can fix fielding in general, because they do have to take strides forward. And then center field.
I was just going to say, then you got Kalzer and that learning curve there.
Kalzer looks like he can work, right? He's got the size. He's got the speed. The arm, he has the strength. The issue is you just don't know where the ball's going, and it's scary, but some of that is also developmental. And now you have and we're going to talk about it a little bit with the Ravens, because I do think the staff for the Ravens is more developmental, but it feels like that a little bit with the Orioles as well, where a guy in Craig Alvarez, who has been very hands-on with players in Cleveland, and when he spent time in San Francisco, I know people say, well, he didn't play in the majors. Like you always say, some of these guys don't need to play in the majors to be great developers and work great with guys. They understand things. Anybody who worked with him, Austin Hedges, not very good at the plate whatsoever, but behind the plate, he's great. Starting pitchers love throwing to him. Bullpen arms do as well. Austin Hedges is a defensive replacement a lot for that reason. Austin Hedges talked about Craig Albert as like he was, the greatest thing ever. And just time he's worked with him. And Austin Hedges has been in the MLB a while and has made his rounds away. So it is good to know that, at least with the catching side of it, but hopefully we can see Alvarez work well with the infielders as well.
Let's grab a phone call. Lou's in Edwards. Lou, you're up on the Fan. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Listen, I'm going to throw a lot of things at you real quick, okay? Right. So first, Kirby Mayo. We're going on our third year hearing that name being kicked around. Me personally, I'm getting tired of it. I'm getting tired of his name being kicked around. Let's move on from him. Trade him away because you obviously don't have a destination for him, and everything can't be a project with him, okay? You got to do something for this young man and something for the organization. Second, the organization, I'm tired of prospects bringing them up at the major league level for them to learn. No, they're supposed to get all their learning down in AAA. We're supposed to have major league ready ball players at the major league level. That's another thing that I'm growing tired of. And third, you should have went out this offseason and solidified third base. You did a good job by solidifying first, but you got a huge question mark on third because Westberg can't stay healthy. And I don't diss the young man. I like Westberg. I'm a huge fan of him, but the problem with him is he just can't stay healthy. And I'm not interested in keeping guys around here who can't stay healthy. I'd rather have a guy who hitting 250 and maybe driving 15 home runs and 70 RBIs, and he's going to stay healthy on third base. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, Lou, appreciate the call. Let's do this. Let's take a timeout. We'll address Lou's comments on the other side. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall, special edition of Inside Access on this President's Day here on The Fan.
See what you've been missing by seeing what you've been listening to.
What was the question?
The Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe at Baltimore 1057 The Fan.
Treat yourself and taste the Baltimore tradition that is the legendary Casa Inn. Be sure to visit their newest location at the Timonium Fairgrounds and enjoy all your favorite foods from the original Casa Inn. And when you do, make sure you tell them that Jeremy Kahn sent you.
Just thinking about how prices have gone up stresses me out. Everything's too expensive.
Yeah, but it's all good.
What's your deal?
What's my deal? I saved at Metro by T-Mobile with no activation fees. And I got 4 lines for just $25 each.
Wow.
And 4 free new Samsung Galaxy A17 5G. And no ID required.
Get that more for your money feeling. Only at Metro. Visit your store today. Just bring your numbers. Not available if you've been with Metro or T-Mobile in the past 180 days.
For 100 years, we have had the honor of caring for Maryland families. The Center for Advanced Orthopedics, Ortho Maryland, is excited to announce the expansion and grand opening of our newest walk-in and therapy location, 120 Westminster Pike, Suite 200 in Reisterstown. Our practice is committed to offering prompt and accessible orthopedic care when you need it. No appointment, no problem. Simply walk in to be treated with orthopedic excellence. Visit orthomaryland.net to find our hours and locations.
Listen up, basketball fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $150 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $150 into something bigger when you bet on player points, rebounds, triple doubles.
$150 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply. In-app only.
Paying too much for your personal home and auto insurance? Most people are and don't even know it. Gray Insurance Group cuts costs on your personal home and auto insurance by searching top carriers to find the lowest rates. Better coverage, real savings month after month. Why wait and throw money away? Call Paul now at 410-879-6383. Gray Insurance Group handles everything. Most clients save hundreds every year before their next renewal. Gray Insurance Group, 410-879-6383.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now, from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For immediate same-day heating repairs and installation, call the comfort guys today. That number, 410-367-7777, or just visit them at farnanddermer.com.
It's the Bray and Scarf President's Day Sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday with once-a-year appliance savings. Pay no Maryland sales tax on select Energy Star appliances, combined with President's Day savings of up to 40% off. Take advantage of huge savings on GE Profile and Cafe Energy Star refrigeration, plus no sales tax. Or save on GE Profile Energy Star washers and dryers with no sales tax and the absolute lowest prices with Bray & Scarf's best price guarantee. The Maryland Sales Tax Holiday happens once a year, so don't wait. If you're even considering new appliances in 2026, the time to buy is now. Shop local and save at the Bray & Scarf President's Day Sale and Maryland Sales Tax Holiday. Visit any of Bray & Scarf's convenient locations or shop online at brayandscarf.com, where it doesn't cost more to get more.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my home insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check to see which type of soap I put into the dishwasher. Not so good. Well, looks like the kids are enjoying their new indoor slip and slide.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Terms apply. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Tune in to Winning in Retirement with Brian Akers and his team of financial advisors right here on 105.7 The Fan this Saturday at 11 a.m.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7. A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
All right, so Lou in Edgewood had a couple of comments, and I wrote down a rapid fire as best as I could about what he had to say. Look, with Jordan Westburg, no doubt the injury bug situation is a concern, but coming into this year, you weren't going to go out and get a third baseman and have him be a utility guy off the bench. There's only so many roster spots. Now, if at the end of this year, Ben, Westburg has had another injury-riddled season, then sure, something may have to be done in terms of him. With Mayo, he doesn't have any trade value. That doesn't mean, though, that trading him isn't a good idea, because you just may not have a spot for him, and you're not doing him any good keeping him here, and the Orioles have to move on, and you almost wonder that, okay, with Ryan Mountcastle, maybe they held on it to him a little bit longer than they should have, because now Mayo's stuck. And, we Kerstad, again, we kind of bring him up from time to time, but that's been an unfortunate situation with injuries. And again, I've kind of written him off, but he's still in camp. Oh.
It's unfortunate for a lot. Kerstad's bad. I was higher on than most. I thought it was going to be legit. I liked him more than Colton Cowser, the prospect. I never thought Cowser was going to be a center fielder, but Colton Cowser is now, for now at least, the everyday center fielder. So, yeah, at this point for Kerstad, I hope that he can break through in spring training and somehow find an opportunity. But when we talk about the logjam between the Kobe Mayos, Ryan Mountcastle, I know it's a left-handed outfielder, but he is more that DH. Like, Kerstad is a corner outfield DH type of guy. And if you have Kobe Mayo now getting reps in right field and trying to figure that out, it's tough. Lou did make a point that somewhat I wanted to push back in terms of giving guys a shot at the major league level. The MLB is so tough because the step from AAA to the majors is like no other. And it's hard to...
You're not going to replicate it in AAA, so there is going to be a learning curve for any player, no matter... Yeah, you can only be so major league ready.
Right.
Yeah.
It's too tough for them to... All right, we need to see him hit 400 before he's ready to go. We need to see him hit 50 home runs down there. It's only so much that they can do, and they do want to get some of these guys up. Now, with the current roster and how things are built, I would expect some of the other prospects coming up right now it's going to take some time. Unless Colton Cowser is a complete failure in center field, they need to rush up a Bradfield or something like that, they don't have the holes, at least right now, that they did last season. And they don't have the spots where, because we're talking about Kerstead, where coming into last year, there was opportunity for him in the DH. He was going to get some opportunity when O'Neill was out of the lineup, and then O'Neill goes down. But now you're talking about O'Neill as a reserve piece, and Jeremiah Jackson figured things out. So I think a lot of these prospects right now are blocked, so they're going to get the time to be quite honest with you, AAA.
But the problem with Jackson is the glove.
Yeah.
You know, we see the bat, but the glove. And as I mentioned, defensively, they've got to improve upon that this year. We could talk about pitching all we want, but if they don't have good defenders behind them, you know, that's an issue there as well. So I just feel like, Ben, and maybe some of it too, and I would need to go back and take a lot of time and do a timeline of when guys came up, prospects and such. But maybe in some regards, 22 and 23 especially, the Orioles won faster than what Mike Elias expected would happen, and it kind of messed up the timeline of things to some extent, and maybe that's why we're in a position the way we are with some of these guys. To be fair to Elias, I think there's some truth to some of that the success happened pretty darn quickly. All of a sudden, you had 83 wins in 22, and then 23 you had 101? Was that the 101? And then 90 some in 24, and maybe it just happened so quickly, and then at the same time you're starting to bring up prospects, and you get a log jam, and it's it's tough. I'm trying to figure all this out in my head, and it's just very jumbled. A lot of puzzle pieces.
Yeah. The only thing for that, once 22 and 23 did happen, then it's like, all right, well, we are legitimate, and that's where the offseason, the handling of the offseason, and the trade deadlines, and that's what scares me a little bit with this year. Like, I fully believe this team is going to be a serious contender. They're going to be in the playoff push. But how do they handle that trade deadline? The deadline moved up a little bit this year, so they're going to have to declare whether they're buyers or sellers. They're not going to be sellers again this year. I find it hard to believe that with everything that's happened.
Let's hope not. Yeah.
Right. With everything that's happened, you can't be a seller again.
Yeah.
And if that's the case, do they have the guts to go all in at this deadline and say, well, we're going to have this guy? And again, I think the lockout does impact how they're handling things. But for example, right now,
do you mean to be more aggressive because there may not be baseball next year, or for part of the year?
In terms of contract guys, I don't know that they wanted to risk a half a year next year, and that's why the Framber thing we talked about earlier. He's got an opt out after 2, so really you'd be giving them for 1.5, and pitching injuries, whatever. But at the deadline this year, like the Twins right now, they get rid of Falvey, and everything happened there. Falvey was supposedly the one that was pushing them to stay competitive. That team is, maybe they shocked the world. I don't see that team being competitive all year. So if at the deadline, Joe Ryan's available, do you go all in and move some pieces to add a front line starting pitcher like we've talked about a while? Again, then you have 7 capable starters in your rotation, but odds are at that point, somebody of the 6 that we've talked about right now is on the IL or dealing with an injury, just being realistic with baseball in 26. Right. So could they go all in? I hope. I would love to see it, but nothing that we've seen from them tells me they will truly go all in at a deadline.
Yeah. And one other thing that concerns me is it seems as if it's all about this year because last year was so bad. But I thought that the trend was changing, that we could count on the Orioles having consistent winning seasons. And I'm not saying we won't going forward here, but it just seems like that we're going all in this year because 25 was so bad, and that could be at the risk of 27, 28, 29, and that's not supposed to be this way. Mike Elias came in to overhaul this organization. It wasn't overhaul. You had 12 people fired in the front office because they wanted to get people in that were on board with what he was looking to do. So it wasn't a rebuild. It was an overhaul, and 22, 23, 24, we see the fruits of labor. Last year took a step back, but it just seems like this year, it's all about this year. And yes, next year's uncertainty certainly adds into it or plays a part, but I just certainly hope that we're not looking a couple of years down the road and it's, well, we went all in for 26 and now we're screwed in 28, 27, 28, 29, and I'm not saying that will be the case. It just feels that way a little bit.
It definitely,
with the prospects we've given up and so on and so forth, And
another thing, I don't want to look too far ahead, but next year, of course, it's going to be odd offseason, whatever. But when free agency does open up and things, this year was very fun for Orioles fans because we knew they were legitimate about adding a lot of money, a bat, and a starting pitcher. And they didn't end up getting the frontline guy, but Chris Bassett is an upgrade over most of the things that they already have. So it's an upgrade. Pete Alonso is a bat that a lot of teams wanted, and it's a fun move. But I hope that in every offseason we can look forward to them being all in and making a move here. I'm not asking for Pete Alonso and Chris Bassett and Shane Baz, those types of moves every single year, but I do want to see them make a few moves to win now every single season and continue to have this team being competitive. I just don't know that next offseason, the offseason after, we'll see that.
And that's where the minor league system comes in, where if you've got a plethora of talent, you can go ahead and trade because it's not going to affect you because you've got enough depth to make up for that. And then you can go get proven guys as well at the trade line, especially. But to your point, too, in a free agency financially, you're right. I'd like to think every couple years at least that if they need a guy that's a high-cost guy, that they can be right there and competitive and give themselves a healthy chance of getting that player. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back. We'll grab your calls. Want to get to a few other items as well here. We've been very heavy on Orioles. We will get to Ravens a little bit later on as well. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall, President's Day edition of Inside Access here on The Fan.
Ravens.
Lamar Jackson is gone.
Terps.
With the hammer.
And O's.
Bolton Kauser demolition derby.
Sports Radio 105.7. The Fan.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
I've always enjoyed watching NBA All-Star Saturday night. One question: why were the events on in the afternoon? The NBA got bumped for tape delay Olympic coverage. That's pretty bad. Adam Silver is worried about social media, AI. I would be worried about my marquee midseason event not being good enough for primetime television. I'm Chris Black.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164. 800-390-1164.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
All right, so Ben, we're going to get to some other issues, but we keep talking Orioles during the break, and I want to bring stuff up with you. One item we haven't gotten to, though, is Zach Gallen and all this. Now, he ends up signing essentially for the same amount that the qualifying offer of $22 million, right? We saw, was it Friday night, I believe it was announced that he ends up signing a one-year deal with Arizona. And again, you hear Steve Molesky talk. He liked Gallen better than Valdez for that matter. And again, Gallen was down to, in the marketplace, a one-year deal. Now, there was a first-round draft pick tied to him, right? For the Orioles to sign him. But I got to tell you, for me, I think now I know this is counter to what I just talked about being all in this year and selling out future seasons. But I still believe in the depth of the minor league system and the job that they've done there. So I'm not sure that would have bothered me for Gallen. And given the track record, and again, where some people that I respect have said, hey, I think he would have been a better pickup than Valdez, and you only get him for 1 year. Yeah,
I do think a 1 year deal.
It's an expensive pickup, right. I get you. But not knowing about next season, you could at least say 50-50 on that.
Listen, I talked about it on Inside Access when they bring me on. I'm a big believer in Gallen's bounce back. I think what happened in the first half of last year was not normal for him. I mean, this is a guy that's got Cy Young votes in 3 seasons in the MLB. He played a massive role on an Arizona team that defeated the odds and made a World Series run. Of course, they fall short to a Rangers team who we saw how good they were when they came to Baltimore and pushed the Orioles around. But Gallen has been in a clubhouse that's won on a run. He has been a part of a clubhouse that's won a little bit in Arizona. So I would have liked it. They decided not to, but to that as well, Bassett, you can guarantee what you're getting. Gallen, it's more of a coin toss. And we did just see for the first half, which is more than half of the season, last year he struggled.
Yeah, that's true.
So to me, I think it's maybe not wanting to. I don't think that they weren't in on him. I think they were in on him, but I think with losing a competitive balance pick, if you do sign him for just 1 year.
Given what they gave up for Boz.
Exactly.
Okay.
I don't know that they wanted to maybe swim in those waters as well.
Let me jump ahead to where I think people are thinking, well, Mike, that's really expensive for a 1-year guy. And you bring up the LA Dodgers. And I guess some people could say, well, what's the point? The Dodgers are just going to win it again. But let's put, because you can't take that mindset. Right. But let me paint another scenario, though. Say this team, and we've talked about the core, or we think the foundational pieces have question marks, but say this team gets it together and fulfills a lot of what we think the potential that they have. Is it so bad if this team makes it to the ALCS and loses? Like, that would be a huge step in the right direction. So even if Gallen is one and done, if he helps us get to an ALCS and win some playoff games that help this roster who haven't won any playoff games, and builds up the cachet of the Orioles among maybe other free agents and such, it's not a waste, I guess, is what I'm getting at. Or even if they lose in 7 games in an ALDS, that's still progress, that they won a wild card game, that they won some games in the DS, that they took a big step forward from 25. So I don't view that as necessarily a waste. I guess that's my vantage point.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. Right there with you. They haven't won a playoff game since 2014, and it feels like, as fun as 2023 was, it was so exciting, and they were inches away in Game 1 against the Rangers. Now, Game 2, early on, the Hicks base hit. You think they got a shot. They end up kind of falling on their faces after that, and it got ugly after, especially when you go to Texas. But this town, like the city, is a different beast when the Orioles are good and when they're competitive.
No doubt.
It's just, we want that again. And to your point, who was saying the Blue Jays had a shot last year, to be quite honest with you?
I was done with the Blue Jays.
Yeah.
I was so tired of the media painting them as the dolls of the AL East, and they never fulfilled expectations.
I mean, I was saying Schneider needed to be fired. Now this guy takes them, and they were this close to beating a Dodgers team that's a juggernaut. Now,
that's amazing that they lost that Game 7.
The way that it did,
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
But now, to be fair, the Dodgers' 2 weaknesses, which anybody would love, is one more bat and a true reliable closer. But what they do, they went out and added the best bat in free agency in Kyle Tucker and the best closer in baseball in Edwin Diaz.
Mm-hmm.
So they did that. They got even better. But injuries still happen. As you mentioned earlier, the Dodgers deal with it all the time.
They were beat up last year.
They were. And Scott, when they signed him, was the big bullpen arm. That was a complete failure. He dealt with injury. He wasn't good for them. So things could absolutely go wrong, and you could go on a run. The Orioles don't have Vladdy, but they have Gunnar, right? The Orioles don't have Bichette, but they have Westberg. They have Adley. There's different pieces. Like, the Orioles are not a nobody team, to where the Blue Jays, it's a similar situation. Now, the Orioles, Gunnar Henderson's dad wasn't, Vladimir Guerrero, and Adley's dad wasn't Bo Bichette, so there wasn't as much hype in that aspect, because that was the big thing with the Blue Jays,
right.
having all of these former players, kids. But for a while, it was like, we keep hyping this team up, they don't do anything. We keep hyping this team up, they don't do anything. Schneider, all this hype around him, this guy needs to be fired if they don't do it this year. And they finally did it. Now, the Orioles, not as much hype as those Blue Jays teams have had, but it is possible for them to go on a run and hit things at the right spot. And they also added a Sir Anthony Dominguez at the deadline from the Orioles, and he played a pretty big role out of the bullpen for them. So that's what I mean when you get to that deadline, if you do think you have a shot, it's worth going all in.
Yeah, it's something that I've kind of learned over the years in covering sports is more and more is that if you really think you have a legitimate shot, go for it, because you just don't know the next year. We can project and think that things are going to be rosy the next year and the year after that. It just does not always turn out like that. Let's grab a quick call. Antonio Rosedale. Antonio, you're up on the Fan. Thanks for waiting. What's going on?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Ben. How are you?
How you doing, Antonio?
Doing well.
Good. Who do you think will be the opening day starter for the Orioles? And you guys have a wonderful day.
Same to you.
All right. Ben, I'll let you take that first.
It's got to be Kyle Bradish. Guys on Inside Access were discussing it the other day, and Jason had brought up Chris Bassett not wanting to have so much pressure on Bradish and moving him back so he doesn't make as many starts. Kyle Bradish is a bulldog. Kyle Bradish has earned it. In every world.
You love Bradish. I mean, I like
do.
him a lot too. Don't get me wrong. Well, I think some of it depends. Correct me if I'm wrong. Who do their opening day game is against whom, and that lineup has how many righties and how many lefties in it?
Well, he would pitch anyways. But I'm saying with Twins, they face the Twins,
right? Well, I'm saying with Rogers being a lefty. That play into it a little bit. I
don't think as much, because I think whoever is not game one would be the next day. And of course, Minnesota can, if Rodgers is going, all right, well, you know what, we're going to go with our righty-centric lineup.
Look, I have no problem if it's Bradish. I could see it. I think it'll be Rodgers. I could see it being Rodgers. I really do. I'll lean that way.
Bradish the other day had said Rodgers has earned it. I'm like, oh, well, I think it should be Bradish. But again, Rodgers, it's hard to discredit what Rodgers did last year because the Orioles were so bad.
He was elite, though.
He was elite. What he did last year was not normal. I mean, it was a sub-2 ERA. It was special, which I'm giving him credit. I mean, like when I'm saying it's not normal. It was special, and he didn't get any Cy Young votes, which I thought was BS.
That was horrible.
Every time, and for a while, we had seen the beginning of Kyle Bradish, and I'll be honest with you, for the first 5 or 6, I'm like, all right, when is it going to get back to reality? And this was the reality, right? When he took the ball, it was going to be 6 to 7 innings of 1 or 2 run ball, and he was going to be exactly what he needed to. I remember he faces the Dodgers, and there were a few. This is when I knew it was legit. There were a few starts where it was clear he didn't have his A-plus stuff, and the ticks weren't fully there. But he still battled and got you out of innings.
And that's a sign of a good pitcher. Yeah, absolutely. You're right. When you don't have your A game. No, absolutely. Hey, look, I love Bradish a lot. If he is, I'm behind him 100%. And in terms of the innings and the arm, but realize, though, and you well know this, early on to the season, a lot of off days and such, and some games postponed because of the weather. Don't get me started on baseball starting in late March. That's as ridiculous as college baseball starting as early as it does, and even lacrosse, for that matter, in some of this weather. If it's him, I'm behind him 110%. I'll lean slightly towards Rodgers if I had to pick the two. I'll push back on that just slightly. Before we wrap up this hour, Ben, yesterday, the Daytona 500, the winner was Tyler Reddick. Now, here's a man that races for 2311 Racing. That's owned by Michael Jordan. So Michael Jordan turns 63 tomorrow, Ben. He's got 6 NBA rings. He's now going to add a Daytona 500 ring to his repertoire, if you will, or to the glass case where he keeps all of those. And for Reddick, he had a tough year last year. His son had health issues. He had a 38-race losing streak, and he only led for 1 lap yesterday. 1 lap, but that's all that you need. He was in a spot, but he was the 25th different driver to lead a lap for new Daytona 500 record. But Michael Jordan now has gotten into NASCAR and has won a Daytona 500. That's like being a horse owner and winning the Kentucky Derby or the Preakness or the Belmont. It's a very, very impressive.
Michael Jordan is the GOAT.
Yeah. Now, for those of you, and I think most folks in the area know, we got a lot of folks that fish the White Marlin Open in Ocean City. And last year, I was very honored to be asked to co-MC their live stream, Ben. And Michael Jordan's in a lot of fishing tournaments, the Big Rock down in North Carolina. He's in the White Marlin Open. He's in the Mid-Atlantic in South Jersey. But his boat is docked in West Ocean City for a number of tournaments late in the summer there. And one of his anglers ended up finishing second in the White Marlin category. So because there was a chance at the time when the boat came in on Saturday, because the final day was on Sunday, that they felt confident that, hey, he may have the first place fish. So Michael was on the boat when it came into the scales at Harbor Island. And, I mean, that was a huge day for all of us there. And we had White Marlin bourbon on the set, okay? And those two were actually my bourbons that they were giving to me that I was going to have after, but we used them on the set. Well, right at the end before they go away, one of the PR people for the White Marlin comes up, takes my White Marlin bourbon, and gives it to Michael Jordan. So that's my Michael Jordan story, is he's got my bourbon, which is cool. But anyway, cool. Jordan being the competitor that he is into fishing, but NASCAR, and has got himself a Daytona 500 ring. That's big time. So
absolutely. He's a winner.
The rich keep, I was going to say the rich keep getting richer, but he is a winner. That's best said. All right, we'll take a timeout. We'll come back next hour, and I know we've got coming up at 5 o'clock. We'll talk some Ravens with our next guest, but want to get into some Ravens next hour. They got a big press conference on Wednesday. We'll delve into that with Ben. Also want to talk some college basketball. We're getting closer to the NCAA tournament. A new AP Top 25 poll is out as well. So we'll get to all that at your phone calls here. It's a special edition of Inside Access. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall with you till 6 here on The Fan.
I'm Kevin Harlan. You're listening to the station with the best Ravens coverage. Sports Radio 105.7.
The Fan.
That same Louisiana flavor y'all love about our chicken?
Flawless.
Yeah, we did that to crispy Alaskan flounder and butterfly shrimp too, both for $5.99. And we didn't stop there. You can add lemon pepper or garlic Parmesan rub to that shrimp. Now we only do seafood every so often, so you know what to expect.
Popeyes can't miss.
That's right. The seafood menu is back. At participating restaurants, prices may vary.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
February has arrived in Harford County, and since the groundhog says we've got 6 more weeks of winter ahead, we might as well make the most of it. Whether you're taking your Valentine out to dinner or the whole crew to the slopes, do it in the safety and comfort of a Ford. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. For those heading to the mountains or just navigating icy commutes, Ford's winter lineup delivers. Remote start gets your cabin warm before you leave the lodge. All-wheel drive keeps you confident on snow-packed roads. Ford Pass lets you check fuel levels and lock your doors from your phone. And if you're hauling gear, Pro Power Onboard turns your F-150 into a mobile generator. Still looking for a sweet gift? Well, heated seats and steering wheels are pretty romantic when it's 20 degrees outside. This February, our Plaza Ford team is ready to match you with the right Ford for winter and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Circulating Knowledge is sponsored by Vascular Surgery Associates.
Hi, Weekend Warriors. I'm Dr. Micah Girardi with VSA, Vascular Surgery Associates. Are your knees bothering you? Have you been diagnosed with knee arthritis and tried various painkillers, injections, and physical therapy, but not ready to have surgery yet? We here at VSA have a solution with a minimally invasive outpatient procedure that helps the actual blood flow in your knee joint, decreasing your painful inflammation and stiffness. If this sounds like you, visit us at coolknees.com. That is coolknees.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppables beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
You can sell your home as is, but the wrong cash offer will cost you. The Lee Tessier team with eXp Realty will buy it for fair market value. LeeTessier.com.
If you're selling your home, don't make it hard. Just call Lee Tessier.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
Yeah, 2 hours down, 2 hours to play with as we take you up to 6 o'clock. It's been a lot of fun so far and a lot of great Orioles talk. And this is good because Ben's got the juices flowing. It's got me going with the Orioles. I've been pretty Ravens and Terps heavy, so this is a good exercise for me going forward here. And you get a little bit more experience at this during the week than I do. So I'm reading a lot as best as I can. But anyway, we'll talk some more Orioles down the line. But I do want to switch gears and get into the Ravens. And next hour, Joe DeShafer, the Baltimore Banner, will be joining us. But Ben, as you know, the Ravens will have a press conference on Wednesday at 11 a.m. To introduce their coordinators, Declan Doyle, the offensive coordinator, Anthony Weaver back in Baltimore as the defensive coordinator, former player, and Anthony Levine, former player and assistant coach as well as the special teams coordinator for the Ravens. So we're excited about that. And I do later in this hour want to get into position coaches and personnel and what they have to do to get better as a team. But my first question for you is, and we talked a little off air about this, but with Declan Doyle taking over the offense, I think that's where most people are looking, only because you got Lamar Jackson on that side. And again, I think people feel pretty confident with Jesse Minter in the defense that that's a given that's going to be fixed. But how's this offense going to look? But what do you want to see, Ben, from a Declan Doyle offense?
As you mentioned, we talked about it a little bit off air, and I don't know that we need massive changes, as we said. I mean, and you made a good point. Like, we talked about Todd Monken and the issues that the offense had, and it felt like some of that was just more decision-making in some of the bigger games at times where the offense was still able to get it going against some of the more elite defenses we've seen. We've seen Lamar Jackson win an MVP with Greg Roman. We've seen him win an MVP with Todd Monken. I for sure think he could do it with Declan Doyle. Now, the play wasn't as good last year, but he dealt with some injuries. Tim had pointed it out the other day, a few weeks ago. Mm-hmm. The Bears had the second most under center dropbacks in the NFL last year. Over the last 3 years, Lamar Jackson had 164 dropbacks from under center, completed 109 of 150 passes for 1,334 yards, 16 touchdowns to 1 interception. 134.1 passer rating is one of the best in the NFL over that span. That is probably going to be featured a little bit more, but the Ravens' offensive line and the Bears' offensive line right now are not comparable, just to be fair. And that they got to fix the interior. Not only is the guard spot an issue, but Tyler Linderbaum's not under contract. Like, he's out there, and there's reports about $20 million plus per year, and I don't know if you're in a spot to do that.
Not without reworking the Jackson deal, which is happening presumably as we speak.
And you got to get an extension now, because that's something, and we talked about with the Orioles just a minute ago, where front-end starter is what they said. And they didn't get a front-end guy, but they got Bassett, which gives you some other things.
Pretty darn good, but yeah.
We heard Biscotti say, we want to get an extension on with Lamar Jackson.
Yes.
Like, that wasn't, well, maybe we got to figure it out. That has to be done to help them fill some spots on the offensive line. And more than just the offense, some spots on the defense as well.
Well, if he wants to have some successful Sundays and stay upright, he's going to do that.
Has to.
Ben, I don't think that's a question. I think Lamar will. I think they'll get that worked out. I'm confident in that. It's just a gut feeling. But what specifically, so do you like that if putting Lamar under center more, do you like that? What else do you need to see from a Declan Doyle offense, or what would you like to see from a Declan Doyle offense?
One thing that Chicago did really well, and it's hard to figure out how much of it's him and how much is Ben Johnson, because he's not calling plays. But they allowed the run game to open up that passing game, and they did it game after game after game. Now, we talk about the playoff game for the Ravens, 6 rushes, and that's the biggest game of Lamar's career. It gets ugly. But I do think he could, now you have Derrick Henry, allowing this run game to open up the passing game a little bit more. And we hear a lot of guys for Declan Doyle who have worked with Declan Doyle talk about his adjustments. And it feels like that Bears passing game, as games went on, got better. Caleb Williams making incredible plays down the stretch, where in the first half, things weren't clicking as much. So, again, it's hard to fully diagnose who, because he wasn't calling plays. And we know Ben Johnson, the success he had in the run game in Detroit and the success that he had in the run game in Chicago. But both of those were two different situations. It was Sonic and Knuckles in Detroit. They had similar thing going with Monangai, who we're familiar with being at Rutgers against Maryland. But like, Monangai came in, he wasn't this hot commodity. So I don't know that I want Derrick Henry to be off the field as much. But both spots that we've seen him in previously, we've seen, at least Ben Johnson, and then last year with how he worked with Declan Doyle, was multiple running backs had roles. And could they get a little bit more from Justice Hill to keep Derrick Henry a little bit fresher in games? That would be interesting to see.
Yeah. A couple of things. First off, about being under center. I argued back when Greg Roman was the offensive coordinator, and he talked about, I think going into the final season he was OC, that he was going to get Jackson under center more, and it never really happened enough to my liking. I've been stressing that quite a bit. And I also said last year, given the offensive line woes, that I wanted to see Lamar under center more with bootlegs and play actions and such. So I'm all about getting under center. And in fact, you're seeing down in D.C., that's exactly what's going to happen with Jaden Daniels, with David Blau taking over as OC. They talked about getting Daniels under center more, and that offense is going to look different. So I'm all about Lamar Jackson equally being under center as much in the shotgun. I tell you what I absolutely want to see from a Declan Doyle offense, though, is a deep shot threat.
Yes.
This Ravens offense, even under Todd Monken, has lacked that. And I don't know how this new coaching staff feels about Devontae Walker. I'm a Walker fan, but he was inactive for at least half the games, if not more, last year. But he is your take off the top of the defense guy. I view Zay Flowers as more of a short to intermediate yak guy. Not that he can't get deep. And then Bateman can get deep, but he's got drop issues at times, but he can't stay healthy is the bigger issue there. So whether it's Walker or somebody else, but I want to see this offense have more of a deep threat. But if I go back to the Detroit roots of this offense, which followed to Chicago, it is an offense that's definitely going to stress the run. And they had two really good backs in Detroit, and they did so with Chicago as well. But they're definitely going to stress the run. You're going to see a lot of bunch formations, a lot of motion. And if I remember correctly, they were pretty good at equally distributing short, intermediate, and deep passes in that offense as well. You'll see a lot of crossing patterns. So that's, I think, what you're going to see from the offense. But the other thing I'll say, though, and Israel Wolford, the new quarterbacks coach, is as Lamar gets older here, it's going to be more and more about the mental game and his arm and manipulating defenses, making checks at the line of scrimmage, and him being a pocket passer, Ben. It's going to be less and less about him being a run threat. So I see the development of Lamar, and we saw him get better under Todd Monken for sure. But now, can they get him to maybe even another level as a passer in the pocket and get him back to the 24 game and maybe even improve upon that? And in terms of the playoffs, I think that's a team-wide thing. And if you saw the reel from Baltimore Ravens Facebook about Anthony Weaver talking about it being habitual, that it doesn't matter whether it's a playoff game or not, when we get into that moment, it's going to be essentially rote memory that we're not going to feel the pressure. We're going to have practiced and done things a certain way that regular season, postseason, we're going to be good to go in executing, and it won't matter that it's the AFC Championship game. That will be the big task, though, that Jesse Minter and staff will have. We'll see if that comes to fruition, though.
Right. And the staff is going to be, I mean, when you look at first year, and Buffalo's going to deal with the same thing with having Josh Allen, but it's rare that you see staffs have to have such high expectations coming in. And the fan base is going to hold these guys to a high standard. And I'm saying...
Sorry, Steve, no 6 years.
Yeah.
I know he mentioned maybe 6 years if things are going well. The fan base and the media will not stand for 6 years for the next Super Bowl.
You just can't, especially with how things have gone and the quarterback you have and Lamar Jackson.
Right, and his window.
Older. He's got to win. Yeah. Lamar Jackson is way too damn good to not win one. You have to think
or at
it's
least
going
get
to come
there.
in Exactly. Yeah. You have to think it's going to come in Baltimore at some point. But again, when you hire a first-time coach who we've never seen anything from, who knows what to expect?
You know, and Ben, going back, and we'll take a timeout and come back and grab some phone calls. I may mention this a couple times on the weekend shows. When you go back and take a look at the history of the Ravens coaching staff, you know, Ted Marchibroda had no pressure on him. He was a great bridge guy in town as he was a former Baltimore Colts coach. He takes over. He brought some exciting offense with him those first 2 years with Vinny Testaverde. You know, Brian Billick was brought in to bring, I think, consistent or to bring winning, but he didn't have Super Bowl pressure on him. He happened to win it in his second year and probably elevated that pressure. And then John Harbaugh definitely was brought in to ultimately win a Super Bowl, but his first task was to win consistently, because with Brian Billick, it was 1 year winning, 1 year losing. It was just erratic. So his first task was to win consistently, and along the way, to Harbaugh's credit, he got the team to the playoffs, and they were winning games, and it cultivated a Super Bowl. But with Jesse Minter, he will have the most pressure of any head coach in the Ravens history.
1,000%. Yeah. There's no way around it. And And he's so young. It's like it's going to be very, and then that's another thing. We're going to get to it a little bit more as the show goes on. But the staff's not very old either. It's a very young staff who's dealt with a lot of colleges, which is why I'm going to talk about it a lot later. But I do think they're trying to dive into a little bit more development with some of these players compared to what they had before.
Yeah. 410-583-1057 is the number. Ben, you're on X. What's your handle?
At BH Journalist. You can find everything on my X there.
All right. And you can find me at Popo Fan Sports. We've got phone calls to get to. We'll take a timeout. We'll get to them. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall. President's Day edition of Inside Access. Back next year on The Fan.
The Fan. When you're away from your car, listen on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. Search 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman. After a serious accident, one of the first things you do is to call a friend, then you choose a lawyer. Why not choose a lawyer who'll be a tireless advocate for you and a friend? Get the legal justice you deserve at my firm, the Holloman Firm.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Jen, I didn't know you shopped here.
Hey, I'm hunting for something fresh for spring.
Oh, girl, skip them all. Jewelry Television has the best spring looks right now.
JTV, way ahead of you. Just hit up JTV.com yesterday. Scored the cutest clover earrings, 2 tennis bracelets, and this gorgeous pearl ring.
Right now, new customers get $20 off any purchase of $99 or more at JTV.com.
Oh, and gold hoops and this turquoise bracelet.
Just a couple things, huh?
Maybe more than a couple.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
CFG Bank Arena is officially one of the hottest concert venues in the world. Just named the 4th busiest concert arena in North America. And 2026 is already stacked with shows from Megan Moroney, Barry Manilow, Olivia Dean, and more major announcements on the way. Want the best seats without the stress of public on sales? With a CFG Bank Arena Flex Pass, you choose the shows you want all year long. No queues, no chaos. Visit CFGBankArena.com and get your Flex Pass today. CFG Bank Arena, the biggest shows, the best seats, your way.
At Liberty Mutual, we love helping people with things like customizing car insurance, just like how we customize a song for you. Catered country tune. Liberty Mutual, saving you bucks by protecting your truck. 'Cause Birdie told me to only pay for what I need. Thank you, Limu. I'll always trust in Limu with Liberty, 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 Liberty.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right. I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
The cold, bitter winter nights are here. Is your HVAC system in tip-top shape to handle it? Farnan & Dermer, Maryland's oldest HVAC company, has been serving this community for 100 years. They're the comfort guys, and they're my guys. They've been keeping families like mine and yours comfortable with their energy-efficient HVAC systems. Right now, from BGE, get up to $4,000 off select high-efficiency HVAC systems. For immediate same-day heating repairs and installation, call the comfort guys today. That number, 410-367-7777, or just visit them at farnanddermer.com.
Now, there's more ways to follow the Fan. On air at 105.7, on the free Odyssey app, and stream live on our YouTube channel. Search Baltimore 105.7. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Looking fairly good this afternoon as you head out. Seeing some delays northbound on 95 getting to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Same story on 895 getting to the Harbor Tunnel. Looking at the Beltway on the west side, we're a bit heavy coming by 70. And then on the north side, things are slow getting through the 83s. That's your traffic. I'm Dan Miller.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
All right, we started out the hour talking Ravens, and we continue. We've got a flurry of phone calls, so let's get to them at 410-583-1057, the number. We head up I-95 to Delaware, and Franchise is up first on the Fan. Good afternoon. What's going on, Franchise?
Hi, Mike. Hi, Ben.
What's up, Franchise?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Guys, I don't have the same confidence that you have in Lamar being very excited about restructuring. And you know, maybe I am just being devil's advocate here, but you said you had, I think, Ben had a gut feeling that this was all going to get done.
That was Mike.
Yeah, I said that I think that they will get a restructure done by free agency, yes.
All right, so what's that date? What's that time?
March 11th, 4 o'clock is when free agency gets underway.
Okay. Why would Lamar hold the team ransom, knowing that they need free agents to help put a better roster around him? I don't know what's taking so long. That's what concerns me. I mean, quite honestly, Bisciotti and DaCosta and Sashi said this is priority one. Mm-hmm. I haven't heard boo from the castle, and I am not as confident as you guys are with Lamar being that, I guess, excited about restructuring. At $74 million on the cap, he's his own agent. What gives you the idea or the feeling that he is that urgent to restructure his deal and push all the money back? I don't get it.
What, if he wants to win a Super Bowl, if he wants to stay upright on Sundays and win, he's going to have to do it because the Ravens need to address the offensive line. They may have to address wide receiver down the line. And just as a whole, it hamstrings the Ravens. So there's a lot of reasons for him to do it. He's still going to get his money.
Yeah, I'm not as confident.
Go ahead, Ben. Yeah.
No, yeah, I'm not as confident, I will say, but I do think Lamar is going to get there because I think they're going to pay him more money than anybody else. It was ugly last time, which hopefully you think can make it a little bit prettier this time and not break out the way that it did. And he's
hopefully
also
his cell phone's working.
Yeah, right, that whole
he can afford a new cell phone.
Right, that whole situation. But he has won an MVP since, and you would have hoped the deal could have gotten done last offseason, but I don't know why. I don't know why Lamar, maybe would have wanted to get a deal done last offseason when you have other guys getting deals. Now, I do think, though, I agree with you. To win a Super Bowl, you're not going to be able to play at a $71 million cap hit.
And look, I know that there's a less than a month before free agency, but we don't know that those negotiations aren't happening as we speak. I assume that they are. So I don't think otherwise. I think Lamar knows the situation. Yes, him being his own agent or his mom being involved as well, that muddies the waters. But the Ravens have been down that road already with him, so it shouldn't be as difficult as it was a couple of years back. Ed is in town. Said Ed, you're up with the Fan. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, how you guys doing today?
What's going on, Ed?
Doing well.
I think that, I mean, I don't know the financial part. I come from a different perspective. So financial part, it's going to take care of itself. I know when people, I understand how people get some angst about that whole thing. And I remember a kid I coached, played for the Eagles, and I would talk to him regularly. And there came a time where there was a contract type of thing going on. And, it was, what you got going on now, kind of waiting it out and that kind of thing. And it ain't going to make nobody feel better, but it's a different world. I asked this cat, I was like, yo, man, what's up? What do you think? And I'm dumb. And he's like, he looked at me and he said, Coach, he said, man, I knew how much money he wanted, how much money he was. I didn't know that part. And he said, I'm like, look, in my mind, I'm a freaking school teacher. That was a whole lot of money. But in his mind, he looks at me and he's like, Coach, I ain't playing for free. And that's something that nobody's going to be able to understand as far as Lamar goes. Do you need pieces? Yeah, you need a hell of a lot of pieces to make this thing work. You need some dudes, man. I mean, look at like Josh Allen when they had, Diggs, and they had some dudes. Lamar Jackson is their own. I mean, yeah, Henry is a dude too, but he's closer to being an older dude. You got to strike while the iron's hot. So I don't know. Let me ask you this question, Ben, and I'll hang up. You need a dude on this team in order to make Lamar Jackson not do 100 million things. Do you take a chance with a diva if you're trying to win the Super Bowl? You're trying to win 3 games. Do you take a chance with a diva that's going to be a problem, at some point in time, but he may catch fire and take you to the Super Bowl like the Rams did with Beckham, but he got hurt? Like, do you take a chance with a guy like that because you're running out of time? Like A.J. Brown, that's a pain in the ass right there. But he may get with Lamar and something may happen. And I'll hang up, guys.
All right, Ed. Appreciate the call.
Yes. Now, the issue with A.J. Brown is the money that you're going to have to bring on. You would have to figure all that out.
The Eagles aren't trading him.
Well, for now, I don't know. The
Howie Roseman indicated recently, he said, these guys are tough to come by. Yes, he's a diva, essentially, he said, but they're tough to come by, and that's why we got him.
Yeah. Again, it's speak for now.
Fair enough.
Do I think they trade him? Probably not, but I still think that anything could be on the table. It's very ugly. One thing I didn't like, the way he showed Jalen Hurts up on the bench, I never liked. And if Zay Flowers or DeAndre Hopkins was doing that to Lamar Jackson on the sideline, I wouldn't like that. I just, to be quite honest with you, wouldn't. I think there's a time and place for it, and A.J. Brown would do it on the sideline. That being said, this guy's won a Super Bowl. This guy is a true X. He can go get the football, and he does change the game and would for a Lamar Jackson. But Lamar has never played with one of those wide receivers since he's been as good as he just hasn't.
Yeah. No, I don't want A.J. Brown specifically. Now, you look at Seattle, is Jackson Smith and Jigba a diva? Well, maybe he will be after the Super Bowl now that he won, but he wasn't. Right. Maybe Puka Nakua's comments on social media aren't great, but he seemed like a guy that was pretty good. The Rams have gotten pretty far with him, so I don't necessarily know that you absolutely need that. But to be fair, Ben, I think the Ravens, though, have to leave no stone unturned and make sure that they did everything they could to win or to possibly win a Super Bowl or get to a Super Bowl with Lamar Jackson, and that includes possibly a diva. I just don't want A.J. Brown specifically, I'll tell you that. But let's head to Abington and Mike. Mike, you're up on the Fan. Go ahead.
Okay, man. I just want to make sure you guys can hear me and hear me clearly.
We got you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, you guys been pushing and promoting this team for quite a while. Okay.
Who's
right now?
Who's we?
You can call us right now as resenting the situation. I'm like this. The Baltimore organization is not a Dallas organization. Dallas organization had loyal people 25 years since 95 that did not produce with all the players that they got and all the head coaches they got. Now, this organization, I know for a fact as a PSL owner, is a players organization. Now, to bring Jesse in to have that ability to take this winning organization and move it forward has to be shown the results. Fashadi had won him. We got him. This organization requires a coach. Why we got the great players to do it. Now, this Jesse guy, he got to put something together that revolutionized the 31 teams that's trying to get what he got. That's all there is to it. The players are there. We missing our peak. You're going to start messing with Jackson's money, and what we're going to end up having is Jackson being Jackson. Now, he played some games, and he did some things. I'm not allowed to say. I'm a Section 131. But the thing is, it's monopoly. To play around with this organization ended up losing its punching power. We lost an NFL team already because of that same situation, and this owner wants a Super Bowl in 10 years. He don't have the fan base to make it 10 years. So it has to be done now. So that's what I say. That's what I'm predicting. It's there. It's everything that's there in place. But to take this young man over Brian Flores, which is a proven seasoned person that has litigation with Miami, that's what stopped him from being a Baltimore Ravens. This
You don't know that 110%. I don't know how he interviewed. You don't know how he interviewed.
I don't know. The results are there. He's been through the interviewing process.
What results? He was terrible with Miami.
He has more, I know what happened down in Miami as well. He has more potential. It's not a black thing. It's not a white thing. It's a coaching thing.
Well, I'd say they're both outstanding defensive coaches. And, Mike, I appreciate the phone call. They're both outstanding coaches. I don't know how Brian Flores interviewed compared to Jesse Minter. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that the litigation doesn't hurt him. But Ben, let me ask you before we go to the break just quickly. Do you think that all the pieces or 90% of the pieces are in place, that it's a matter of, to Mike's point, of he says revolutionize, but do you think it's just a matter of making an adjustment, whatever those adjustments are, offensively and defensively, that they pretty much have everything in place to go and win a Super Bowl with this roster as it's constituted?
Absolutely not. I don't see a realistic scenario where you can look at the trenches on both sides of the football right now. And Nnamdi Madubuike's future is important on this, but still the defensive line I don't think is good enough as it is right now, especially edge rushing, whatever. No, I don't think they are good. You're not winning a Super Bowl with this offensive line. You're not winning a Super Bowl with this defensive line. The ways that teams have won Super Bowls in recent years, pressure on the quarterback, and Philadelphia showed you exactly what you need to do to beat the Giant in Kansas City.
I was going to say, we could talk about the A.J. Brown all we want with the Eagles on the offensive end. That Super Bowl was won by the Philly defensive line.
We've never seen someone do that to Mahomes.
Right, like the Giants did to Tom Brady with the Patriots. I would just say this, Mike. You can make an argument that Jesse Minter needs to come in and make major adjustments to offensive defense. But you could also make the point that Minter comes in, restores the Ravens defense to what it was back in 23 under Mike McDonald, and that offensively, a couple of tweaks here, but that really it's about making sure that this team is consistent in the playoffs as is during the regular season. And you've heard them address that multiple times, that we want to create an atmosphere and I guess a practice type schedule and whatever else goes along with it, so that by the end of the year, by the playoffs, that we get there, that maybe we're hitting our peak, and that, again, it doesn't matter regular season or playoffs, we're executing at a consistent level, which then gives you a really good chance of getting to AFC Championship game or Super Bowl. So there's two schools of thought on that. Let's take a timeout. We'll come back, grab another phone call. We'll talk a little bit more Ravens. Also want to delve into some men's college basketball as well. March Madness isn't too far off. It's time to start looking at some teams as we get to an early start here on your brackets as well. A special edition of Inside Access here on The Fan.
If you're thinking about it, we're talking about it. 105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. Gates open at 10. For more information or to purchase advanced tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch. You just fell on that wet floor at the grocery store? Ouch. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney you can trust with your injury case. Let me handle the legal pain while you handle the ice pack. 877-OUCH-911, because I'm the attorney who actually gives a
Love behind the wheel at Bob Bell Kia. Valentine's Day savings all month long. Get a sweet deal on one of 6 amazing models priced under $30K. No credit or challenge credit? No problem. Visit BobBellKia.com or call 410-288-2500 today.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Presenting A Gain Flings Love Story.
Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Cotton with the Good Feet store. When you're on your feet all day, foot pain can feel endless and overwhelming. And when your job depends on your feet, it's even more critical to have the right support. Keith's story shows how Good Feet helped him get back on track.
Being a letter carrier and walking 20,000 steps, which equals up to about 10 miles a day, it's tough. I had back problems. That was scary. I've been delivering letters to the Good Feet store for over 6 years. The people at the Good Feet store really educated me and finally convinced me to try their arch supports. And lo and behold, I have no more back problems. Where I would be without them, I have no clue.
So if you're a letter carrier like Keith or anyone who's on their feet for a living, don't wait to find relief. Visit the Good Feet store for a free fitting and test walk today. The Good Feet store has locations across Greater DC and Baltimore and now open in Fredericksburg. Visit goodfeet.com to book your appointment today or just stop by.
Planning to get engaged? Don't miss Smythe Jewelers Tacori Trunk Show and Diamond Event this Friday and Saturday in Timonium, Annapolis, and Ellicott City. Discover stunning Tacori rings and event-only savings. RSVP at smythejewelers.com.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Seeing delays northbound on 95 from Russell Street up through the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Heavy getting into the Harbor Tunnel as well. Neither really bad as of now. If you're on the west side, things are slow on the inner loop from Wilkins Avenue all the way up through 70. We'll call it generally sluggish. I don't think really too bad. Same story on the north side, right up in the area of the JFX. Then again, getting over toward York Road. With your traffic, I'm Dan Miller.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
All right, we're going to get back to the Ravens here in just a second, but got another phone call to get to, Ben, and Seth of Baltimore wants to talk O's, which is fine by us. We talked a lot of O's earlier in the broadcast. Seth, you're up with the Fan. Thanks for waiting. What's up?
Mike, what's going on, brother? How you doing today?
Doing well.
Thanks a lot for taking my call, man. I just was calling earlier because I kind of disagreed with what everybody was saying about the O's. Sometimes I feel like, you remember that Saturday Night Live skit where Will Ferrell's like in the British Parliament and he's talking about Oasis? And like nobody really cares, but I just think our team is so good. We're so stacked. I can't believe how people are talking. I mean, we should be talking Polar Bear and how sick our rotation is now that we have a proven World Series guy who's crazy motivated. All the moves we made, I think we're so far kind of free from injury. But I don't get where all of this negativity is coming from. Like, especially now that some of the info's come out about reporting. I mean, Framber was never coming here. Zach Gallen obviously is not somebody that they wanted to give up a qualifying offer for, and I think they knew that the entire time. I think they were working the trade market. And I think what I disagree with the most about earlier is I think we are setting up for the trade deadline. If there's a need and we're in the hunt, we've got more than enough draft capital. And I didn't agree with the callers talk about Kobe Mayo, and I think he's a stud. And all that he's been learning over the past few years to have positional flexibility is going to pay dividends this year because there will be injuries. His bat's going to play. And in a lineup with Alonso and all those other things, like to me, the only question mark we have is Adley. Is Adley going to be a stud and hit 3, 4, 5, 6 in the lineup? Or is Adley not going to be a stud hitting 3, 4, 5, 6 in the lineup?
Well, Seth, let's just quickly go through a little bit of this. And you're right. Look, there's certainly a lot of room for optimism, but there are legitimate questions to be asked as well. So we all agree that Rutschman is a question mark. With Westberg, it's a matter of health. Okay? I think you could agree with that. with Cowser, he's going to center field, and even putting aside the defensive adjustment there to center, his bat is a question mark. Basayo's body of work isn't there yet. And, Holiday, we're still kind of waiting for him to evolve. I mean, he started out well at the plate last year, and then I thought diminished in the second half of the year. I think those are all reasonable questions, but by no means does that mean that all those guys are not going to pan out this year and be good. But I think they're legitimate questions to ask without trying to be too negative.
Yeah, but Mike, here's the thing. Like, what are the realistic alternatives? You going to go sign or trade for Arenado at third, or sign Okamoto, somebody who's unknown, who's going to be at a...
Yeah, I don't know.
That's why they went out and got Blaze Alexander. And, from an outfield perspective, I mean, I get some of the Cowser hate, but he's going to be a beast. And what people are forgetting is we can't be over-traumatized by last year. Right? I think last year is an outlier. And when you got somebody like the thumping super polar bear in the middle of your lineup, and a guy named Taylor Ward, who's going to be sprinkled in with the baddest catching prospect in baseball, I'm looking forward to that. And I don't think that any of the free agent bat alternatives were there. And quite frankly, Elias has earned the benefit of the doubt in the free agent market. I mean, do you really want Santander?
I'm not sure that was the case last year, Seth.
Well, no, but that's what I'm saying. Do you want Santander? Do you want Burns? All these guys that everybody was clamoring for who are not playing right now or didn't contribute to their clubs or who clearly weren't worth the money. And, we've got a bunch of studs on our team. And do you think, if anything, I think he really missed the boat on wasn't Garrett Crochet, it was Mason Miller. I think they believed Felix Bautista was going to bounce back. They didn't know he was going to get hurt again, and they didn't need that. But they had a chance to ship Mayo out to get Mason Miller. That was the screw-up.
Okay.
Everything else...
All right, Seth, I got to hop here, but I appreciate the call. Before we go to break, though, Ben, on his points, Pete Alonso, Taylor Ward in the lineup, helping these other guys out, very fair on that one. Very fair that's going to help these guys out. The Westberg, with the production's there when he's healthy, so that's not a question mark. We both agree about Rutschman. Basayo, look, the Orioles very, very confident with that contract that they gave him. Glass half full, sure. It depends how you read it. I just think there are legitimate question marks there, but I'm not saying with these question marks, and Ben, I don't think you are either, that we think that in every case it's going to be gloom and doom. We're not saying that. We're just kind of setting the table here as to, here's what we're looking at. But there's definite reason to think that some of these guys will bounce back and that maybe last year was an outlier and the new guys in the lineup will make these guys better.
I like Seth's confidence. I do agree with the lineup, right? I do think the addition of Pete Alonso and Taylor Ward does beef that thing up to where if some guys are struggling a little bit or whatever, it's going to be picked up. I have no question marks with the lineup. Now, starting pitching, right now the rotation looks very good. But as I said earlier, 133 innings is the most that we've ever seen Rodgers throw. Do I want it to, to work how, I'm a big Rodgers guy as well. I think he's legit. But still, there is some concern there.
And Bradish 14 starts in 2 years.
You just do have to play devil's advocate to it. And the bullpen's a concern for me. It just is. Dietrich Enns, I hope, can be what he was last year. Rico Garcia hasn't been able to work in a lot of places that have needed bullpen help. I hope he can work. But for that, we're having to rely on too much good. Now, last year, everything that could have went wrong. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. I just don't.
And I think defense will be better. I think Albernaz is going to demand that. And the Blaze Alexander pickup, whether that was for improved defense, whether that was for the Westberg injury, and then the timing of the Holiday injury just happened to be good, that's going to bolster things there as well with him in there. So there's that to also to look at. But it's tough when we do this, Ben, because, I don't want to be overly negative about it, but there's also fair questions. But again, when we bring this up, I don't think any of us are saying that in every case it's going to be the worst case scenario. So that's fair.
It's valid talking points.
My gut tells me the starting rotation going to be pretty good this year.
Absolutely.
That's what my gut tells me. We'll take a timeout. We'll come back. Want to touch upon some NCAA men's college basketball. More of your phone calls as well. A special edition of Inside Access. That is Mike Popovic, Ben Hall, with you until 6.
We're talking baseball on The Fan with Ryan Ripken, the Hot Stove League, where you'll stay connected to the start of the Orioles 2026 season. Pitchers and catchers, position players, along with the rumors, trades, and signings you need to know. Sponsored by Greenmount Loan and Jewelry. Weeknights at 6 with your host, Ryan Ripken, and streaming live on The Fan's YouTube channel.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
One player changed the narrative around the NBA All-Star Game. It was Victor Wembanyama who decided that he was going to play hard, that saved the game and the event for at least one night. When one player decides to play, others do not want to get shown up, and that's why Anthony Edwards, Kawhi Leonard, and others actually tried and respected the game yesterday. Let's hope this sets a precedent for the future. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Traffic is brought to you by the Baltimore County Police Department.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm Justin Holloman from the Holloman Firm. When you're hurt in an accident or facing injustice, I'll stand with you as your dedicated advocate and be a friend in your corner. Remember to call me, Justin, for justice at the Holloman Firm, thehollomanfirm.com.
That's another amazing run by Team USA.
Mom, think I'll be on Team USA one day?
Well, I'll take this one.
Are you speaking to us?
Yes, and to answer your question, anything's possible, especially with Xfinity.
So, I can be the best snowboarder ever?
Well, I can't guarantee that, but Xfinity can guarantee that your internet price won't change for 5 years.
Okay. What if I practice every day?
Then maybe you'll be snowboarding for Team USA at the next Olympic Winter Games. And Mom, you'll still be paying the same price for Wi-Fi.
Ooh, really stuck the landing there. It's the Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. That's a $10.99 value per month. Xfinity. Imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Actual speeds vary.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. Do you feel stupid for buying a timeshare? Don't. It's not your fault. You were most likely told you could rent it, and it was a great financial investment. And the deal was available today only. If this happened to you, contact your resort or Wesley Financial Group for help today.
Call Wesley now for your free exit information kit. 800-939-1441. 800-939-1441.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
VapoCool.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I opened a restaurant and needed everything. Menus, signage, catering brochures.
Everything and then some.
I went to Staples. They printed it all and even suggested takeout menus.
One money pit with a side of fries.
But now at Staples, you get up to $125 off custom print orders.
$125 off. Now you're cooking. Brand your business in a big way at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
A couple of problems to watch out for right now. Northbound on the Harrisburg Expressway, nearing the area of Shawan Road, there's a report of debris in all the lanes, so just watch yourself as you head that way. And then southbound on 895, just past Lombard Street, there's a crash. Just move over to the side, make sure you slow down as you go by. That's your traffic. I'm Dan Alert.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
And we'll get back to the Ravens coming up at the top of the hour. I want to talk some college basketball as we get ever so closer to March Madness. And Ben, we mentioned with Chris Nockey earlier in the broadcast, who joined us to recap the Terps game yesterday as they fell to Rutgers. The women, though, with a great come-from-behind win against Ohio State. But we mentioned Michigan, the new #1, after Arizona lost 2 games last week. And, of course, the ranked teams that lost to Kansas and then Texas Tech on Saturday. But Michigan, your new #1, Houston 2, Duke at 3, Arizona 4, UConn 5. We mentioned off air earlier, though, Michigan and Duke, or actually I think you mentioned on there, Michigan and Duke at Capital One Arena in D.C. this Saturday. It's rare that you see big-time non-conference matchups this late in the year, but I love that idea, especially as we get closer to the tournament. And, there are times when you hear the pundits and the analysts break down and say, well, that win was early in the year, or that loss was early in the year. They're a different team now. Okay, well, it still counts. Are you going to penalize the team that won against another team early in the year just because of the timing? But to that end, and there may be some validity. Obviously, teams can grow or get worse from beginning to end. Why not have a few more of these non-conference games sprinkled in late in the year? It certainly makes it interesting come bracket time.
It's certainly an exciting event that they're putting on, but it would be cool if we saw the Big Ten and ACC get back, because I know that it's gone now. Now it's the SEC, ACC. But if we had a challenge where, this Saturday, later in the year, every ACC, so then some teams don't feel like they're at a disadvantage. And I know all years are different, but the Boston colleges might play the Rutgers or the Marylands right now, and some of the top opponents in the Big Ten from the previous year would match up with the top opponents in the ACC. It would definitely be a little bit more exciting if we did that. But we talked about it. As much as I hate Duke, diehard Maryland fan, Duke has done an interesting job with it. They played Illinois at the Garden at this point last year. So they're buying into that, and it's a good test not only for the full season, but you do have an ACC tournament coming up in just about 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and you want to get right for that. You have a matchup with UNC. Caleb Wilson's probably going to be out, but that's a pretty big game before the ACC tournament. So they're testing themselves a few different ways before the big thing.
Yeah, I'd like to see that as an idea going forward here, and maybe that'll catch on a little bit, at least in spots, because we have seen now because of the size of the conferences now, Maryland plays 2 Big Ten games in December before they go full-time in January. But I'd love to see a non-conference game mixed in there. And I think at one point, if I remember back maybe during the Gary days now, that Maryland would play, say, a Temple sometime in January. That Maryland at one point did have a decent non-conference game mixed in with their ACC schedule. So it's happened before. But, yeah, I'd love to see that on a more regular basis. So as we go down this top 25, again, Michigan's having an amazing year this year. You know, Houston has been there consistently over the last several years in the job that's being done there, especially defensively. Kelvin Sampson, I love watching those Cougars teams, although that sometimes is an issue. He's too defensive heavy. Duke is Duke. They haven't won a national championship since 2015, but they're there in the mix with the best players all the time. You know, Arizona, they're back. I mean, they had dropped off a little bit in the last 10 years. They haven't been quite as consistently prominent, Ben. They're there, UConn at 5. But who are some of the teams for you that stand out at this point, maybe besides some of the obvious ones at the top?
Yeah, Kansas, and every year Kansas is good. But this year, the whole Darren Peterson situation and everything that's happened there, all of a sudden they're playing good basketball again. I know they lost big Saturday, but I think they're going to get right. That's a team that's not in the top, 5, but I do expect them to still be a top 5 team come tournament time. Mm-hmm. St. John's, I really like. I've always been a Pitino guy. I think he's a great basketball coach. They attack the portal very hard. They have a lot of seasoned players. Not a lot of guys outside of Ejiofor that spent time at St. John's last year, but dudes who have gotten it done elsewhere, and they come from different conferences and have been in college basketball for a while because age wins in March. I know freshmen are fun, and I love the Baba get for next year for the Terps. They need to hit the portal hard, though, because to me, age always wins in March. That's why the portal is so tough nowadays. The 5 stars they're still exciting, right? Derek Queen, what he did for Maryland was incredible. The 5 stars are still fun, but there's not
Duke's still getting them.
Duke absolutely still does.
But that's maybe more the exception.
Right, and we've also still seen them down the stretch. And Cooper Flagg could be one of the best basketball players we've ever seen, whatever. Like down the stretch, the ball's in his hands. And it's no knock to Flagg, but he's a freshman who hasn't been in this moment a bunch. And we saw him, I'm not trying to really push him down, but slip in multiple moments with the ball in his hands last year down the stretch, where if you have an older guy who's been in that spot, you could take some pressure off of a true freshman. So I do think in college basketball in 2026, you got to win with age. Nebraska's fallen off.
Just one thing real quick about St. John's. Did they bounce back from what was a very disappointing loss in the tournament last year?
And Lewis, who was one of the best Big East player of the year,
he's benched for the last 5 minutes. I still can't. If you're going to lose with your best guy, I know how bad a game, but that was not a typical Pitino. You wouldn't think a seasoned coach like that would do that.
No, that was frustrating. Yeah. I like Pitino. I did not like that.
I do too. Yeah. Go ahead. Nebraska, I mean, that's been unbelievable. In fact, Nebraska, you could argue, is being more known, at least this year, for basketball than football.
No, seriously, and that's just where they are. But I have to give them credit, right? They hit the portal the right way. Price Sanford was a guy they bring in from Iowa. His brother was really good at Iowa for a few years. Price was playing under him, just doing not too much, but he's been awesome. You bring back Rink Mask. You get Frager from the freshman. He was one of the top recruits from the area. Jamarcus Lawrence comes back. Sam Hoiberg, the coach's son. Bjuktensil comes back. They got a lot of guys back, and that means something to me in 2026 because we don't see it. You don't look many places and say, when you're watching teams nowadays, you're like, where was he last year? Where was he the year before? Nebraska, it's rare. Sanford, they're leading scorers like that. Mm-hmm. But outside of him, it's a freshman and a lot of guys who already spent time there. And them playing together, gelling, I think that's shown. Now, they're starting to fall off a little bit and struggling. But early in the year, when they were running down everybody, they beat a Michigan State team who not many expected. They were winning games as underdogs. That meant something because they played together and they were used to each other. Whereas you look at some of these other schools and the starting 5 was at a different school and never played together before. So I do think it matters to be able to kind of hold some of that stuff. And to relate to Maryland, can you get the Darius Adam and Andre Mills back? Because if those two are back with Farrell Payne, we could say, well, we saw them play 11 games together. They practiced all offseason together, and that's important in 2026.
Yeah, the makeup of these teams and the uniqueness in some cases where some teams are able to have more of a veteran presence and maybe some guys have played together a couple of years. It's tough to do. It's rare, but you come across some of those and it does make a difference. You're absolutely right. And certainly the veteran experience that you can get out of the portal does go a long way in the NCAA tournament. Just taking a look, Virginia has had a quick turnaround. I mean, they were the bottom of the barrel, and you had Bennett leave because he didn't subscribe and deal with the way that college sports is today, and yet here they are at 22-3. Ryan Odom doing a phenomenal job with them. Illinois has been kind of one of the favorites at times or talked about a lot in tournament play, but they have not lived up to expectations. But that's still a team to me that is fun to watch and to me could be a factor in the tournament. They got a lot of size and they had a big win against Purdue at Purdue earlier this year, one of the toughest places to play at Mackey Arena there. St. John's with a chip on their shoulder could be one of those teams to look for as well. And Vanderbilt, we talk about their football program turning around. Look at their basketball program now.
JMU.
JMU. They're the coaches to the stars now.
Yeah, so, literally. I mean, if you want to be a great Power 4, Power 5 level coach, you go to JMU for a few years and you'll figure it out.
And you'll get found. Yeah, very quickly. That JMU program athletically has really popped up and been very impressive over the last decade here. All right, let's take a timeout. When we come back, we'll switch gears and get back to the Ravens. Jonas Schaefer, the Baltimore batter, going to join us next year on The Fan.
The new number,
Sports Radio,
is 105.7.
The Fan.
Please make a note of it.
What's up, everybody? Nick Cosmos here, helping you beat books with Westwood One Sports. Huge game tonight in college basketball. Top 10 matchup. Iowa State hosts Houston. Iowa State a 2.5-point favorite. Total in the game 134.5. And I think Houston's going to win this game, but you want to be safe. Take Houston plus 2.5, +2. I like that as well. I think Houston ready to make a championship run. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Right now, buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, you could get no payments or interest for 2 years. Don't miss out. Buy 4 windows and get 4 free from Window Nation. Plus, no payments or interest for 2 years. Schedule your quote right now at windownation.com.
Bet365 is paying out before the final buzzer.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout for basketball. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 20-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final buzzer and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays, too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Maryland. T&Cs apply.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events.
don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
College hoops is heating up, and baseball is right around the corner. The perfect time to hang out at Cross Street Market, Baltimore's go-to spot in Federal Hill. Warm up with ceremony coffee and a treat from Crepe Crazy. Or enjoy great food, beer, and cocktails at stalls like Pizza to Joey, Theo's Rolls and Bowls, Dashi Ramen, Southside Burger, and the Red Hot Jollof Bowl. And don't forget Watershed, our anchor seafood restaurant with a rooftop deck and table service. There's always a reason to tell your friends, I'll see you at the market.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Shop Best of Season Fruit at Whole Foods Market. Get Sumo Citrus for $3.49 per pound with Prime through February 17th. Savor the best of citrus season with this sweet and tart favorite. While supplies last, shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This is WJZ-FM, Catonsville, Baltimore's sports talk at 105.7 The Fan, and always live on the free Odyssey app. A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
Yes, a shade past 5 o'clock, 3 hours down, one to play with as we take you up to 6 o'clock tonight. And we talked a lot of Orioles early on, transition into the Ravens, who have a press conference on Wednesday to introduce their offensive, defensive, and special teams coordinator. And joining us from the Baltimore Banner to talk Ravens is Jonas Schaefer. Jonas, good evening. Thanks so much for your time. Do appreciate it on this holiday.
Thanks, guys. Happy to be here.
Yeah, Jonas, I wanted to start with, now that we've seen the staff come together and what they've brought in, it does feel like, I mean, it's a fact that there's more of a college level experience with the guys on the staff that they brought in. To me, it looks like it might be a little bit more of them going in a direction of development with how they want to build this staff. Is that what it feels like to you as well?
Yeah, I think you'd point there. I think, it's interesting. I went back and looked at last year's coaching staff and compared it to this year's, and obviously like more of an NFL influence on the last year's staff, defensively at least, than this year's. But they were younger, so I think everyone's saying that this is kind of a youth movement to connect with the young pieces on defense. Maybe obviously last year's staff had some gray beards with Chuck Pagano and Chuck Smith I think was over 50 years old, but This has the staff has some guys who've been around the block in college. They're not super young themselves. So I think it is just some of the connections that the coaching staff at the higher levels have to these lower level assistants, guys that they're comfortable with, guys that they might have worked with back in the day. Obviously, you think of Mike Mickens and his Cincinnati connections with Jesse Minter, maybe making that move possible. But it's gonna be interesting. Like obviously, all these guys come with pretty good pedigree, but I think you make the case that a lot of the Ravens assistants that they've hired straight out of college have also had similar qualifications. Just has not, for whatever, worked in some cases.
Yeah, you take a look at the coaching staff under John Harbaugh in year number 1. You had Cam Cameron as the OC, Rex Ryan as the DC, Jerry Rosberg as special teams coach. But you also had Vic Fangio, Chuck Pagano, Mike Pettin, Clarence Brooks, Mark Carrier, Hugh Jackson. Now, some of those guys would get more acclaim down the line, but still, that's a big who's who for his first year. So certainly he had a good support staff, and I know Jesse Minter knows to have a good support staff is important for him, especially with the pressure he has on him, probably more, Jonas, I think you would agree, than any other Ravens head coach has had coming into the castle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, no one really had any clue that the Ravens would be able to get back to the playoffs in year 1 with Joe Flacco and John Harbaugh, and the fact that they were able to go there and to be quite regular participants in divisional round AFC Championship games was a huge credit to John Harbaugh. And you just mentioned like the coaching tree that John Harbaugh has helped blossom over the years. I mean, a lot of it is on the defensive side of the ball, and obviously you bring in Jesse Minter, and you have that connective tissue to it. But I think a big part of the Ravens' success over the years is John Harbaugh putting together staff that have pushed the buck forward and looked in interesting places for new ideas. Been really collaborative, found a way to connect with players. And I think everything that we've learned about Jesse in terms of his eagerness to have a kind of collaborative mindset with his coaching staff suggests that they are looking for that same kind of magic. I mean, you look back at like the Ravens coaching staff a couple years ago when Mike McDonald was a linebackers coach. It really is just incredible how many of those guys are now in much bigger jobs right now. You look at the new Raiders defensive coordinator, Ryan Leonard, who was in Baltimore for a cup of coffee, and obviously he's now a play caller in Vegas himself. So it's always a bit of a crapshoot when you think about which guys might work. We still don't really know what exactly Declan Doyle is going to do to reinvigorate this offense and how he's going to be as a play caller. But with guys this young and resumes this relatively green, you can kind of talk yourself into anything.
Now, Mike and I talked about it earlier with previous coaches in Ravens history and the pressure that was on them compared to now with Jesse Minter coming in. Just how much pressure is on Jesse Minter to deliver immediate results, but at the same time, trying to build a long-term foundation or at least build off of what John Harbaugh had built in Baltimore?
Yeah, I think a lot of comparisons will be naturally drawn to Mike McDonald because of just the incredible smashing success that he had in year 2. And I don't think that, Mike was under any kind of mandate to win a Super Bowl by year 5 or year 6 in the way that Steve Bisciotti kind of laid out his expectations at that press conference last year. But I do think that there is pressure on this coaching staff to find success in certain ways in year 1. I mean, you look at what Mike McDonald did as a first-year head coach in Seattle. He brought in a offensive coordinator and an offensive line coach who had all kinds of pedigree, all kinds of buzz, because he plucked them from that, Washington Huskies offensive coaching staff that, was cooking with gas throughout that run, that got them to the college football championship game. And they come in year 1 and the offensive line is not good. The offense is just totally out of whack and misshapen. And Mike McDonald does not wait to find a new path forward. He fires both of them. Hires Clint Kubiak, hires a new offensive line coach, and look at what that did for them in year 2. So I don't know that Jesse is going to have to hold his coach's feet to the fire in the same way that Mike did in Seattle. But I do think because of just the kind of time pressures that this team is on with Lamar, with some of the exploding contracts for this team elsewhere, you really can't afford to dilly-dally. And if you have any kind of trepidation whatsoever that you might have hired the wrong guy for year 1, then find a new guy for year 2.
Jonas, let me ask you Wednesday, what one thing do you want to hear from each of the coordinators that would make you feel good about going into the upcoming season?
Yeah, I'll start with the least sexy, special teams. I guess I'm curious what kind of assurances or what kind of changes Anthony Levine has gotten from Jesse Minter about how they're going to change the emphasis on special teams, in this new era. Like there's a reason why the Ravens until the past, couple of years were perennially in the top 5, top 10 in DVOA and special teams. And, sure, having Sam Cook and then Justin Tucker be the anchors of that group helped a lot, but they were good at other facets as well. They were perennially, like I said, top 3, top 5 under John Harbaugh. And I think that was because there was so much intentionality behind what they did in not only the offseason and free agency, but also just how they diagram the practices. So how much does that change with COCAP? Defense, I guess I'm just kind of curious for Anthony Weaver, like, why he thinks that this is the way to launch his career forward. Like, because obviously it is a step backward going from play calling duties on a bad Miami defense to non-play calling duties on what could be a good Ravens defense. But still, I think this offseason probably was disappointing for him, just in terms of being in the mix and being a finalist for so many head coaching opportunities and no one pulling the trigger on you. And obviously a lot of that kind of goes back to just how seriously are black coaches considered as part of this whole operation. Is the Rooney Rule like actually legitimate and what its intentions are? I think I'd be curious for that. And then for Declan Doyle, just like, what exactly did you do at Chicago, and how much pressure do you have in adjusting to things that you didn't do, namely play calling in Baltimore? And I think obviously there's part and parcel of that are just so many different other conversations. I think it will probably be asked of Declan Doyle, if he expects Lamar Jackson to be there for all 10 OTAs, for the start of OTAs. I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on Lamar and Declan to find some common ground pretty quickly, because the optics of them not getting off on the right foot for the earliest part of this offseason program, I think will be pretty bad.
Now, Jonas, to get to the front office of things, and we had callers, mention earlier, the Ravens potentially adding a diva at wide receiver, but giving Lamar Jackson the best wide receiver he's played with, a guy that can go up and get it, that he really has not played with in his career. And then there's also on the defensive side of the ball, everybody, you want to trade for Max Crosby, you want to add something, or you want to move up in the draft and get a Reuben Bain if he's there at 8 or 9. But these are not things that we can realistically expect from the Ravens, because we just have not seen it in a long time. Do you think any of the struggles, both on offense or defense, could influence the Ravens to, switch things up this offseason and go about things differently?
Well, I guess it just depends on how much pressure Eric DeCosta feels like he's under. Like, I think obviously we're starting to feel like the seat has gotten a little bit warm, but we still had a pretty firm backing from Steve Bisciotti of Eric DeCosta and everything that he does. So I think it would be very, very uncharacteristic of Eric DeCosta to part with multiple first-round picks to either acquire a Max Crosby or to move up, like 10 slots. Maybe 5 slots would be more realistic in the draft, but that is just something that is completely counter to his nature. Like, that there is, as much as this is an art, there are very scientific elements to it that Eric DeCosta has talked about openly, like proven economic paper type stuff that suggests that trading up in the first round does not do anything all that important for you unless you're getting the quarterback. And we think that the Ravens already have their quarterback locked in for the next couple of years. So that doesn't preclude him, from trading a second round pick for A.J. Brown, or, maybe overpaying for, an edge rusher who was surprisingly cut. Like, maybe that's Bradley Chubb, maybe that's someone else. But, I do think that if they get Lamar signed and if they get Linderbaum signed, they should have some space to make a deal. But as with most Baltimore Ravens off seasons, there is usually not that much room for creativity. Like, it's a signing of an Odell Beckham Jr., or it's a signing of a DeAndre Hopkins and someone else. It's leaving space for you in the midseason, trade window, so you can go and get a Draymond Jones, for instance. Eric has never really been one to rock the boat that dramatically. Maybe feels like there's a need to because of what the Ravens are looking at and what he's possibly looking at. But I'd be more inclined to say that Eric kind of errs on the side of caution.
Final question for you, Jonas. I know that time is starting to run a little thin. I mean, there's a little less than a month that there's time, but then at the same time, it feels like time is running out pretty quickly here, because I guess there is a certain time frame where you want to give the front office enough time to know exactly what number they're dealing with in terms of cap flexibility, and being able to then make offers to agents for free agents during, I guess, the quote-unquote legal tampering period, with free agency being March 11th. So how quickly do you think we're going to hear about a redone contract or contract extension with Lamar Jackson to free up cap space?
Yeah, I guess early March at the latest. I don't know what the earliest could be. I mean, obviously, we were all kind of monitoring Lamar Jackson Instagram stories, trying to put the pieces together to see if you in Baltimore, all that kind of good stuff. So, I haven't gotten any word, and obviously it's very much under lock and key at the Castle how things are going there. But whenever I think about just the management of the Ravens finances, I go back to the last time we were at this kind of crossroads with Lamar, and I asked Eric DeCosta at the Combine in Indy, and we're getting up to that kind of point in the calendar where he said basically it is very important to have the most important Jenga piece of your salary cap in place, because not only are you dealing with the cap space picture for this year, but if you are dealing with long-term contracts as well, it helps to know, where the $50 million is going, or where the $75 million is going. Like, everything kind of revolves around Lamar. Lamar's contract is the weight-bearing instrument in all this. It's very tough to give Tyler Linderbaum a contract, even if you know that Lamar is going to get his deal without having the actual particulars done. It's hard to, maybe sign Charlie Kohler to a 2-year deal for, $5 to $7 million a year unless you have some assurance of what Lamar's, cap figure is going to be next year and the year after that. So this is the big Jenga piece. You need to lock it in place. And because of that, I don't think the Ravens can wait that long until they pull the trigger on either offering Lamar what he's asking for, or just, operating that salary cap mechanism where you restructure the deal unilaterally and get it to a place where it is more manageable for you, and then you just kind of figure out the rest and kick the can down the road a little.
He's Jonas Schaefer of the Baltimore Banner. Jonas, where can everybody find you online?
Yeah, just on X at Jonas_Schaefer, and then thebanner.com. Obviously, Ravens coverage ramping up this week with the coordinators and the Combine next week.
All right, very good. Hey, Jonas, thanks so much for your time this evening. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much, Jonas.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Take care. We'll take a time out. I want to ask Ben when we come back about front office philosophy and Jesse Minter as the new head coach. And then we'll also get into later in the hour positional coaches, their personnel, and what we think they have to do to make this team better for the 2026 season. It's a special edition of Inside Access on this President's Day here on The Fan.
Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access.
The Fan, baby.
105.7 The Fan.
Traffic brought to you by the 60th Annual Maryland RV Show.
The Maryland RV Show sets up camp this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday indoors at the Timonium Fairgrounds. Gates open at 10. For more information or to purchase advanced tickets, check out TimoniumRVShow.com. That's TimoniumRVShow.com.
Traffic is sponsored by Schmidt Baking Company, part of the H&S family of bakeries.
Get healthy with Schmidt's Old Time 647 bread. High in fiber and less carbs, so you can enjoy the great taste and eat better. Enjoy 647's delicious bread, rolls, bagels, and English muffins. Available at your favorite grocer. Schmidt, your hometown baker.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most. Your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you.
The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right. I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Not seeing any incidents right now. Just some slowing as you make your way northbound for both Fort McHenry and the Harbor Tunnel. Did have an earlier crash over on the west side around Security Boulevard. That's gone, but still some sluggish traffic through there as well. With your traffic, I'm Dan Miller.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
All right, Ben, I want to throw this question out to you after our conversation with Jonas Schaefer of the Baltimore Banner, and we thank him for joining us. And that is, do you think with Jesse Minter, now look, I understand Jesse Minter, NFL-wise, got his start with the Ravens and learned a lot and certainly took that with him. And he does have 2 years in the Chargers organization, although their GM came for the Ravens. So maybe he didn't learn something differently or something different in another organization. But I guess the question is, do you think that in collaborating Jesse Minter with Eric DeCosta, do you think that there could be some philosophical changes as it pertains to personnel and or drafting as we go forward here? Or is it, hey, we're going to stick with the formula that we've had for years here in Baltimore?
I think it has to change because the results last year went the way they did. But Minter at his introductory presser saying that him and Eric see football the same makes me think that it might stay, somewhat the same. And they've had success for the most part. Last year was an anomaly, to be quite honest with you. But I do think they need to add to the edge group, right? Like Kyle Van Noy, I know he's gone now, but that can't be your premier guy. I talked about development with this, like being the stat being a little bit more.
You got
a
strong collegiate front here, yeah.
And you look at Odafe Owe, and everybody in Baltimore scratching their head. What is going on? He goes to L.A. for a few games and looks like an all-pro
with Jesse Minter,
and then has 3 sacks in a game.
Yeah.
And some of that, the front office might look at that and step back and be like, that. I mean, and the ownership like that could also be like, well, how were you not getting more out of him in Baltimore? How was John Harbaugh and his staff not doing more with that? So maybe they do think, because The Chargers, if you go look every first round, it's offensive player 5 years. So the 2 years that Minter was there, they weren't drafting a defensive guy, this top defensive guy in the first few rounds. He was getting a lot out of Tarheeb Still, who we're quite familiar with, who was playing regular downs there. Cam Hart, who they drafted a little bit later. Their secondary, they were able to get more. And then Derwin James, I know he was first-round pick years ago, but
he's had a lot of health issues. But
and he wasn't able to figure it out. And all of a sudden, Jesse Minter steps in and gets the most out of him and gets him back to where he is. And Kyle Hamilton, again, he's been great, but you have to think that Jesse Minter is going to be able to get more out of him. I don't want them to completely stick to the same ways and say, all right, Jesse Minter's going to figure it out, because then you're handcuffing him, a coach who's already dealing with tons of pressure, and then you're going to have to ask him for more. Hopefully they do change a little bit, but that's more just in the trenches a little bit. Maybe because they've never liked paying guards, and I don't love the idea of paying guards, but with the way
Kevin Zeitler comes to mind, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that, you got to think that they're going to at least change their spots a little bit, because you can't go back to what happened last year.
Yeah. And I do wonder, this has been brought up over the years, that I know the Ravens don't like to trade draft picks, but do they in spots need to get more aggressive in trading up at times and getting that guy, that playmaker, not a guy that we'll see developed in 2 or 3 years, and you're right. There's a strong collegiate presence on this staff. And look, developing is important. I mean, and the Ravens have lived by that and been pretty successful doing a lot of things in-house over the years. So you're right. We're not looking at just shoving that aside, but you always have to grow and reassess and look internally and say, hey, do we need to tweak some things? Or just in spots again, do we need to not always be so tied to the draft picks and trade up and get that dude, that can go get the pass, or that guy that can go and run a 60-yard fly pattern and catch a pass from Lamar Jackson for a touchdown. So,
and what's interesting about it, you're in a spot now where you're still going to have to give up a lot to move up to get a Reuben Bain type or whatever, but you're not 25 through 30 or 32 like in recent years where you're going to have to give up way more. And it's not realistic to think of moving into the top 10. All of a sudden, you sit at 14, the way that you guys struggled, and then you think that second round pick should be a pretty good pick as well with where it is, and a day one starter. And I know Mike Green definitely was a day one player and he was out in the field. You hope the development takes a step forward there, but
it needs to.
Especially, you're already talking. We're talking about money and wanting to get a Lamar extension done. And I said this as soon as the Ravens signed Lamar to his first extension. Day 3 picks have got to start being players for this team. And the Chargers, as I said in that secondary, they were able to make some of that happen, and they were able to bargain bin for some corners here and there, and guys who other teams were done with. Jesse Minter was able to get more out of. So when I talk about the front office, I still want them to change a little bit. You should be able to hope that Minter can get a little bit more out of some lesser guys.
Let's take a time out to catch up. When we get back, we'll grab a phone call. I want to delve into some of the positional coaches and personnel and what they need to do. We think to make this team better for 2026. It's a special edition of Inside Access here on this President's Day. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall, back with you next here on The Fan.
You'll never know what you missed if you're not listening. Good thing there's the free Odyssey app. More sports, more exclusives, and more of what you love. Download it today and search 1057 The Fan.
Traffic is brought to you by PNC Bank. Nominate a PNC Achiever today at PNCAchieversBaltimore.com.
Do you know a Maryland High School lacrosse player who demonstrates excellent leadership qualities in the classroom, community, and on the field? Help us recognize them as a PNC Achiever. Log on to PNCAchieversBaltimore.com to nominate the outstanding student athlete in your life.
Traffic is brought to you by the Holloman Firm, the law firm where you matter.
I'm personal injury attorney Justin Holloman. When an accident or injustice turns your life upside down, you need a strong voice on your side who truly cares. A law firm where you're more than just a case. Call my firm, the Holloman Firm. TheHollomanFirm.com.
Get ready for the weekend your crew's been waiting for. May 15th through 17th, NASCAR All-Star Weekend takes over Dover Motor Speedway. Turn them loose at the Monster Mile. Tailgates, camping, and big-time energy all weekend. Get tickets at DoverMotorspeedway.com or call 800-441-RACE.
February has arrived in Harford County, and since the groundhog says we've got 6 more weeks of winter ahead, we might as well make the most of it. Whether you're taking your Valentine out to dinner or the whole crew to the slopes, do it in the safety and comfort of a Ford. Hi, I'm Katie, General Manager here at Plaza Ford, where my family has proudly served this community for over 90 years. For those heading to the mountains or just navigating icy commutes, Ford's winter lineup delivers. Remote start gets your cabin warm before you leave the lodge. All-wheel drive keeps you confident on snow-packed roads. Ford Pass lets you check fuel levels and lock your doors from your phone. And if you're hauling gear, Pro Power Onboard turns your F-150 into a mobile generator. Still looking for a sweet gift? Well, heated seats and steering wheels are pretty romantic when it's 20 degrees outside. This February, our Plaza Ford team is ready to match you with the right Ford for winter and every season beyond. We're always happy to see you at our Plaza Ford showroom on Route 1 in Bel Air, right next to the Folsom Walmart. And our inventory is always available at plazaford.com.
Most Baltimore homes are built to stand up to the cold, because heaven knows we get our share of it in winter. So frozen or burst pipes don't happen that often. Thank God. But they do so happen. And when they do, it can feel like a nightmare. Even after you found the water main and shut it off, you're left with water to clean up and a home with no running water. At Amazing, we help people. We just happen to do it through plumbing, heating, and cooling service. And that's especially true for helping homeowners with burst or frozen pipes. Nobody in Baltimore should have to go without running water in their own home. Trust our amazing plumbers to fix the problem ASAP and get your home back to normal and you back to your regularly scheduled life. All with easy payments if you want them, because nobody plans to have a pipe give out on them. And we're here to help. Seriously. It's what we do at
Amazing. Go to callamazing.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
And Doug. There's nowhere I wouldn't go to help someone customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual, even if it means sitting front row at a comedy show.
Hey everyone, check out this guy and his bird. What is this, your first date?
Oh, no. We help people customize and save on car insurance with Liberty Mutual together. We're married. Me to a human, him to a bird.
Yeah, the bird looks out of your league anyways.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We hope you never need us, but if you're ever injured in an accident, we'll handle everything with trusted guidance and personal attention so you can focus on what matters most, your recovery. Rice Law. Best advice, call Rice.
RiceLawMD.com.
On demand, online, on your way to wherever you're going. The free Odyssey app is loaded with opinions, analysis, podcasts, and moments that matter most from the Big Bad Morning Show. Vinny and Haynie and Inside Access. Download it today and search 105.7 The Fan. From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
Keeping an eye on volume right now on the outer loop, a bit heavy as you make your way by 795, and then again getting down towards 70. Inner loop in that same area, a bit heavy, but nothing really too bad at this point. Normal delays as you make your way for the tolls. Volume still pretty light with the holiday today. With your traffic, I'm Dan Miller.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
Hey, just a quick note, and you and I talked about this off air a couple of hours ago. You look at that NFC West, and Seattle, San Francisco, LA. It's like ancestral. You've got all these different coaches that are intermingled within each other. They all run the West Coast offense. And it's just Brian Fleury, by the way, is the new Seattle Seahawks offensive coordinator. He most recently was the tight ends coach for the San Francisco 49ers and run game coordinator. He has been hired by Seattle to be their O coordinator because I believe Seattle's QB's coach got hired by Kubiak to be the non-play calling OC in Las Vegas, Ben. But Fleury was a grad assistant at Maryland 03-04 under Ralph Regent. He was at Maryland 1 year in 98, but played most of his college ball. I don't think he played at Maryland in 98. I think it was Brian Cummings that year, but he played at Towson from 99 to 02. He's from Germantown, so he's a DMV guy, but he's the new offensive coordinator for Mike Macdonald's Seattle Seahawks.
It's pretty cool. Very cool. And as you mentioned earlier with all these teams, I mean, the next up-and-coming guy goes to the other one, and then he builds up. And then it's the Kubiak situation where he's then the head coach elsewhere. You can never go wrong with that family tree. But
the Sean McVay and the LaFleurs. The McVays and the LaFleurs. And then this guy's Fleury, so close enough.
Right, for sure.
Yeah. All right, Joey's at Perry Hall. Joey, thanks for waiting. You're up with the fam. You want to talk some Ravens. What's on your mind this evening?
Hey, how you doing, Mike? How you guys doing, Ben? Hey, Ben, how you guys doing?
What's going on, Joey?
Doing well.
So, originally when we hired, when our Baltimore Ravens hired Minter, I was concerned thinking like old boss was going to be like the same boss. And then you learn more about Minter and actually how, his father is the one who sparked, everyone from Cincinnati with Harbaugh, Tomlin, all those guys is what started this new coaching craze in, the big coaches that are on their way out now. And now, the Ravens way is the Ravens way. It has worked. I mean, you can't necessarily say that it's worked since 96 because up until from 96 to 2000, it really didn't work. But once, we established our defense and found our footing, the Ravens way has worked, and we've tried to keep continuity within the organization, for forever. That's what makes the Ravens one of the best organizations in the league. And I think having someone familiar with the organization helps, but I love what Minter's doing because originally I was skeptical. I listen to the fan all the time, and sometimes Jason Lockenford can get in your head. But bringing in all these young guys that bring in a new, fresh ideas on how to run things, because there's always a new idea on how to do things. And, bringing in guys, Levine, he was a big part of our special teams, historicness. He knows how we run special teams in this organization. Anthony Levine, bringing Anthony back to,
Anthony Weaver. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one I'm looking for. Like bringing him in as the old head, because I know Minter's still going to call plays, but having Weaver there, it's in a different way than what we had Chuck Pagano doing last year. I just feel like this is going to be a more cohesive unit that is going to work better together as a coaching staff and be able to relate to the players better. That you might be, I think we might surprise some people with it being such a young coaching staff.
All right.
Does that make any sense?
Yeah. No, Joey, we appreciate the call. We got to hop. Let's take a timeout when we come back, Ben, our final segment here. Let's touch upon the coaching staff, and then we'll talk about a few of the positional coaches as well and their task at hand as we wind down a special edition of Inside Access. Mike Popovic, Ben Hall. Final segment next year on The Fan.
Got a hot take?
Y'all don't even know. All my friends say I'm crazy.
Bring it.
I can't believe this.
The Plaza Ford text line, 410-583-1057. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
NBA Commissioner Adam Silver has a giant problem on his hands when it comes to tanking in the NBA. The possibility of ending the NBA draft even came up this weekend as a way to deter teams from purposely being bad to acquire the best talent trying to enter the league. But then how are teams supposed to escape the hole that they're in? You don't get the Thunder in their current form without the NBA draft, and the Cavs don't draft a franchise-changing player in LeBron James without the draft. I'm Adam Abdallah.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
Traffic is brought to you by the Baltimore County Police Department.
Do you have a passion for service and want a career for life? This is Sergeant Henry with the Baltimore County Police Department. We are seeking motivated applicants for our upcoming academy classes. Visit joinbaltimorecountypd.com or call 410-887-5542. Baltimore County PD is an equal opportunity employer.
Traffic is sponsored by the Ouch Guy. 877-OUCH-911.
Ouch.
Please hold for the next available disappointment.
Or skip the hold music. Call 877-OUCH-911. I'm the attorney that gives a and I'll make sure the insurance company cares too. Real help, real results. 877-OUCH-911.
Just a few more things and we should be good.
These are a lot of groceries. Are we getting snowed in again?
No, just getting enough stuff to watch all the winter events. Don't want to miss any chance to support our athletes.
Do you plan on feeding them too?
Besides, I'm getting cash back on all this with Upside.
Upside? What's that?
Upside is a free app that gets you cash back when you shop at gas stations, grocery stores, and restaurants.
You get cash back just from things you regularly buy?
Yep, and right now they have a $10 bonus when you shop at Giant.
All right, I'm getting Upside, and maybe another grocery cart we can fill up.
Earn real cash back on your regular shopping. Download the Upside app and use promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus on your first grocery purchase at Giant. That's promo code CHARM01 to get a $10 bonus. Use promo code CHARM01.
Offers vary by user and location at participating merchants. Go to upside.com for terms and conditions.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through March 22nd, switch to Comcast Business and get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Or ask how to lock in your rate for 5 years on a qualifying internet bundle and get a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile for a limited time only. Call today. Restrictions apply. New customers only. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and other fees extra. After promo, regular rates apply.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
The smartest way to spend your money is not to. Straight Talk offers free 5G phones for new and existing customers on Verizon's 5G network. So the refund money I don't spend on that free phone is the refund money I get to keep for my family. Smart.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
So I own a coffee shop, and I wanted to label everything with our logo.
That's ambitious.
Cups, boxes, bags.
Ooh, that'll add up.
Not at all. Because right now, Staples prints custom labels for 30% off.
30% off? That's shockingly affordable branding.
Yep. Now our logo and URL are seen all over town.
Brand your business for less at Staples.
That was easy.
Shop Staples in-store, online, or in the app by 4/4 to unlock. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
America, look around. Everywhere you go, prices are still high, rates have been whipsawing markets, and the debt and spending don't exactly scream stability. Experts say diversifying with intention is the #1 secret account that all American smart money uses to hedge against instability. Monetary Gold has been around since 2000, witnessing multiple economic setbacks. If you call now, Monetary Gold will cover up to a lifetime of your IRA fees on qualified accounts. Call Monetary Gold now at 877-NOW-GOLD. That's 877-NOW-GOLD. Performance may vary. You should always consult your financial and tax professional.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
From the A.J. Michaels Heating and Cooling Traffic Center.
So running a pretty quiet afternoon out there on the highways. A little bit of slowing northbound on 95, from 395 getting up to the Fort McHenry Tunnel. Still slow at the Harbor Tunnel as well. Just volume, but really nothing too crazy. Looking around the Beltway, same story there. Just some pockets of sluggish traffic. With your traffic, I'm Dan Miller.
A special President's Day edition of Inside Access. Here's Mike Popovic and Beltway Ben Hall.
And just following up in final segment here to Joey and Perry Hall and his comments about the coaching staff. I do like the blend of old and new here. I mean, when you look at Anthony Weaver, Anthony Levine, both former players here, and Weaver a former coach. Levine a coach as well, right? He was an assistant coach. Year. So both in as players and coaches here. So they know the Raven way, but you also have a number of new guys in here as well. And of course, Minter coached here for a couple of years as well. So it's a good blend. I think it's always important to have some ties to the past and keeping that Raven way and tradition and knowledge of that can be imparted like an Anthony Weaver can to current and future Ravens defensive players. So I generally like the mix. I'm not saying it's all going to work out, and there'll probably be a coach or two next year that won't be retained, that they'll have to make some adjustments there. That usually always happens after first years of head coaches. They make adjustments to their assistant coaching staff. But what are your thoughts on it? I agree. Weaver is very intriguing because Weaver's a guy that was close on a number of head coaching spots. So you're bringing in a guy, and there's a lot of talk. Well, this coaching staff doesn't have much head coaching experience outside of the head guy. Well, Weaver, again, not head coaching experience, but he was the associate head coach under John Harbaugh. And one thing that's unfortunate for Minter, and I've heard him talk about it, and we just talked about this off air a little bit. I've heard him talk about it cutting up when he was with the Chargers, some interviews, and even now, because they asked him about coaching under Jim. And he gave Jim his flowers for about 45 seconds, but then kind of put a firm, like, I am also my own guy. Yeah. I do my things differently. I would approach things differently. And then at the introductory presser, I was there. He's talking. He's like, I love John, learned a lot of good things under John. I will take some of those things, but I'm also my own person. And anybody in real life and in their job, you get associated with some opinions and things like that. And it's like, well, these guys are human beings or their own person. He built his way up fast. We've heard Rick Minter talk. He joined Vinny and Haynie. He talked about the opportunity that John was able to give Jesse, and you're going to take that opportunity and you're going to work your way up. But he is his own guy. His father was a coach, so I don't know. He was on the staff too. Yeah, he was. He is. Yeah. But so I understand people being a little bit worried about him having some John Harbaugh ties, but at the end of the day, he's his own man. Let me go through a couple of the position coaches here. And actually, here's one that stands out to me because we always said that John Harbaugh was one of the better Monday through Saturday coaches, but on Sunday, he was an average at best game day coach. Charlie Gilman, game management coordinator / defensive assistant, coming over from Indianapolis. Look, that's a big deal when you talk about going for it on fourth down, but timeouts, challenges, etc. that's an area that needs to improve for the Ravens with Jesse Minter calling defensive plays, which I'm okay with here, at least in the first year or two. Maybe at some point it'd be good to hand that off, but I'm okay with it early on. But to me, Ben, that might be the guy that will get the least amount of attention, but has one of the more important jobs given the fact that Minter is going to be a play caller.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. There's a lot of people that, and that's why it's so tough, because Jesse has called defensive plays before, but Jesse's never run a team. Jesse's never dealt with a team all week and preparation, a lot of different things. So it is important to have guys like that on staff, and they've got to be home run hires, right? That's got to be something that works in that spot. One area that I'm excited about, and I know a lot of people are, Dwayne Ledford, the offensive lines coach that they bring in from Atlanta. You know the success that offensive line had.
Bijan Robinson.
Exactly, yeah. And they were very good, and Ledford's been well respected. And I talked about it with Cordell the other day. Rest in peace to Joe D. Him not being with the staff, and you definitely could feel the impact. And whatever your opinion is,
George Warhop.
On Warhop.
Although Warhop stepped in and they were good in 24.
They were, right. And then all of a sudden it goes downhill. But a lot of people were also frustrated with Warhop talking to the media and saying that he feels like the two guards are getting better every week. And it clearly was not the. And again, you're not going to kind of knock your players, but it felt like they weren't getting better.
By the way, Warhop's in Cleveland now.
Yes, he is.
So he is their problem.
Yes, exactly. Exactly that. And under Monk, which will be very interesting.
I take a look here just quickly. Harlan Bauer from Duke, outside linebackers coach. Okay, we had not one but two pass rush specialists last year, and we got zippy out of them. Mike Green, Tavius Robinson. Now look, I understand the Matabika injury played a part, but still, we need to have guys without having to blitz, without having to scheme it up, that can win one-on-one battles and be consistent threats. We're not there. I think Kerry Colbert, again, I think with Zay Flowers fixing the fumble issues on jet sweeps or after, yards after the catch, getting more out of Rashad Bateman when he's healthy. And then, as we mentioned, Devontae Walker, making sure that he's not inactive half the season. That would be Colbert for me. You mentioned Ledford. It's a good pick up there on that. Also, I'll take a look at, I know Volker's going to coach safeties, but Mike Mickens is the pass game coordinator in secondary. Look, I understand the lack of pass rush didn't help these guys out, but I still think Nate Wiggins underperformed last year. And Malachi Starks, I'm not saying he had a bad year, but everybody talked about him being a big impact safety. He was not that last year. So I'm looking at Mike Mickens' task on those two guys specifically to get more out of them.
1,000%. And listen, Marlon Humphrey's situation is going to be interesting because you're not going to want to pay him what he is, and whether that's post-June 1 cut, whether it's a restructure, however it's going to go. But I know the guys at Inside Access broke it down, and I think Nate Wiggins is far better than he played last year. I think it was better early, and then he dealt with some injuries, and all of a sudden it wasn't pretty, but those two guys were getting thrown on more than anybody else in the NFL. And to your point, some of that is, the pass rush and the struggles over there, but the secondary wasn't very good. And during the offseason, every single defensive coach, John Harbaugh, whoever was hitting the mic, was telling us the emphasis they were putting on forcing turnovers. And they did a little bit, but in the big games, it didn't come that way.
Right. No, that's absolutely right. Taking a look here, Israel Wolfork with Lamar Jackson. As I've talked about, he's 29 now. The older he gets, it's more about him being a pocket passer and him continuing to evolve as a pocket quarterback. And he got better under Todd Monken. We talked about this earlier, but it's good, again, about making the right checks at the line of scrimmage, manipulating the defense at the snap of the ball with his eyes. And I think for him, maybe being a little bit better mechanically in hitting short to intermediate passes. And I'd like to see, we talk about Declan Doyle, and I'd like to see more of an explosive game downfield. I'd like to see more RPOs where, he's riding the running back. The linebacker comes up and he's throwing behind the linebacker on quick slant plays. We barely saw those plays with Todd Monken and Greg Roman. I don't understand what the issue there is, but I want to see more of those.
And even the rollouts. I remember I think it was against the Bills during Greg Roman's time. Just the attention that Lamar gets when he shows run is crazy. And he rolls out to his right, holding the ball like this. The defense shoots forward, and he immediately stops, hits you down the field. And it felt like that could have been a weapon for the offense time and time again. And you don't want to wear it out. You don't want to use it too much. But there were times where it felt like it could have been used more and it wasn't. We saw it against Cleveland years ago, and they would occasionally use it, but that was something else where show Lamar's legs, make the defense bite at that, because defenses are quick to do that now because you don't want to get beat with his legs, and let him beat you over the top with his arm.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just some of the guys here taking a look at the staff, and we think that work that they have to do with the personnel that they have. We'll see if there are changes to some of that personnel as well. Obviously, the interior of the offensive line is one, maybe at wide receiver via the draft. And we take a look at, again, the health of Madubuike and then the effect on the outside linebackers. I still think, though, that a guy like Mike Green, I just want him to go get the passer. I don't want him dropping back in zone blitzes and things like that, or overloading these guys, because they haven't been effective.
And it felt like, I understand, occasionally you have it happen for an older guy. Like I remember Kyle Van Noy had a nice pass breakup, and that's fine. But Mike, and we talked about it off air, Mike Green being in coverage with Sam Laporta on an important third down early in the year, must-win game. It's like, why are we in this situation?
Turn the wrong way.
Yeah, he's just lost. And it's like, that's a guy that we already knew needed to grow as a pass rusher. Why are we handcuffing him now, trying to figure this out as well?
Yeah. Want to thank Chris Nockey from Maryland Terrapins men's basketball on the radio color commentary. Jacob Calvin-Meyer, the Baltimore Sun, talked to us about the O's. Jonas Schaefer earlier in the hour from the Baltimore Banner talking Ravens. And rest in peace, Robert Duvall, passing away at the age of 95 today. Max Mercy, the sports journalist and the natural, and Harry Hogue from Days of Thunder. Hey, Ben, it's been a pleasure, man. Good to work with you.
Yeah, it was very fun. Very fun.
I know
day
we've worked as on-air and producer a little bit back and forth, but not doing the co-hosting thing. When are you on next?
I will be on with Cordell Thursday, 7 to 9.
All right, excellent.
9, yes.
All right, and how can people find you on X?
Yeah, at BH Journalist, everything I do. I'm very active on Twitter, so you can follow me there.
All right, you can follow me at Popo Fan Sports. Westwood One Sports is coming up. Aaron, thank you on the other side.
Thank you
And
so much.
I think I'll be talking to you Wednesday at 10, but if not, at 7 for Maryland men's basketball. Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan. Good night.
Game Day Uncensored. Before every Ravens game is powered by Verizon. With the free Odyssey app, you can rewind to specific